Although there weren't many students in the Hawk Palace, it caused a huge commotion. For a moment, the shout actually reached the outside. Even the students who were watching Musweki at the entrance were shocked. What happened inside? Musweki felt strange and said, "Let's go in and take a look." Junior brothers and sisters naturally wouldn't reject this proposal. Everyone gathered around and walked into the Hawk Palace. Inside the Hawk Palace, Xianxia pushed the word Sun Peak to the top of the Hawk rankings. He was also very excited and was anxious to tell his master the good news. He ran out. The people on both sides collided face to face. Xianxia. Jiang Yunfan saw Xianxia for the first time. "Senior brother Yunfan, I'll treat you to a drink another day." Xianxia hastily greeted Jiang Yunfan. Musweki also saw Xianxia, but she only took a quick glance and did not leave a deep impression. "What are you shouting for?" Jiang Yunfan and the others brushed past Xianxia at the door. After entering the Hawk Palace, they asked the cheering disciples curiously, "It's senior brother Yunfan. You've also come to our Hawk Palace. Look at the ranking of the Hawk Palace." Jiang Yunfan and Musweki exchanged glances. Both of them had just arrived at the Eagle rankings for no apparent reason, and both of them looked at the Eagle rankings together. At first, no one saw anything, but as their gazes moved up, they saw the first place. Sun's Peak. "My God! It's Xianxia." Jiang Yunfan laughed out loud. "I knew I wasn't mistaken about this kid. There was nothing to doubt. Sun Peak was only a disciple like Xianxia." "Oh!" Musweki's expression also changed. "As far as I know, Sun Peak hasn't been ranked on the Eagle rankings for many years. The moment it appeared, it directly ascended to the first place. Could it be that the one who ran out just now was Xianxia? He is already a junior brother of the second grade academy at such a young age." Jiang Yunfan laughed loudly. "Second grade? Xianxia is only a student of first grade academy. So powerful." Musweki was also shocked and said, "Unfortunately, I didn't know that they were cheering because of this matter just now. Otherwise, I would have known little junior brother Xianxia. There are plenty of opportunities. I brought Xianxia back," Jiang Yunfan said smugly. "Look at your pride." Musweki shook her head helplessly. "Sun Peak. Master, I've reached the top." As soon as Xianxia ran to the entrance of Sun Palace, he shouted loudly, "Master, our Sun Peak has stepped onto the first place on the Eagle rankings." Su Kaiwe silently appeared at the door. She glanced at Xianxia and said indifferently, "I see." Xianxia clenched his fists and said excitedly, "Don't worry. When I enter the third grade academy in the future, I will definitely put Sun Peak at the top of the Tiger rankings." "I see." Su Kaiwe nodded lightly and turned around to go back. Xianxia had expected Master's indifferent reaction, so he wasn't disappointed. But at this moment, a strong light suddenly pierced through the sky and flew towards the entrance of the Howren sect. "Ha!" Xianxia was stunned. Looking at the source of the light, he said, "It's in the direction of the Nature Palace." As soon as he finished speaking, a large amount of dense light suddenly appeared in the sky. Each ray of light was an elder of the Howren Palace, and the group of elders flew towards the gate of the sect. "Something big has happened." Su Tsayua's expression changed as she quickly turned into a ray of light and flew away. "What is this?" Xianxia was shocked. This was the first time he had seen such a large-scale operation by the Howren Palace elders since he arrived at the Howren sect. Thinking of this, he hurriedly ran towards the gate of the sect. The disciples below had long since witnessed the actions of the elders, and large numbers of Howren sect disciples had almost poured out of their nests. As Xianxia ran along with the disciples, he had a bad premonition. Almost all of the Grand Hall elders had come out, and the 5 peak masters, including half of the Gourd, had also arrived. Just what kind of major event had happened that could alert the entire Grand Hall? At the entrance of the sect, there were already a sea of people. Everyone raised their heads high, their faces filled with inexplicable fear and shock. Right above the main entrance of the Nature sect, there were 2 groups of peak-level experts floating in the air, faintly confronting each other. On his side were naturally the elders of the Haoran sect, while the peak experts on the other side were all wearing white clothes and pointed white hats. Heavenly devil religion! All the disciples exclaimed in unison. Xianxia's eyes turned cold. Why did the heavenly devil cult invade in such a large scale? Could it be that they were already so crazy that they wanted to charge into the territory of the Nature's Nature sect? Demon crowd! In the direction of the Haoran sect, an old man stepped out of the sky. This human bone immortal wind, white beard and white eyebrows, was surprisingly the old man who was present when Xianxia and the others divided their factions. At this moment, he realized that this old man was actually a third-generation elder of the Haoran sect. Peak Master Zhang Haiyuan of the Qi sect, Peak Master Wu Qingfeng of the Sword sect, Peak Master Chu Shao of the Saber sect, Peak Master Su Kaiwei of the Heavenly sect, and Peak Master Half-Gourd of Zhaohua Peak were all standing at the forefront. The 5 Peak Masters Yuan Qi soared into the sky, causing the entire Haoran mountain range to tremble. Something really happened this time. A disciple panicked and his entire face turned snow white. As for that Dao Bone Immortal Wind's third-generation elder, he was accompanied by a dozen or so other third-generation elders. It could be said that all of his strengths had ascended to the heavens. He was a ruthless character who could shake the Haoyan Empire 3 times with a wave of his arm. Demon crowd! The third-generation elder of the Bone Immortal Wind pointed in the direction of the heavenly devil religion. Hao Tian City, don't you want to fight to the death with our Haoran sect? In the direction of the heavenly devil religion, a graceful woman stepped out of thin air. Behind this woman were 9 black demonic dragons, and demonic energy soared into the sky. Kiki Kiki. The woman laughed wildly. Today, my sacred sect is not here to fight against the nature sect, but for one of my disciples' wishes. Little Dai, come out. Behind the woman, a graceful girl who had combed her black hair into a big bow walked out. Upon seeing this person, Xianxia's heart sank. Wasn't this the heavenly demon cult's demonic woman, Dream Butterfly? Did she come here, however, seeing that Dream Butterfly standing in midair? She bowed to the nature sect and said, Seniors of the nature sect, don't be angry. The reason why our sacred sect is so prominent is because this Haoyan city is truly difficult to enter. However, my master said that we are not here to fight against your sect, but to find someone. In the direction of the Haoran sect, most of the elders' eyes fell on Half a Gourd. Everyone knew that the heavenly demon sect was going to hold some sort of alchemist conference recently. Most likely they were here for Half a Gourd. However, Half of the Gourd lazily waved its hand. They're not here for me. At this moment, Dream Butterfly waved her right hand, and many heavenly devil cult disciples threw red petals rain all over the sky. This time, I'm here to look for your sect's disciple, Xianxia, said Dream Butterfly. I want to find Xianxia and propose marriage. As soon as these words were spoken, countless people fell silent in the vast scene. Xianxia's pupils contracted. The last time he broke up with Meng Dai, she had said that she wanted to propose marriage. At that time, Xianxia only thought that she was talking madly. He didn't expect that this crazy demonic woman was serious and actually came. Xianxia, propose marriage? The entire Haoran sect's disciples immediately became restless. Even the elders of the Haoran sect hadn't expected this. Demoness, don't try to deceive the crowd with monstrous words. The 3 generations of elders frowned and said, Are you so bold as to openly bewitch our Haoran sect disciples? Dream Butterfly didn't have the time to pay attention to the 3rd-generation elders. Her pair of pitch-black eyes were only searching the crowd of disciples below. However, there were so many disciples that she couldn't find Xianxia's shadow. However, the disciples of the Haoran sect were all so excited that they were on the verge of going crazy. Damn, the heavenly demon sex people came to the Haoran sect to propose marriage? This was the strangest thing that had happened since the Haoyan Empire was founded. Who is Xianxia? Many high-grade academy disciples whispered to each other. They had never heard of Xianxia's name, but today, the word Xianxia would probably be imprinted in their hearts for a lifetime. Who is Xianxia? In the sky behind the Haoran sect camp, elders were also puzzled. However, The four peak masters simultaneously focused their gazes on Su Kaiwe. "Xiang Nan, come up," Su Kaiwe scolded coldly. She waved her right hand and used a strand of yuan qi to accurately wrap around Xiang Nan, bringing Xiang Nan into the sky. "Yes, yes, it's him." Meng Dai happily clapped her hands and said, "Master, I'm talking about him." The powerful woman of the heavenly devil religion sized up Xiang Nan with a pair of seductive eyes and said, "Take him away. Let's see who dares to make a move." Su Kaiwe immediately released a shocking amount of yuan qi. The other four peak masters also took a step forward and were about to start a vast decisive battle. "Meng Dai, what the hell are you doing?" Xiang Nan furrowed his brows and shouted sternly. At this moment, the gazes of all the disciples were all focused on Xiang Nan and Dream Butterfly, the two initiators. This is ridiculous. The two young people were in love with each other, yet they actually managed to create such a big formation. The key was that these two people were from two different camps. One was righteous and the other was evil. Heavens, the heavenly demon cult's demonic woman fell in love with the Howren sect disciples. "It's really so wonderful," a disciple whispered. The disciples were all young people. Although they knew that good and evil were inseparable, the focus of the young people's attention was not on the opposition between good and evil, but on the love that the young people were all passionate about. Just as it was said that watching the fun wasn't a big deal, when a disciple spoke, a large number of disciples began to discuss it one after another. This scene caused the Howren sect elders to feel their faces turn dark. With a loud shout, all the disciples were shocked to silence. As for the confrontation in the sky, it really couldn't go on. Whether it was the Howren sect or the heavenly demon sect, neither of them wanted to start a war here. Let's not talk about who wins or loses, but the winner will definitely win miserably in the end. If we say that the heavy damage to yuan qi is light, then it might cause us to be unable to recover from it. All the elders looked at Su Kaiwe, hoping that Xiang Nan's master would speak, while Su Kaiwe looked at Xiang Nan and said, "What's going on?" Xiang Nan frowned and said, "When I was out on a mission, I had a conflict with that demonic woman. Unexpectedly, she made such a farce." Hearing this, the elders sighed in their hearts. Cult was a cult. As soon as they thought about it, there was nothing in this world that they did not dare to do. "Xiang Nan, are you willing to marry me? My master has already said that if you are willing to marry me, then my holy sect will not touch a hair of the nature sect for the next 50 years. Meng Dai smiled as she stared at Xiang Nan and said, "Xiang Nan, are you willing to marry me?" "Impudent." Su Kaiwe was enraged and shouted, "What a big tone. How could our Howren sect betray our sect disciples at the expense of enduring such humiliation and stealing lives? You don't have to think about it. If you want to start a war, just do it now." Everyone was shocked. Su Tsayue's personality was truly life-threatening. However, the elders nodded repeatedly at Su Tsayue's words. "Ha ha ha ha." The 9 Dragons' demonic woman looked up and laughed. The love between disciples is not something that you can bring up morality. Decent people really like to put on a righteous appearance. My disciple has taken a fancy to your sect's disciples. What does it have to do with you old fellows? Ha ha. Half a gourd dug its ears and said, "What does that have to do with you, this demonic woman? Didn't you also come?" The 9 Dragons which waved her hand. "I'm not here to fight, but to give a betrothal gift. If Xiang Nan is willing to marry my disciple, these 20 boxes of Tier 5 spirit herbs, 10 boxes of Earth-grade elementary grade weapons, 3 boxes of Tier 5 spirit pills, and 1 box of Tier 6 spirit pills will all be given to the Howren sect." The 9 Dragons which said. The disciples were extremely shocked. It was the first time they heard that a 6th-grade spirit pill was sent from a box. "But what is this? Xiang Nan, say something." Meng Dai said, "Give me a word. Do you want to marry me or not?" Xiang Nan was dumbfounded. It took him a long time to regain his senses and said, "Are you out of your mind? 10,000 steps back. Even if we are not in an opposing relationship, it is impossible for me to marry you. I've only known you for a few days, and I know who you are, so I'm going to marry you?" The dream butterfly did not care. "Why not? Like is like, Don't like is not like, no 10 years can marry. No a day can marry, you can deceive your own heart. Let me ask you, are you going to marry or not? Don't marry. Xianxia replied resolutely. The elders of the Haoran sect in the rear were already furious. Fortunately, Xianxia's reply was not humble or arrogant. Otherwise, an elder would have secretly circulated his yuan qi. Once Xianxia said anything that humiliated the sect, he would kill Xianxia on the spot with a single palm. Yes. Meng Dai nodded and said, what if we are not righteous and evil opponents? If I am also a disciple of the Haoran sect, do you want to marry me or not? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire Haoran sect cried out in alarm. Could it be that the demonic woman was planning to change her ways and walk the righteous path from now on? Jiang Yunfan sighed and subconsciously looked at Mu Sueki. Damn, the power of love is really great. In the end, Xianxia still shook his head. Why? Meng Dai asked. I gave you so many betrothal gifts and treated you so well. Why don't you marry me? Xianxia said, not to mention that you are a heavenly devil cult demonic woman. I am a disciple of the Haoran sect. Even if you and I are just ordinary people, I will not marry you. Then why? Meng Dieki said. Xianxia's expression darkened as he said, because I don't believe in love. Only Xianxia, who had experienced the betrayal of his beloved woman, could say such a sad and touching sentence. No one doubted the authenticity of Xianxia's words, because the feelings contained in those words were so true and sad. Hearing this answer, Meng Dai didn't know what to say. Originally, their heavenly devil religion had come over to beg for marriage with great fanfare. This was a rare act in the world, but now it was rejected by Xianxia on the spot. Anyone would be angry and embarrassed. Perhaps love would give birth to hatred. However, Dream Butterfly grew up in the heavenly devil religion. She was indifferent to the morals of ordinary people. Not only did she not feel humiliated, even her master nodded her head repeatedly. He is a random kid. He is not as hypocritical as those righteous people. Good disciple, they've rejected you. What do you plan to do? Do you want me to help you snatch Xianxia over? Hearing these words, all the elders of the Haoran sect fell into a state of alert, ready to fight at any time. Meng Dai lowered her head for a while, then suddenly raised her head and smiled. What's the point of robbing people? I want to rob their hearts. Master, let's go back. This matter is not over yet. One day, I want that Xianxia to come to my holy sect with a betrothal gift and beg me to marry him. The 9 Dragons' demonic woman raised her head to the sky and laughed. Her dissolute laughter soared into the 9 heavens. With a wave of her hand, countless heavenly devil cult members turned into a black light that shot into the sky and instantly disappeared. A farce started abruptly and ended unexpectedly. Kaiwe, bring your disciple to Haoran Palace, said a 3rd-generation elder from the direction of the Haoran sect. After saying that, many of the elders left with their sleeves crossed. Su Kaiwe wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, she looked at Xianxia and said, truth be told, are you related to that demonic woman? Have you thought about it clearly? In a while, you will be questioned by elders in Haoran Hall. No, Xianxia replied resolutely. Su Kaiwe nodded. If you say you don't have it, then you don't have it. I trust you. After saying that, Su Kaiwe used her yuan qi to lift Xianxia and flew towards the direction of the Haoran Palace. The disciples below still felt that their intentions were still endless, and this massive request for marriage ended just like that. However, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they did not fight, otherwise the scene would have been unimaginable. However, the 2 words Xianxia could be considered famous. Haoran sect was a very large force. It had its own business field in the secular world, and also had its own strong interpersonal relationships in the military and government. Many Haoran sect disciples would choose to leave the sect when they were strong. Some would set up their own sect and become the overlord of one side, while others would enter the military and become the generals of the other side. Although these people were no longer nominally from the Haoran sect, they usually had close relations with the Haoran sect and had frequent dealings with them. This was the reason why some military missions that were not convenient for them to interfere could be sent directly to the Howran sect. In the 1,500 years since the founding of the Howran sect, it had been like a huge tree. The site of Haoyan City was only an appearance of it being exposed outside the surface of the earth. But in reality, there were veins that stretched out in all directions beneath the soil. However, the strength of the Howran sect was enormous, but it was not bloated because it knew how to delegate power. To maintain such a large sect force, it was impossible to do so with just one word. Therefore, sect leader Howran wisely gave up his rights and gave it to the Howran Palace. It could be said that every major decision of the Howran sect was not made by the sect leader, but by the elders of the Howran Palace. That was why the heavenly Tao old man of the Howran sect did not usually stay in the sect. Only when the sect encountered serious problems, or even threatened the life and death of the sect, would the sect master directly seize power and use decisive and tough methods to cut the mess and save the sect and the fire. In order to prevent this large sect from heading towards the abyss of eternal calamity because of the paranoia of some minority sects, the nature sect had to have more than 2/3 of the elders raise their hands to pass every major resolution. Otherwise, it would be null and void. The last time Xianxia came to Howran Hall, he was divided into factions. At that time, he was only standing in the outermost building of Howran Hall. And this time he was truly entering Howran Hall. Howran Hall was where the Board of Elders ruled on a decision. Normally, there were 5 third-generation elders, 13 fourth-generation elders, and 26 fifth-generation elders residing in the Board of Elders. There were a total of 44 of them. Of course, this did not mean that there were only 5 third-generation elders in the Nature's Nature sect, but that only these 5 people usually served on the Board of Elders. But today, many third, fourth, and fifth generations of elders who weren't part of the elders group had also come. Xianxia stood alone in the stand-in trial, and opposite him was a row of high seats. Those from the Board of Elders sat on the elders' seats that were 10 meters tall, and they could look down at Xianxia from above. At this moment, elders were whispering to each other, whispering something. Shi Beihong was a peak half-saint third-layer expert. At the same time, he was also the third-generation elder. He was also the head of the Board of Elders. This person was mainly responsible for managing the daily affairs of the sect. Whether it was meeting with other sects or officials or traveling to other continents, he was the supreme leader. Back then, when Xianxia divided the factions, the old man who was responsible for promoting the sect's tenet, the Daobone Immortal Wind, was him. Xianxia. At this moment, Shi Beihong lightly descended from the seat of elders and walked to Xianxia step by step. Xianxia greets Elder Shi. Xianxia bowed respectfully. Shi Beihong nodded his head and said, "What I'm going to ask you next is of great importance. You must think of a good answer and be realistic." Xianxia will obey elders' orders. Xianxia said. Shi Beihong said, "Do you have anything to do with the heavenly devil religion? You need to know that the impact of this matter is very bad. Very soon, someone from Haojing will come to our sect to investigate this matter." This was not a joke. The Howran sect was the #1 sect in the Blue Tide continent. If even this sect came together with the Heavenly Devil sect, it was obvious how bad the result would be. "I've nothing to do with it," Xianxia replied confidently. "No connection?" An elder stood up and shouted, "There is no connection. The Heavenly Devil Church has come to Haoyan City with so many betrothal gifts? What explanation do you have for that?" At this time, Shi Beihong gave Xianxia a relieved look and said gently, "Just tell the truth. Don't be afraid. As long as you don't lie, the nature sect will stand behind you and support you, even if there is great trouble." Xianxia nodded gratefully to Elder Shi Beihong and said, "Indeed, we have nothing to do with each other. As far as I am concerned, their visit this time is nothing more than an affair between a man and a woman. As for whether they have any other motives, Xianxia is not sure." Shi Beihong said, "Just how did your relationship with the Heavenly Devil sect which come about? Speak slowly, word by word." Xianxia did not dare to conceal anything, so he truthfully reported how he had accepted the mission, how he mistakenly thought that the demonic woman was a child, and how he had saved her, as well as how she had brought him back to the Howren sect. The members of the Board of Elders have already heard what happened. Shi Beihong nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, he turned to the elder's seat and said, "I wonder what everyone has to say." A member of the Board of Elders stood up and said, "I suggest that Xianxia be expelled from the sect. From now on, he will no longer be a disciple of our Howren sect." "Why?" Shi Beihong asked with a smile. The elder said, "Even if what Xianxia said is true, he has brought about an extremely bad influence on the sect this time. This will damage the reputation of our Howren sect." Shi Beihong smiled and said, "Our Howren sect has never been afraid of losing its reputation. If we have to give up a sect disciple every time something like this happens, then our Howren sect will not be able to survive for 1,500 years." Another elder stood up and said, "I also agree to expel Xianxia. He can endure the demonic woman's bewitchment today, so it's hard to guarantee that he won't turn around and join the cult tomorrow." Shi Beihong smiled and said, "Neither you nor I have the right to judge what will happen in the future. We cannot destroy the future of a disciple just because of a single idea." Another elder stepped forward and said, "But we don't know if Xianxia is hiding anything. Perhaps the truth is not as simple as he said." At this time, Sun Peak Master Su Kaiyue, who did not belong to the elders group, stepped forward and said, "What Xianxia said is true. I am willing to guarantee him with my personality." The elder sighed, "Kaiyue, you are too protective of the calf." Su Kaiyue said neither humbly nor arrogantly, "If I didn't believe in Xianxia, I wouldn't have taken him as a disciple. Since I'm his master, I naturally have to speak up for him. We can't convict Xianxia based on mere speculation. If that's the case, wouldn't our Howren sect collapse if the demon sect suddenly showed goodwill to all the elders one day?" "You!" The elder glared at Su Kaiyue angrily. He pointed at Su Kaiyue and said, "Howren Hall, how can you be so disrespectful? Kaiyue's every word is true. How can you not be respectful?" Su Kaiyue fiercely asked, "Could it be that my Howren Hall can no longer tolerate a single word of truth?" Su Kaiyue's temper was famous throughout the entire Howren sect. It was as if there was nothing in this world that she did not dare to do, and there was nothing that she did not dare to say. Although the Peak Master was not a member of the Board of Elders, his words still carried tremendous weight in the Howren sect. "I don't think this matter is that complicated." Sword Sect, Peak Master Xiangyang Wu Qingfeng stood up and said, "The Heavenly Demon Sect is acting in a mysterious manner. It doesn't play cards according to common sense. What the elders suspect and worry about is that this Southern Heavenly Devil Sect is a chess piece sent by the Heavenly Devil Sect into our Howren sect." Although he didn't say anything, this was indeed what the elders were most worried about. And Wu Qingfeng said, "I'm not on anyone's side. I'm just seeking truth from facts. If I put a chess piece into the Heavenly Devil religion, I don't think I would rush into the Heavenly Devil religion and expose the identity of this chess piece." As soon as these words were spoken, Elder Shi immediately fell silent. Yes, if Xianxia was a spy from the Heavenly Devil sect, why would they come here to cause such a scene? Afraid that the Howren sect wouldn't suspect Xianxia? Wasn't this an inconsistency? "It's not like we haven't thought of this." An elder nodded. "Otherwise, Xianxia would not be able to remain free. However, this matter is of great importance. There is no room for any mistakes. How about this?" Shi Beihong stood up and said, "Detain Xianxia for 10 days first. We will send people to the northern border to inspect him. If what Xianxia said is true, we will give him a clean slate. How about it?" The elders pondered for a while, but no one raised any objections. "All right then. Raise your hand and vote." Elder Shi Beihong was the first to raise his right hand. Immediately after, more than 2/3 of the elders of the Board of Elders also raised their hands. They chose to temporarily trust Xianxia. "Then, let's temporarily lock Xianxia up at Nameless Peak." Shi Beihong laughed. The elders were all surprised for a moment, but after some thought, no one objected. Afterwards, Xianxia realized that Nameless Peak was a very impressive place. The Howren sect had its own dungeons, which usually held disciples who violated the rules of the sect. Those with lighter crimes were released after a few months of imprisonment, while those with heavier crimes were also released after a few years of imprisonment. As for the Nameless Peak, it was the place where the old man of the heavenly Tao had occasionally made mistakes when he was young and was punished to face the wall. The elders were worried that if Xiangnan was really a chess piece planted by the heavenly devil cult, it would be inappropriate to put him in the dungeon, and he might collude with others. Therefore, he placed Xiangnan in the Nameless Peak, a place that ordinary disciples would never be able to enter in their lifetime. This Nameless Peak was located at the rear of Howran Peak. It looked like it had been split in half by a single blade. The left half was as complete as before, and the right half was as smooth as a mirror. It was a straight cliff. At the center of the cliff there was a very large cave. It was the place where the heavenly Tao old man had faced when he was young. The reason why this place wasn't simple was because of its extraordinary significance. To put it simply, there wasn't any secret treasure hidden inside. It was just a simple cave. That was all. Su Kaiyue personally sent Xiangnan into the entrance of the Nameless Peak Mountain Cave and said, "Don't worry, with Master here, they can't treat you unfairly. 10 days from now, I'll come pick you up." After saying that, Su Kaiyue turned around and left. However, Xiangnan could tell that although her master's expression was still expressionless, her tone was very unpleasant. He didn't know if she was displeased with his relationship with the heavenly demon sect's demonic woman, or that the elders were too stubborn. Perhaps the latter was more likely. Xiangnan walked around the cave boredom. The furnishings here were very simple. There was only a small stone bed and nothing else. The area of the cave was quite large. Because the entire mountain was only one cave, and it was still halfway up the mountain, the top of the cave was 50 meters tall and the depth could reach around 100 meters. It was like a rectangle. Originally, according to Xiangnan's plan, he would rent a pill furnace in Zhaohua Peak and find a deserted place to secretly increase his resistance to electricity and absorb the white flames and lightning. It seemed impossible now. The grade of his pill furnace was too low, and it was no longer enough to withstand the temperatures of refining the body. As for the next 10 days, Xiangnan hadn't had such a long period of leisure since he was reborn. At the beginning, he was quite happy and was finally able to take a good rest. However, in less than a day, he started to feel panicked. If he didn't do anything, he would always feel uncomfortable all over his body. Thus, he began to cultivate the sun god technique on his own. He drew light and let a gentle beam of sunlight shine down, bathing his entire body. In this kind of slow cultivation, he was going to raise the realm of the sun divine technique. At this moment, Xiangnan was in the sun god skill, the first level of the earth yang skill. It was only at the beginner stage, but he had already trained the first level to perfection. Thinking about it, if one wanted to cultivate the second level of the earth yang realm, they would probably have to reach the second level of the origin return realm or even higher to cultivate. Next, he didn't know what to do, just lying on the stone bed, leaning against the top of the cave, staring blankly. What is that? Suddenly, he discovered that there seemed to be some blurry indentation on the top of the cave, and he used his essence feather wings to fly up. After the dust was blown away, it turned out to be traces of sabers and swords that had been chopped down. Those traces were still very clear, as if the old man of the heavenly Tao still remembered the days when he was here. At that time, the sect leader was punished here. He should be very young, probably around my age. He must be very bored here. Xiangnan's heart skipped a beat. He immediately flew down and used his enormous yuan-chi feathered wings to face the entrance of the cave. He heavily flapped it a few times, causing dust to fly up in the cave. Over the years, the dust accumulated on the inner wall of the cave was blown away. As a result, a large number of dense saber and sword cuts, as well as many simple pictures and characters, appeared. Xiangnan was shocked. He discovered that the simple diagrams were all carved into small figures. Some of them were holding swords, some were holding knives, some were attacking, and some were defending. My God, Xiangnan's mind buzzed. The scene this place saw was very similar to the first cave that Martial King Heavenly Thunder had dug. These are all essays carved by the sect master when he was cultivating martial arts and martial skills. Xianxia was shocked. Sect Master, Old Man Tian Dao. That was the #2 expert of the Blue Tide continent. To be able to see the inspirational essays of such peak martial artists. Every stroke was extremely precious. Xianxia was so excited that he immediately began to distinguish the marks on the wall. However, he soon discovered that things weren't as optimistic as he had imagined. The reason for that was because back then the Heavenly Tao Old Man was still young, and he was a young man. More than half of these marks were boring and meaningless. There were also some nicks that were indeed related to cultivation techniques and martial skills, but none of them were coherent. Could even be said that they were just a few words. Most importantly, these nicks only came from an instant of inspiration. Not only is inspiration not continuous, but many of them are abandoned. It was as if a person was about to write an article. Normally, when he was living, an inspiration suddenly came to his mind and he hurriedly took out a pen and paper to write it down. It is possible that this inspiration will be used in the future, but more often than not, this inspiration will be overturned to polish up new directions. No one would seriously carve an entire chant on the wall, just like the Heavenly Tao Old Man. Xianxia felt a headache when he saw the messy and illogical inspiration fragments. How are we going to sort this out? Xianxia rubbed his temples. After a long time, he was still unwilling to give up, so he found some dust. He dusted and buried the nicks he had made for the sake of carving them, and continued combing the rest. Half a day had passed, and the entire cave had been completely filled with useless scars by Xianxia. The remaining scars were still messy. Xianxia comprehended those inspirations based on his strong comprehension of martial arts. He discovered that the old man of the Heavenly Tao back then was actually bored. He had carved more than 30 inspirational essays on martial skills here. What an unparalleled genius! Xianxia sighed sincerely. Although he was strong in his previous life, he was strong in his martial Tao physique, while the old man of the Heavenly Tao was strong in his innate terrifying comprehension of martial Tao. Unfortunately, most of these 30 kinds of martial skills were randomly created by the Heavenly Tao Old Man with fun in mind. They weren't finished at all. Some of them were thrown away at the beginning, while others didn't have a head or tail. Xianxia continued to fill the ground and worked for an entire night before leaving behind the last martial skill. This was a very strange martial skill. It was very different from the common martial skills. It did not have any specific martial skill moves, but was more like a long-term fantasy about martial skills. The most troublesome thing was that this strange martial skill didn't even have an incantation, only a few words. Xianxia simply sat down cross-legged, his eyes staring straight at the incomplete words and the simple patterns of the characters. Such an incomplete nick was like a skeleton. Xianxia had to use his understanding of martial arts theory to fill the skeleton with flesh and blood before he could use it. It was as if the Heavenly Tao Old Man had written an idea of a martial skill in his essay back then. Now that Xianxia wanted to perfect this idea, it was equivalent to two people from different eras surpassing the limits of the times and creating a martial skill together. Whether he could succeed or not, this kind of experience was incomparably precious to Xianxia. Based on his own knowledge, Xianxia began to ponder and perfect Zhang Haoran's thoughts. In fact, he had even modified some of his ideas in some inappropriate areas. However, the more this happened, the more shocked Xianxia's heart became. That young Zhang Haoran's thoughts were truly unimaginable. By the time this set of martial skills was almost done by Xianxia, 3 days had already passed. However, it was only at the last moment that he realized that this strange martial skill was simply impossible to cultivate. This seems to be a strange avatar technique. Xianxia frowned and muttered to himself. But according to the sect master's inspiration, this avatar still lacks something. It was like a person sketching a palace in the air in his mind. Of course, the idea was very good, but how could he let the palace float in the air? No specific solution was given. Perhaps at that time it was time for the Heavenly Tao Old Man to be punished to face the wall and think about it. He might have been released, or he might have succeeded in practicing, so he did not continue to write on the wall. What else is missing? Xianxia was puzzled. Avatars were common, but most of them could only be used by high-level martial artists. For example, divine martial realm or even half-saint realm martial artists. They would usually cultivate one or more avatars, but that wasn't a martial skill. The heavenly Tao old man, on the other hand, used a martial skill to split up an external avatar for a short period of time. This external avatar quickly disappeared, and it was not a true avatar. This external avatar could not be achieved by circulating yuan qi, but required another method to activate it. As Xianxia thought about it, he suddenly slapped his forehead and said in surprise, "Seal! That's right. I can activate my avatar by forming a seal. Isn't the Thunder King seal just such a method?" Thinking of this, Xianxia's heart pounded wildly. He had a bold idea. He wanted to create the 7th seal of the Thunder King seal. Just do it. Xianxia immediately recalled everything about the Thunder King seal in his mind, and combined it with theoretical starting point of the Heavenly Tao Old Man's strange avatar technique. One was the arrogant Heavenly Thunder Martial King, and the other was the arrogant Heavenly Tao Old Man. Xianxia had gathered 2 types of inspiration for the 2 of them. He took out a pen and paper, wrote and drew on the paper, continuously overturned the incantation he had created, and constantly thought of new ways. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia was imprisoned here. It was already the 6th day. On this day, Xianxia finally let out a long sigh of relief. Looking at the dense writing on the paper and the pile of paper lying on the ground, his heart was a little uncertain. I wonder if this set of incantations written by me will be able to take shape. This martial skill was created by the 3 of them, but the most difficult part was still Xianxia. The reason for that was because the 2 of them were only irresponsibly proposing inspiration, and Xianxia was trying to realize their inspiration. Thus Xianxia stood up. His hands began to pinch out strange shapes, and he began to clash, collude, entangle, struggle, pull, and make even more strange movements. As a result, he felt a strange power slowly taking shape in his body. It really works. Xianxia was delighted, but because of this distraction, he failed again. Again! He did not tire of it, trying again and again, forming seals for 2 days and 2 nights in a row, constantly improving and perfecting. It was the 8th day of his imprisonment when Xianxia's hands formed a complete set of hand seals. He felt a shadow flash in the corner of his eyes. Another slowly swaying Xianxia came out from Xianxia's main body with a whoosh. This Xianxia avatar was almost identical to Xianxia, but it was a little drifting, like a person in a painting, not as real as a living person. Xianxia looked at his avatar and sucked in a breath of cold air. He could actually sense the world through his avatar's eyes, ears, and even his entire body. However, in such a shocked manner, the avatar quickly disappeared. I really succeeded. Xianxia excitedly patted his thigh. Again! Using martial skills to create an avatar had already succeeded, but to maintain the avatar, one needed to focus on 2 things. This dual-purpose skill was not something that could be cultivated with just hard work. What was needed was sufficient talent. Xianxia named the new martial skill Thunder King, Clone Seal. According to the assumption given by the Heavenly Tao Old Man, the avatar seal could split up into at most 7 external avatars. Of course, each additional avatar would be more difficult and would require more yuan qi support. At present, Xianxia's yuan qi content could only be divided into 1 avatar. At this moment, it was Xianxia's 100th attempt to split up his avatar. An avatar could only last for about 10 seconds at most. Through constant cultivation, Xianxia managed to last for the most complete 10 seconds. Thus, Xianxia stared at the entrance of the cave in front of him. He quickly formed a seal with both of his hands and shouted, "Thunder King, Avatar Seal." Swoosh, an avatar of Xianxia moved out from the main body horizontally. "Azure Dragon, go out to sea," Xianxia shouted. He saw the clone rushing forward with a loud boom, holding a huge saber in its hand. Indeed, avatars can use martial skills. Xianxia laughed heartily. However, there was one more point. The yuan qi consumed by the Azure Dragon avatar was directly extracted from Xianxia's true body. Xianxia excitedly controlled his avatar to do all sorts of movements. The price to match was the rapid loss of yuan qi in his body. A ruthless one. Xianxia loosened his grip and dissipated the clone that had lasted for 7 seconds. Then, he continued to form seals and formed a new clone. Immediately after, he and his avatar simultaneously slashed out a blade light towards the sky outside. 2 rays of saber light soared into the sky and floated outside the mountain wall. Again, Xianxia chopped again, keeping in sync with his avatar. At the expense of consuming twice his yuan qi, he chopped out 2 saber lights at the same time. When Xianxia struck out with the 5th blade, his avatar also struck out with the 5th blade. 10 blade lights condensed into a gigantic blade light that was 20 meters long in the sky. Jing Long Yao Ri Ha! Xianxia was panting heavily as he leaned against the mountain wall. His eyes filled with incomparable excitement. With an avatar, one of the most troublesome problems for Jing Long Yao Ri had been solved. Xianxia could use this move even faster. No, there should be more powerful uses. Xianxia suddenly thought of an inspiration, which made his heart skip a beat. Ah, Sun God Technique. If I use my avatar to use Sun God Technique, then it will not be me who will suffer backlash, but my avatar. Haha! Apart from being excited, Xianxia didn't care how tired his body was, and immediately condensed a new avatar. Under Xianxia's control, the avatar suddenly raised its right hand and a fierce beam of sunlight fell from the sky, smashing directly onto the avatar's body. Seeing this scene, Xianxia opened his mouth wide in surprise. His avatar could also use the Sun God Technique. Let's go! Xianxia shouted loudly. The avatar was shrouded in intense sunlight and began to hack and jump. It even used the power of the sun to send the strongest azure dragon out to sea. Ah! Something's wrong. But then, Xianxia realized that the situation was not simple. Although his avatar was using the power of the sun, he gradually felt the pain of being devoured by the backlash. However, the pain was very slight, much lighter than usual. Could it be that my avatar will suffer the same damage? But only half of it. Xianxia frowned and thought, and decided that it was probably like this. There was a constant connection between the avatar and the true body. The yuan qi used by the avatar consumed the yuan qi within the true body. If the avatar was injured, half of the damage would be returned to Xianxia's true body. But this was already heaven-defying. If Xianxia had grasped the avatar imprint when he was in the Qingshui forest, the lethal backlash he had suffered that time would not have been fatal. He only needed to slowly circulate his cultivation to dissolve it. Heh! What if I used the Sun God Technique together? Xianxia dispersed his avatar and condensed a new avatar. His arms began to tremble with excitement and he immediately raised his left hand. Rumble! 2 beams of sunlight fell, enveloping their true bodies and avatars. Charge! The 2 Xianxian simultaneously used the Azure Dragon to go out to sea, while the 2 Flame Xianxian charged out at the same time. This move had consumed twice as much yuan qi as Xianxia's. Xianxia suddenly had a fantasy. At the final moment of the charge, he and his avatar suddenly fused in the same direction. The 2 Xianxian and the 2 Azure Dragons went out to sea and merged. When the last move of the drawing blade slash was released, a 20-meter daylight saber light soared into the sky. So strong! Xianxia's eyes widened as he sat down excitedly. Without the need for dragon-shocking sunshine, he would be able to release a 10-meter-long drawing blade slash. What kind of concept was this? One had to know that the blade radiance of the drawing saber slash was even more formidable than the dragon-shocking sunshine. I'm rich. I'm really rich this time. Xianxia laughed heartily. When the 2 Azure Dragons went out to sea together, their power wasn't just doubled, it was nearly quadrupled. Whoosh, whoosh, what? However, this yuan qi consumption is too frightening. Xianxia gasped for breath fiercely. Apart from being excited, he also realized the flaws of the avatar imprint. However, how could there be a perfect good thing in this world? Even though he had consumed more yuan qi, he had managed to obtain an even more powerful explosion in an instant. No, I have to recover. I can't even lift my fingers. He slowly climbed onto the stone bed and lay on it to calm his excitement. He didn't eat or sleep for 8 consecutive days and 9 nights, coupled with his highly intense brain power and exhaustion of yuan qi, he had already fallen into a state of extreme exhaustion. He had just laid down and fell asleep. He fell asleep until he fell into a daze. After sleeping for an unknown amount of time, Xianxia was suddenly awakened. He opened his eyes and saw that the person in front of him was Su Kaiwe. "Master? Can I go out now?" Xianxia sat up in surprise. Su Kaiwe nodded. "Your heart is quite big, and you can still sleep. The people we sent out have already found out. With Luo Fei of the Northern Border Defense City vouching for you, you are free." Xianxia excitedly told Su Kaiwe about this method of incarnation. Su Kaiwe smiled and said, "Very good. This way, you can reduce the probability of backlash of the Sun God skill. However, if you can't train as a master, you just have to work harder yourself." That's right. The Lightning King Seal was created based on the heavenly grade Lightning Meridian's attribute. Not to mention Su Kaiwe, even if she did have the Lightning Meridian's attribute, as long as her lightning strike talent wasn't as high as the heavenly grade, it wouldn't work. Su Kaiwe left Nameless Peak with Xianxia. Halfway through, she said, "There are only 5 days left before the examination. Prepare yourself. Disciple understands." Xianxia nodded. He had Su Kaiwe put him on Fortune Peak, so he immediately ran to the pill room area to rent a pill furnace. Loaning pill furnaces also required credits, 1 point per day. At this time, Xianxia had 250 points. He didn't care about this little expense and directly rented it for 3 days. However, all the disciples they saw along the way were far away, pointing at Xianxia. "Look, that's Xianxia. He's the one who got the heavenly devil cult's demonic woman. What a ruthless person. Even the heavenly devil cult's demonic woman dares to seduce him. He is indeed a real man. Ha! Then isn't he our Howren Peaks, heaven-ranked little white face?" After renting the pill furnace, Xianxia hurriedly left. Originally, he didn't intend to pay attention to the gossip, but after hearing this, he couldn't help it. "Who do you think is a pretty boy?" Xianxia frowned and looked at the Zhaohua Peak disciple. The disciple hurriedly said, "Nothing, nothing." Xianxia gritted his teeth and turned to leave. However, after leaving Zhaohua Peak, the situation did not improve in the slightest. Almost every sect martial brother he met would pretend not to pay attention to Xianxia, but in fact, they had been secretly watching. Right at this moment, a handsome figure suddenly descended and hugged Xianxia's shoulder. "All right, Xianxia, quickly tell senior brother, how did you get the heavenly demon cult's demonic woman? How formidable! Senior brother Yun Fan, why are you mocking me?" Xianxia smiled bitterly. Jiang Yunfan laughed and patted Xianxia on the shoulder. "What's wrong? It's only natural for men to love women. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Besides, you didn't accept the betrothal gift from that demonic woman." Xianxia shook his head. "Didn't you notice that the way those junior brothers looked at me was different? Don't worry about them." Jiang Yunfan said carelessly, "They are just jealous. You can even deal with the heavenly demon cult's demonic woman. How prestigious is that? The male disciples are all envious of you. The female disciples are full of curiosity about you. This is a good thing. In any case, you won't lose a piece of meat. You're famous again." Xianxia was really famous this time. On the one hand, it was because of the demonic woman, and on the other hand, it was because of the title of number 1 on the Eagle rankings. The Hawk rankings had never lacked a first-place team, but there was only one member in a team. This was unprecedented. It had never happened in the entire history of the Howren sect. Xianxia stopped messing around. "I'm serious." Yunfan Chang whispered in Xiangxia's ear, "How to catch a woman's heart? Teach your teacher, brother." "What?" Xianxia chuckled. "Are you going to use it against senior sister Mu Sweki?" Cough. This is what I said. Jiang Yunfan's face turned red and he said, This, you can't say that. Then what? I have to leave first." Looking at Jiang Yunfan's departing figure, Xianxia couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Even a forthright man like senior brother Yunfan would feel embarrassed when mentioning his beloved woman. He was truly a hero who felt sorry for the beauty. Thinking of the words, beloved woman, the smile on Xiang Nan's face suddenly disappeared. Body refinement, especially the ability to resist lightning, was a secret. Xiang Nan definitely did not dare to carry out it in the Nature's Nature sect, so as not to overlook others. The Hao Ran mountain range was a mountain that plunged into Hao Tian City. One stretched to the east of Hao Tian City, and the farthest point was the East China Sea. It was named after the Hao Ran sect. Xiang Nan entered the 100,000 mountains of the vast Hao Ran mountain range by himself and walked all the way to an extremely far-reaching uninhabited land. It was rumored that the Haoran mountain range was still a ferocious land filled with demonic beasts, and its dangers were several levels higher than those of the primordial swamp. After that, the Haoran sect was located here, suppressing the entire Haoran mountain range. For thousands of years, the great demons in the Haoran mountain range had gradually dispersed, leaving behind little demonic beasts that were not worth mentioning. However, it was said that there were still some unborn demonic beasts hiding in the Haoran mountain range cultivating bitterly, but they didn't dare to appear because they were afraid of the awe of the Haoran sect. Xiang Nan found a quiet place and put down the rented pill furnace. Then he took out dozens of spirit herbs, Qingling San, and earth desolate wood. I hope I can succeed once. Xiang Nan took a deep breath and jumped into the pill furnace. He only had one earth desolate tree, and he couldn't do it again if he failed once. Fortunately, Xiang Nan already had experience in body refinement. This time, he was able to do it safely and successfully. After finishing his body refinement, Xiang Nan discovered that his physical strength had increased by another level. After that, he carefully took out the lightning talisman and threw it into the air. The lightning talisman immediately flashed with lightning. I wonder when I will be able to absorb the lightning talisman into my body. I hope that day will come soon. Xiang Nan sat down cross-legged, secretly circulating the 9 transformations of thunder, pulling out a fierce arc of lightning, and then inserting it into his body. This was the 3rd time Xiang Nan had truly absorbed the power of the white flame lightning flame. Its strength was nearly 10 times that of the previous time, and it could reach about 1% of the power of the white flame lightning flame. And that terrifying and shocking thunder and lightning force rampaged through Xiang Nan's body, forcing Xiang Nan's face to turn pale. He endured the pain and gritted his teeth as he continued. Very quickly, that arc of lightning suddenly expanded and turned into a huge ball of lightning that wrapped around Xiang Nan's entire body. His realm began to loosen. Early stage, middle stage, late stage, and late stage of the first stage of origin return. Early stage, middle stage, late stage, and late stage of the second stage of origin return. Xiang Nan gritted his teeth. At this moment, signs of decomposition appeared on his body again. He was almost unable to withstand the tearing power of the lightning. No, the second level of origin return is simply not enough. I have endured so much hardship, and it took me a lot of effort to gather all the ingredients to refine my body. I can't just raise my cultivation by a small level. Again, continue. Xiang Nan roared, and the blood in his entire body began to boil. If it wasn't for the fact that the 9 transformations of thundershocking were too complicated, he would have really wanted to get an avatar out and share half of the pain with himself. That unimaginable pain gave Xiang Nan the feeling that he could not survive and could not die. He wished that he could immediately cut off his own life. At this time, his realm loosened again, and he reached the late stage of the second great origin reversion, 3rd level of origin return. Boom! Xiang Nan suddenly opened his eyes and threw the remaining lightning power in his body into the sky with his lightning trembled martial technique. Immediately after, fist after fist, a total of 16 fists flew out. 16 fan-shaped bolts of lightning shot through the sky before the excess lightning power was evacuated. As for his body, he also retained a portion of the power of lightning for a rainy day. Strength! Strength! Xiang Nan raised his head. There was a roaring and surging power in his body, making him want to vent it. He kicked the ground with his right foot and exploded into the air with a loud boom. This jump was actually 50 meters away. He looked at his hands, his new realm, his new avatar imprint, and the newly filled power of lightning. This made him confident in the next examination. 12 Sex Joint Examination. Xianxia clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. I must make everyone look at me differently. I, Xianxia, have my own true strength. I don't have to rely on a heavenly demon cult demonic woman to increase my popularity. Why are you cursing me when you haven't seen me for a day? Suddenly, a voice of dissatisfaction came from the side. Xianxia hurriedly turned around and saw that the dream butterfly was not far away in the air, tilting her head to look at herself. You actually dare to come? Xianxia was stunned and asked, do you know that this is the back mountain of the Howren sect? Are you here to die? The dream butterfly giggled. You said that you don't care about me. The first thing you said was not to kill me, but to care about me. Xianxia said angrily, don't talk nonsense. You've hurt me. Because of you, I almost got expelled from the sect. I beg you, hurry up and leave. Xianxia had no way to deal with this dream butterfly. He couldn't beat it again and again, so he couldn't drive it away. He really didn't know what to do. The dream butterfly tilted her head and frowned. I like you so much, but why do you hate me so much? Am I not pretty enough? Because you have no humanity. You killed so many people for no reason, Xianxia said. You didn't even blink an eye. Meng Dieki said, whether I kill or not has nothing to do with whether you like me or not. I won't kill you. Xianxia sneered. You just have to kill people regardless of the consequences. Do you know that the people you killed are likely to have white-haired mothers and babies waiting for him to raise them at home? Do you know what it feels like to lose a child? If there is hatred between you two, then forget it. But if you don't know them at all, you can kill them. There must be a reason to kill, right? Meng Dai said impatiently, you righteous Taoists are thinking too much. Kill them and don't care what they do. What does it have to do with me? Yes. Xianxia nodded. So we won't be on the same path, and I won't fall in love with a witch like you who kills people without blinking an eye. You go, no matter what method you use, I won't fall in love with you. I won't leave. What exactly do you like about me? We've only known each other for a few days. Like is like. What reason do you need to ask? Meng Dai thought for a moment and said, since you don't like me like this, then I will make myself your type. One day you will accept me. With that, the dream butterfly fluttered away. As soon as dream butterfly left, Xianxia also left. To tell the truth, Xianxia did not take her words to heart. This kind of evil cult's demonic woman always thought about it one day at a time. She liked him now, and perhaps she would like others in a few days. It was like she liked a toy. There would always be times when she would get tired of it. The two of them couldn't be happy for long. This kind of impulsive love was just a joke. After returning to the Howren sect, everyone Xianxia had seen still looked at him with excessive attention, either ridicule or envy, but Xianxia didn't care. When Xianxia passed by the credit hall, a small group of Li Jian and the others also came out. Xianxia, congratulations! Li Jian ran over and said, your sons have really become #1 on the Hawks rankings. Xianxia smiled and said, it was just a fluke. I only received a few good missions. Li Jian said, but you have to be careful. I saw that Murong Wanqing and Xin Linhai's team have also caught up. Today, they have also entered the top 10 of the Eagle rankings. Oh! Xianxia's eyes lit up. Looks like they are also working very hard. Haha, #1 on the Eagle rankings. Xianxia, it's you, right? At this time, a team walked out of the credit hall. Xianxia didn't know the captain of the team, so he said, may I ask who you are? The captain was tall and straight, with sharp eyebrows and tiger eyes. He possessed a temperament that only large clans possessed. He was a typical handsome man loved by countless young girls. The moment this person came out, it caused the female disciples to scream. Wow, look! It's senior brother Jiang Cheng. It really is senior brother Jiang Cheng. I heard that senior brother Jiang Cheng is the godbrother that senior sister Mu Sweki recognized. That's right. Senior brother Jiang Cheng is the strongest. Then what does Xianxia count as? He only managed to surpass senior brother Jiang Cheng's team by taking a few easy missions. That's right. Senior brother Jiang Cheng will definitely regain the first place. Then Xianxia won't be rampant for long. Xiang Nan was stunned when he heard their screams. Since when have people been so arrogant? However, listening to their cries, Xiang Nan knew the identity of the man in front of him. It turned out that Jiang Chengqing was the captain of the first team on the Eagle rankings, and he was the one who pushed him down. I shouldn't have to introduce myself, right? Jiang Cheng smiled faintly at Xiang Nan. I've heard of you. After knowing that you've come to the Haoran sect, you've done a few things that have quite an impact. You are the one who defeated our second-grade academy, Li Hai. You are also the one who won the first place on the Eagle rankings, right? Hearing this person's tone, Xiang Nan couldn't help but frown. Originally, he and Jiang Cheng didn't know each other, but this was the first time he had met Jiang Cheng, yet he had used such a questioning tone to ask him. Moreover, his aura was still so aggressive. Jiang Cheng added, "You said so yourself. You were able to climb to the first place because of good luck, but you have to know that luck doesn't always exist." After saying that, Jiang Cheng looked at Xiang Nan head-on and walked over. The other 4 teammates beside Jiang Cheng also stared at Xiang Nan and brushed past him. There was even a short fellow who deliberately knocked Xiang Nan on the shoulder. After they left, Li Jian curled his lips and said, "Who is it?" "Xiang Nan, don't be like them." Xiang Nan didn't take it to heart and said, "There are still 4 days left before the special college entrance examination. Li Jian, prepare well and strive to enter the second-grade academy." Li Jian shrugged his shoulders. "I know very well that it is impossible, but I will work hard." "Yes." Xiang Nan patted Li Jian on the shoulder and said, "All right, I'll go back first. I'll see you in the special hospital exam." After parting ways with Li Jian, Xiang Nan recalled Jiang Cheng's strength. This Jiang Cheng was indeed very strong. He was at the 5th level of origin return. He didn't know if he was the #1 expert, but he was definitely an expert in the first echelon. After returning to Sun Peak, Xiang Nan began to prepare for the final stage. Now that he had reached the 3rd level of origin return, the Sun God technique and the Avatar Seal might be able to take another step forward. The Avatar Seal could split up to 7 external avatars. Right now, Xiang Nan only grasped the 1st level and could only split 1 avatar. He sat beside the pond water behind Sun Hall, his hands continuously forming seals, trying to raise the clone seal's level again and again. However, no matter how hard Xiang Nan tried, he couldn't differentiate a second avatar. After failing for 3 hours, Xiang Nan rubbed his temples and said, "It's a little tricky. The 2nd level of the Avatar Seal wasn't too difficult." Xiang Nan knew that as long as he practiced hard, he would be able to master it. But the most important thing was that he needed to focus on 3 things in order to separate out the second avatar. It's like having one hand draw a circle on the ground, the other hand draw a triangle, and one foot draw a rectangle, and it's done at the same time. It was so difficult to create 3 simple symbols with 1 mind and 3 uses. Not to mention, it was necessary to circulate complex incantations to maintain the existence of the avatar and possess combat ability. How should I solve this? Xiang Nan thought hard and couldn't find a way out. Forget it. Let's practice the Sun God technique first. We'll think of a way to cultivate a second avatar later. Xiang Nan had already memorized the Sun God technique, so he didn't need to prepare for it in advance. The Sun Divine Art was divided into 3 stages: the Earth Yang 3rd layer, the Heaven Yang 3rd layer, and the Blazing Sun 3rd layer. The 3rd level of Earth Yang could be used to temper the sun, borrowing the power of the sun. The 3rd level of Heaven Yang could condense a real phantom of the sun, and the 3rd level of Intense Sun could compare itself to the sun, releasing infinite brilliance. The Earth Yang 2nd layer that Xiang Nan wanted to train was still in the 1st stage, but it could greatly increase the power of the sun quenching and increase his combat strength by an unprecedented amount. Xiang Nan sat down cross-legged, using the method of guiding light to draw down a gentle beam of sunlight, enveloping himself. He discovered that before today, there was a limit to what he could do to attract light. If he wanted to attract more sunlight, he would not be able to do so. However, this time he discovered that there was a new gap in the light guide. Sure enough, raising my cultivation realm will allow me to cultivate a stronger Sun God technique. Xiang Nan's heart skipped a beat as he tried his best to break through the restriction of the Earth Yang 1st layer. Then, The beam of sunlight that shone on him began to widen at a slow speed. At the first level of the Earth-Yang realm, regardless of whether it was the light source or the sun quenching, the sunlight was only 2 meters in diameter, and it had almost just enveloped Xiangnan. But at this moment, the diameter of the daylight began to increase, slowly increasing to 2.1 meters, 2.2 meters. Xiangnan practiced all day and night, finally increasing the daylight to a width of 3 meters. However, it seemed that this was still not the limit. Xiangnan was extremely tired from cultivating day and night. He simply lay in the pool water and fell asleep. After waking up, he continued cultivating. However, the further he cultivated, the more difficult it would be. In the following day and night, he could only increase the width of the sun to 3.2 meters. His progress was very slow. Continue sleeping, replenish your spirit, and then cultivate again. In the next 2 days and nights, Xiangnan increased the width of the daylight to 3.5 meters. Although it still hadn't reached its limit, Xiangnan had roughly guessed the limit of the Earth-Yang second layer. If you cultivate the Earth-Yang second layer to perfection, you can increase the width of the light drawing and sun tempering to a full 4 meters. Xiangnan saw that there were still 2 hours before dawn, so he hurriedly took a rest. After dawn, he woke up on time. Today was the day of the examination in the special hospital. Before leaving Sun Peak, Xiangnan was ruthless and came to temper the sun. In the sky, a fierce beam of sunlight landed on Xiangnan's body. The sunlight was exactly 3.5 meters wide. This power is too shocking. Xiangnan bent down and clenched his fists forcefully. Under the intense quenching of the sun, his black hair turned white and his eyes shone like 2 sunstones. Waves of qi surged around Xiangnan and raged in all directions. Luminescence wouldn't trigger a backlash, but the sun-tempering society. Xiangnan didn't dare to continue quenching the sun and hurriedly put it away. Xiangnan was incomparably excited. The power of the sun at the first level of the Earth-Yang realm was different from that at the second level of the Earth-Yang realm. If he encountered the 8-step scorpion again, he should be able to shatter it in an instant. Xiangnan was full of confidence as he walked down Sun Peak. However, at the waist of Sun Peak, he saw a beautiful woman. "Is that Xiangnan?" The woman put her hands behind her back and smiled sweetly at Xiangnan. "Who are you?" Xiangnan was curious. He had never seen this person before, but his first impression of this woman was quite good. The woman looked like a scholar, and she looked very gentle and sensible. "My name is Yang Liener. I'm your senior sister from your second-grade academy." Yang Liener walked over to Xiang and step by step with her hands behind her back and stretched out her right hand. In her palm was a small porcelain bottle. "So it's senior sister Yang. Why are you looking for me?" Xiangnan was puzzled. Yang Liener smiled sweetly. "I admire your character very much. I want to make friends with you. This is a Tier 2 Foundation establishment pill. It can be considered as a greeting gift for you." Xiangnan was puzzled. "Senior Sister Yang is waiting for me here, specifically to give me medicinal pills? I can't take it without reward." Yang Liener shoved the porcelain bottle into Xiangnan's hand and gently shook her hand. "Goodbye." Xiangnan was confused and pulled out the cork of the porcelain bottle. Instantly, a fragrance floated out. It was indeed a Foundation establishment pill of good quality. However, if he wanted to speak again, Yang Liener had already floated away. All right, it's not a bad thing for someone to be willing to make friends with him when his reputation is in disrepute. Xiangnan's favorable impression of Yang Liener increased a little. The Foundation establishment pill was a kind of pill that could stabilize the foundation of martial arts. Normally, a martial artist would be able to stabilize the foundation of martial arts after they had just upgraded their cultivation realm. Xiangnan smiled, put away the porcelain bottle and hurried down the mountain. In the special college examination, all first-grade students were qualified to participate. At this moment, the students from the 3 academies followed their mentors to the outer building of Howran Palace. The 3,000 students sat down neatly. The 5 peak masters, Elder Shi Beihong, and all the teachers of the first-grade academy had arrived. It was still these people, the room where the factions were divided. Elder Shi Beihong stood out and said, "Half a year ago, I was here to welcome you new students. Today is the time to test your personal abilities. Xianxia raised his head and looked at his master. Su Kaiwe seemed to be nurturing herself with her eyes closed. As for the other 4 peak masters, they were all extremely proud. Obviously, they were very confident in their disciples. Sunset, come on, fight for first place, Wu Qingfeng from the sword sect said with a smile. Master, don't worry. This disciple will definitely fight for it. Murong Wanqing nodded her head forcefully, her eyes subconsciously drifting towards Xianxia. All right. Elder Shi Beihong clapped his hands and attracted everyone's attention. Everyone should have heard that the 12-sect joint examination is imminent, so our special academy examination should be simple. This time, there are 2 parts to the examination, the written examination and the martial examination. Let's begin the written examination, Elder Shi Beihong said. Next, I will do a basic martial skill drill. As he spoke, Elder Shi Beihong pointed forward with his right hand, and a beam of yuan qi immediately shot out. However, halfway through, it suddenly exploded and turned into a beautiful snow lotus flower. The students couldn't help but laugh. What kind of martial skill was this? It was just using yuan qi to play tricks. A student said proudly, Elder, this move of yours looks down on us too much. If you want to learn this move, I won't brag. I can learn it in 10 minutes. Yuan qi transforming into snow lotus flowers was a type of yuan qi manipulation. Whether it was the circulation of yuan qi in the meridians or the manipulation after yuan qi was released, it was very basic. The disciple who spoke happened to be a disciple of the Qi sect. He was confident in controlling this playful yuan qi, which was why he dared to say those words. Is that so? Elder Shi asked with a smile. The disciple said, Of course. Please tell us the incantation, Elder. This disciple was pleased with himself and thought to himself, I said that 10 minutes is a modest statement. If I work hard, 9 minutes should be enough. It wasn't just him, the other disciples also felt the same way. They always felt that this written examination was simply a child's play. However, Elder Shi smiled and said, I didn't tell you to learn this move. Instead, I told you to write down the incantation of this move for 2 hours. What? All of a sudden, the scene exploded. All of the previously confident disciples were dumbfounded as if they had seen a ghost. The disciple who spoke earlier was shocked and said, Elder, have you ever told us the incantation? This. Elder Shi looked at the disciple and said, The written exam examines martial arts theory. If I tell you the incantation, what else would I test? That's why. Xianxia smiled faintly. It's broken. All of a sudden, many disciples scratched their ears and cheeks, sweating profusely. I'll give you a simple move so that you can write out the incantation of this move just by looking at it with your eyes. The person taking the entrance exam is really the foundation of martial arts theory. With such a simple first-round written test, almost 90% of the students were blocked from entering the second-grade academy. Who among these students would always run to Howran Academy to take classes seriously? Everyone was busy doing tasks and cultivating. Who would have thought that this was the kind of thing that the special academy would take the exam for? When most of the disciples had expressions of despair on their faces, Xianxia had already taken out a pen and paper and started writing. However, the disciple was still a little unconvinced. He said, I don't believe it. Could it be that the senior brothers of the second-grade academy have all taken the exam before? We simply don't have enough time to study. Elder Shi said, Naturally, they did not pass the exam. This written exam is specially prepared for you. Do you think it is very difficult? If it is not difficult, how can it be said to be a special school exam? How could they admit 10 outstanding students? The disciple simply put down his pen and paper and said, I can't write it out. I'd better wait for the formal examination before entering the second-grade academy. Looking at the Qi sect's Zhengyang Peak advocating high yuan, he glared at the disciple with hatred and said, Shut up! Isn't it embarrassing enough? The disciple's neck shrank, and he no longer dared to speak. Elder Shi Beihong ignored the talkative disciple and focused his gaze on Xianxia. When he saw that it didn't matter, his gaze immediately froze. The other disciples were all meditating, but Xiangnan had already written an entire incantation. Ha! Elder Shi Beihong quickly walked to Xiangnan's side. He thought that Xiangnan was only interested in speed and writing nonsense. However, after seeing Xiangnan's specific incantation, Elder Shi stroked his beard and smiled. He nodded repeatedly. Children can be taught. Elder, I'm done. Xiangnan brushed off the last stroke and presented a simple incantation paragraph and a half. What? All the disciples were shocked at the same time. This was less than 5 minutes from the beginning. Finished? Murong Wanqing and the other 5 descendants of aristocratic families were also writing. It seemed that they did not neglect their studies, but even if they were as strong as Murong Wanqing, they had only just started writing. They had only written a few simple words. Thus, Murong Wanqing and the others looked at Xiangnan with incredulous eyes. You've written it? But, can you practice it? Elder Shi Beihong asked. Hearing this, everyone was in despair. Obviously, Xiangnan's incantation was correct. Sure. Xiangnan respectfully nodded his head, stood up, and pointed out in front of the crowd. A stream of yuan qi flew out. Although the speed and intensity of this yuan qi was far from being comparable to Elder Shi's, it had indeed condensed into a snow lotus flower halfway through. Furthermore, it was intact and horrifying. Not even a single petal was incomplete. Ha 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 ha. Good, good, good. Elder Shi rarely laughed out loud. Truly a genius without doubt. Xiangnan, you've passed. Go to your master's place and wait for the next step. The other 4 peak masters looked at Su Kaiwei with envious eyes. They thought to themselves, why didn't Nan choose their own faction back then? What a pity. Xiangnan respectfully came to Su Tsayu's side and whispered, Master, how did I do? What? Su Kaiwei raised her eyelids slightly and said, You are my disciple. Aren't you supposed to be the first? All right. Xiangnan laughed dryly and was struck down by his master again. However, he was already used to it. Xiangnan went to look at Murong Wanqing and the other 5 and noticed that Murong Wanqing had already finished writing her first incantation. So she nodded silently. Xiangnan truly admired Murong Wanqing for being able to finish it quickly because of his accumulation in his previous life, and for Murong Wanqing to not let go of her martial arts theory in the gap between missions. As for Shenlinhai, Jiangyu, and the others, they also began to write, which meant that they already had a rudimentary incantation in their hearts. As time passed, Murong Wanqing finished writing the incantation and practiced it on the spot in just an hour. Her performance was perfect. As for Shenlinhai and the others, they had completed it one after another, and the difference between them was not more than 10 minutes. After the 2-hour deadline had passed, the number of disciples who were able to write the incantation far exceeded Xiangnan's expectations. In total, more than 400 people were able to write the incantation. However, out of these 400 people, there were actually more than 290 disciples from Zhaohua Peak. The Fortune Peak disciples' martial arts talent wasn't too good, so they put more effort into their studies. Half of the other 100 people were from the Qi sect, and the rest were divided among the other factions. Time's up. Elder Shi clapped his hands and said, The eliminated students can go back. The winning disciples can stay. The defeated disciples shook their heads and sighed as they left. It was unknown what they were feeling. Next is the martial examination. Elder Shi said, Most of the time, the competition rules chosen in the martial examination are arena competitions, but arena competitions have certain limitations. Although the arena competition could consider the strength of a disciple, luck also played a large part. If the first expert and the second expert happened to be in the same group, then the second expert would be eliminated if he failed. This situation was obviously unfair. Since it was the entrance exam, he naturally had to pick out the students with the most potential, not the ones with the most luck. Elder Shi said, Therefore, the rule of the martial examination is to release your own martial arts on the spot and win the top 10. The Fortune Peak will be able to recruit 2 disciples on its own. It is not comparable to the disciples of other sections. All of a sudden, many disciples released their Yuan Qi one after another. In that field, the Third Revolution Astral Qi, Xiantian Astral Qi, and Primordial Astral Qi surged endlessly. You win. Elder Shi walked through the crowd of disciples, continuously pointing out disciples. The first to win was Murong Wanqing, followed by Xin Linhai and the others. They all advanced without any surprise. After Elder Shi selected the 9th disciple, he glanced at Xiangnan, because up until now, Xiangnan hadn't made a move. The sun god technique was different from other techniques and could not be operated for a long time. Seeing that the time was almost right, Xiangnan released his own technique. Immediately, a beam of sunlight 2 meters wide landed on Xiangnan's body. He concealed his true strength. At this moment, all the disciples present were stunned and turned to Xiangnan one by one. Oh! Peak Master Wu Qingfeng stood up and said, Xiangnan has indeed learned the sun god technique. The last disciple to win is Sun Peak, Xiangnan. Shi Beihong pointed at Xiangnan. I'm not convinced. A disciple stepped forward and said, Everyone knows that the early stage of the sun god technique is incomparably formidable, but there is no late stage of this technique. It is impossible to complete it. Using this kind of cultivation technique is a speculation. Is that so? Su Kaiwei opened her eyes and looked at the disciple. Otherwise, why don't you come to Sun Peak and try your luck? The student didn't expect a peak master to suddenly speak, and he was so scared that he didn't dare to say anything. Kaiwei is still so angry. Zhang Haiyuan shook his head helplessly. When everyone released their yuan qi, Xiangnan paid special attention to Murong Wanqing. Murong Wanqing could be said to be a monster. She had just advanced to the 3rd level of the Origin Return Realm a while ago, but now she was already at the late stage of the 3rd level of the Origin Return Realm. Perhaps she would become an expert at the 4th level of the Origin Return Realm when the 12 sects took the joint examination. Furthermore, Xiangnan noticed a detail. Murong Wanqing, like him, did not display her full strength. Instead, she hid part of it. Xiangnan played a little trick. Lightning flashed in his eyes and he went to spy on Murong Wanqing's spiritual sea. However, when he saw this, he was incomparably shocked. Within Murong Wanqing's spiritual sea, there was actually a ball of blazing flames. Spirit fire. Xiangnan's heart trembled slightly. This Murong Wanqing was truly an incredible woman. Between heaven and earth, all living things gave birth to a variety of super-spirit body elements that did not belong to nature itself. Divine lightning could be considered a super-spirit body element, and could be regarded as a lightning element. Apart from the divine lightning, there were also fire-type spirit flames, wood-type spirit wood, water-type ice souls, earth-type golden spirits, and wind-type wind spirit cores. These super-spirit body elements also had their own rankings. For example, the flexible rankings had powerful void flames, earth fiend demon fire, ice spirit clear fire, and so on. Of course, in the rankings of these super-spiritual bodies, the one that occupied the highest position was the divine lightning. What Xiangnan did not expect was that Murong Wanqing had secretly absorbed a spiritual flame to cultivate. Although the spiritual fire was not found on the rankings, it should be of a very low level. If I had absorbed the lightning at the bottom of the divine lightning rankings from the beginning, I would have been able to completely absorb it now, right? Xiangnan sighed, but there was nothing he could do. Baiyan lightning was ranked 17th on the divine lightning rankings. The power of this divine lightning was simply too strong, and it could not be completely absorbed at present. However, if one wanted to find a divine lightning of a lower level, there was nowhere to be found. Xiangnan could only secretly envy Murong Wanqing's good luck. In this way, even if the entire examination ended, the original rule was that 10 students would be promoted. In fact, with the addition of the 2 Fortune Peak disciples who were exceptionally admitted, there were a total of 12 people, and among them, Li Jian was actually one of them. Xiangnan. Li Jian ran over excitedly and grabbed Xiangnan's arm, saying, I've also advanced. Haha. I'm going to enter the 2nd grade academy too. Congratulations. Xiangnan sincerely congratulated him and said, Your character is kind and you are willing to work hard. I know that you will definitely be able to do it. All right. Shi Beihong clapped his hands and said, The special college examination has ended. The main purpose of preparing for such a special examination this time is to allow students with the ability of a first-grade college to participate in the 12 joint examinations. The 12 of you were carefully selected. You must display your strengths in the 12th consecutive exam and fight for glory for our nature sect. The team of foreign patrol lecturers will leave soon. If the journey goes smoothly, there will be 12 joint examinations in 2 months. Everyone, please arrange a time and disband. When he left the outer building of Howran Palace, Murong Wanqing brushed past Xiang Nan and whispered, "I will definitely surpass you." Xiang Nan smiled and didn't say anything. Ever since the last battle with Li Hai, his relationship with the disciples of the 5 aristocratic families had become much more relaxed. At least, there wasn't any hostility between them anymore. After returning to Sun Peak, Xiang Nan took out the foundation establishment pill that Yang Liener had given him and swallowed it in one gulp. Then, he crossed his legs to refine the medicinal properties of the pill. That foundation establishment pill was indeed not bad. It calmed down the restless realm energy in Xiang Nan's body and slowly settled down. The foundation of martial arts gradually became solid. I wonder what realm Wang Xiaoyun is at now, Xiang Nan thought. When he left the Wulong continent, Wang Xiaoyun was at the 5th level of the origin realm. After that battle, Wang Xiaoyun would definitely cultivate even more crazily. Moreover, he was also a core disciple of the Blazing Fire sect and would definitely be nurtured vigorously. Even if it was a conservative estimate, Wang Xiaoyun should be at least at the 6th level of origin return, right? The difference between his and his realms was not small. Next was the 12 joint examinations. At that time, the strongest opponent that would appear would be at the 5th level of the origin return realm. It's stressful. Xiang Nan smoothed out the time. He still had 2 months left. During this period of time, he had to cultivate the Sun God technique to the peak of the Earth Yang Second Great Circle. At the same time, he had to solve the problem of the 2nd level of the Avatar Seal. Only by possessing 2 external avatars would one have the confidence to fight against experts at the 5th level of the origin realm. As for the recipe for stronger lightning resistance, it was at the higher levels of the Heavenly Secrets Hall. With Xiang Nan's current team level, he did not have the authority to view it. Only after obtaining good results in the 12 joint examinations would he be eligible to obtain it. Since he was unable to make a fuss in his cultivation realm, he still had to start with the clone imprint. But how can I do this with 1 mind and 3 uses? Xiang Nan thought hard for a long time before suddenly seeing the porcelain bottle in his hand. He patted his forehead and said, "Right, I can't do 3 things on my own, but perhaps I can use external forces to help. There are still many kinds of pills that can calm the mind and clear the heart. That's right. Let's go to Tianji Hall to look for them." The focus of the 3 uses was on concentrating one's mind. There was no room for distraction. With the help of pills, it would be much easier. Xiang Nan quickly arrived at the medicinal pill library of the Heavenly Secrets Hall. There were many types of pills that could calm the mind and clear the heart. The effects of these pills were similar, but there was still a specific gap. If they were not used correctly, the expected effects would not be achieved. Xiang Nan searched around and found a formula for the primary demon-suppressing pill. That's it. Xiang Nan's eyes lit up. When cultivating, martial artists would sometimes get into trouble because they were unable to comprehend an incantation. If they insisted on continuing cultivating, they would become enchanted. Even if he was lucky enough to survive the enchantment, if this martial artist continued to cultivate other martial arts, he would still get twice the result with half the effort, and his efficiency would be extremely low. This was because a martial artist had already planted a seed of the heart demon in their hearts, causing them to fear their hands and feet. The demon-suppressing pill was a pill that could solve this problem. It could expel martial artists and distracting thoughts from the Tao heart. The reason why it was difficult to concentrate on 3 uses was because of the inability to concentrate spiritual energy and too many distractions. If one used the demon-suppressing pill to solve these problems, it would simply be perfect. However, this elementary demon-suppressing pill was a 3rd-grade pill. Although it was only a formula, it was still worth 200 credits and was incomparably expensive. Xiang Nan gritted his teeth and exchanged the formula. There were only 50 credits left in his waste token. He decided to exchange the last 50 credits for a high-grade spirit pill furnace. This furnace could withstand the power of refining 4th-grade pills at most. Xianxia touched his waste token again, and it was empty. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had used up all the credits he had earned from risking his life. As for the demon-suppressing pill, there were many kinds of ingredients, including more than 20 kinds of spirit herbs. However, one of the ingredients made Xianxia's eyes shine. Qingling powder. The 3rd-grade demon-suppressing pill also required Qingling powder, and he had just 2 bottles. He had used one last time, and the remaining bottle could be used this time. Heavens help me! Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. At the very least, he didn't need to make another trip to the 100-beast cliff. Qingling powder was the most expensive and important ingredient in the demon-suppressing pill. Apart from Qingling powder and spirit herbs, there were 3 other ingredients that needed to be collected. Tears of demons. As the name implies, the tears of 20 demonic beasts are refined into crystals. There is no limit to the level of demonic beasts. Demon spirit grass. A kind of demon herb that is often produced in the land of the fall of a group of demons. It is not within the scope of spirit herbs and is bred from the resentment of countless demon beast souls. And finally, Qinxiang pills. Xianxia frowned. Tears of demons and demon spirit grass were easy to obtain. They were found in the Hao Ran mountain range. Back then, the Hao Ran mountain range had been suppressed by the Hao Ran sect, and countless demons had been killed. They would definitely be able to nurture demon spirit grass. But this Qinxiang pill Xianxia instantly felt a headache. Why did he need this kind of thing in the demon-suppressing pill? Qinxiang pill was easy to deal with, but it was really troublesome to deal with because it was something only a woman would swallow. After consuming the Qinxiang pill, the woman's body would emit a faint fragrance from the inside out. It was as refreshing as an orchid in an empty valley. This fragrance would persist for several months, and it was countless times more valuable than the powder that ordinary women applied. However, the ingredients to make the Qinxiang pill were all from the western regions. If one wanted to make it themselves, there was basically no hope unless one went to the western regions 1,000,000 kilometers away. What should we do? Xianxia was extremely depressed. In the end, he had no choice but to go to Zhengyang Peak to find Jiangyu. After Xianxia explained his intentions, Jiangyu covered her mouth and smiled for a long time. Xianxia rubbed his nose awkwardly and said, "Then what? Your Jiang family is one of the 5 aristocratic families in Donghai province. I wonder if there is such a thing." Xianxia, I can't tell you're a grown man. You're quite fond of beauty. Jiangyu's face turned red with laughter. Xianxia felt even more embarrassed. This is not for swallowing, but for other purposes. Jiangyu finally suppressed her laughter and said, "To be honest, our Jiang clan does not have such a thing. The Qinxiang pill is a tribute from the western regions. Only those famous ladies in Haojing have it. But they are all important figures of the upper class. They shouldn't receive you, much less give you a precious fragrance pill." "Ah, I think so too." Xianxia shook his head helplessly. It seemed that he couldn't get the Qinxiang pill. He could only give up on the demon-suppressing pill. "Hey, don't leave yet." Jiangyu grabbed Xianxia's arm and said, "We're all going to Drunken Dream Pavilion tonight to celebrate our entrance to school. Come with us." Xianxia shook his head. "I won't go anymore. If I go, it will only make things more awkward." The people gathered were from the 5 aristocratic families. Although Xianxia and them no longer had any obvious hostility, their relationship could not be said to be very harmonious. Could it be that they ran over and let others ridicule them? It's fine. Sunset and the others are not as stingy as you think. Jiangyu guessed Xianxia's thoughts and said, "Also, I can help you ask there. Perhaps Sunset Qing has Qinxiang pills in her hands. Their Murong aristocratic family is very close to some important figures in Haojing." This, all right. When Xianxia heard that Qinxiang still had a show to play, he could only bravely agree. It was night, and the better it was for Xianxia and Jiangyu to go to the Drunken Dream Pavilion, this young man's pastime. That Drunken Dream Pavilion was originally the Jiang clan's business. so Xianxia naturally entered smoothly this time. Today's Drunken Dream Pavilion was as lively as usual. Jiang Yu brought Xianxia all the way to a courtyard in the Heaven brand. There were already quite a few people in the courtyard. Although this time it was to celebrate the completion of the entrance exam, it wasn't just Xianxia and the others who came to celebrate together. There were also more than 100 people who came to curry favor with the 5 aristocratic families. Murong Wanqing and the other 4 descendants of aristocratic families sat at one table alone, while the other 100+ people were divided into 5 tables. During the banquet, every student desperately searched for an opportunity to toast at Murong Wanqing's table. When Xianxia and Jiang Yu entered, everyone stopped moving and all their eyes fell on Xianxia alone. To be honest, Xianxia didn't like this kind of entertainment, especially since his current identity was sensitive. Facing the pair of eyes, Xianxia felt very uncomfortable. If it wasn't for the Qin Xiang pill, he would have already turned around and left. Coming, Murong Wanqing shot a sidelong glance at Xianxia and said, "Sit down. Please, Jiang Yu." Xianxia whispered to Jiang Yu before walking towards the table of an ordinary student. "Xianxia." Jiang Yu grabbed Xianxia and said, "Sit with us." As he spoke, regardless of whether Xianxia was willing or not, he placed Xianxia on the high table and sat down with Murong Wanqing and Xinlin Hai. There were only 6 people on this big table. However, after he sat down, Xianxia became more and more uncomfortable. The disciples of the aristocratic families at this table were all talking about business matters. What precious and good things had they gotten from their clans recently? Originally, this was a celebration, so everyone had some relaxed topics to discuss. This Nan was understandable, but he was unable to integrate with them. As for the disciples on the other 5 tables, they were actually chatting about the 5 aristocratic families. Occasionally, someone would shout loudly, "Of course! The Murong clan is a famous clan in the East China Sea. Of course, their wealth is all over the world. Ha, the Xin clan is also very powerful. Weapons business." These people were obviously flattering him, making Xianxia feel embarrassed for them just by listening. What Xianxia liked was the scene of a group of friends drinking wine in a big bowl, eating meat in large mouthfuls, chatting and laughing happily. A celebrities gathering like this was filled with high-end and high-grade topics. Xianxia really didn't have the slightest interest in it, nor did he know much about it. He could only bore his head and drink wine cup by cup. He was almost unable to sit down anymore. Xianxia, you're here." At this moment, a group of people passed by the gate of the courtyard. One of them shouted Xianxia's name. Xianxia looked in the direction and saw Yang Lianer standing at the door. "Senior Sister Yang?" Xianxia finally laughed. Yang Lianer also smiled and said, "It's really hard to find you. I went to the Sun Peak specifically, but I couldn't find you. Later, I heard that you came to the Drunken Dream Pavilion. Come and sit with us. We have reserved seats in the courtyard beside us. Let me introduce you to some of our senior brothers. You are already a student of the 2nd grade academy." Xianxia originally didn't want to follow him. After all, he really couldn't get along well with the people from the 2nd grade academy. He was even in a hostile state. However, due to Yang Lianer's face, she could only reply, "You guys go first. I'll go over to toast in a while. Damn it, I'm sick of it tonight." What Xianxia didn't know was that after Yang Lianer's group entered another courtyard, someone whispered, "Lianer, is that the person you're looking for? Is that Xianxia? Haha. I'm afraid he'll be able to handle it tonight. I just don't know if it's appropriate to do so." Her soft words were meaningful, but people didn't know what she was plotting. After Yang Lianer and the others left, Murong Wanqing took a glance at Xianxia with her wine glass and said indifferently, "When did you get together with the people from the 2nd grade academy? They quickly put aside their past grudges and shook hands with you." Xianxia really couldn't stand their small glasses of wine and their shallow taste. Even if he grabbed a large crystal bowl containing fruit on the table and poured out the cut fruit, he filled the large crystal bowl with wine and drank it all in one gulp. Xianxia happily wiped his lips and said to Murong Wanqing, "You don't have to provoke me in a weird manner. I'm not that familiar with those people from the 2nd grade academy." Everyone, "Excuse me for a moment." After saying that, Xianxia carried the large crystal bowl and walked towards another courtyard. Murong Wanqing was so angry that her 2 rows of silver teeth almost shattered. Just now, Xiangxia's big bowl of good wine looked stuffy, as if he was purposely showing it to them. It's like saying, "You people, you don't talk happily, you don't do things happily, you don't even drink happily." Murong Wanqing slammed the table and shouted, "Someone, change the wine bowl." Beside him, Luo Yuan used his arm to touch Jiang Yu's arm and whispered, "What happened to Wanqing recently? Ever since she met Xiangxian, it seems that her anger has become more and more intense and she is always angry. Usually, she's not like this. Even if others hurry up and talk to her, she won't take a second look. However, to Xiangxian, it's as if everything Xiangxian does can affect her." Jiang Yu lowered his head and smiled, but did not say anything. "Right, Wanqing?" Jiang Yu raised her head and looked at Murong Wanqing. "I wonder if you have any Qinxiang pills." Murong Wanqing was holding the wine bowl that she had just changed into, worrying about the big bowl of strong liquor. Wouldn't it be too ungraceful if she took a sip like this? Hearing Jiang Yu's question, she said, "Why would I use that kind of thing? Naturally, there is no such thing." At this point, Murong Wanqing was ruthless. She raised her head and took a few large mouthfuls of the strong liquor in the bowl. Then, she kept frowning and muttered to herself, "A rough man is a rough man. How can a good wine be tasted when drinking like this?" In another courtyard, Xiangxian walked in with a bowl of wine. The second-grade students in the courtyard immediately stood up. "Xiangxian is here. Quickly come sit here. Come to my place. From now on, we will be fellow disciples of the second-grade academy." "That's right. With your outstanding strength, you are destined to be in the same academy as us. Being with those first-grade students will bury your talent." Xiangxian felt that it was strange. Today, not only were these second-grade students not hostile to him, they were even more enthusiastic. The sudden change made Xiangxian confused. He clasped his fists and said, "Thank you for your kindness, senior brothers." Then Xiangxian might as well obey respectfully. "Come here, Xiangxian." Xiangxian looked for Yang Lianer's voice and walked over. He poured himself a bowl of wine and said, "Senior Sister Yang, thank you for your generous gift of pills. Xiangxian respects you with a bowl. Let's do it first." After saying that, he raised his hands and drank a few large mouthfuls of wine. Then he poured another bowl of wine. He raised the bowl high with both hands and said, "This bowl is for senior brothers and sisters. Let's do it first." After saying that, he drank a few more mouthfuls. Quite a few people at the scene secretly gave him a thumbs up, thinking to themselves that this was the happiest man. As Yang Liener watched Xiangxian drink, his throat twitched. She watched the scene of the strong liquor flowing down his neck and said in a voice that only she could hear, "This Xiangxian really has some manliness. If I could get to know him earlier, maybe. What a pity. Haha. I like such a hero." A second-grade student stood up and laughed heartily. He also put on a big bowl and said, "This drunken dream pavilion is good everywhere. However, there is one thing. Everything you do is too exquisite. It makes people feel like you can't let it go. Brother Xiangxian seems to be someone with a good temper. I admire you. Come, senior brother. Give you a bowl of wine in return." Xiangxian laughed loudly and drank all of it with his senior brother. Following that, Xiangxian kept on toasting and the others kept on returning the favor. Everyone exchanged glances and drank bowls after bowl. Finally, the displeasure in Xiangxian's heart disappeared into thin air. Xiangxian's alcohol tolerance is admirable. Yang Liener stood up and held up a small glass of wine. "These are not ordinary drinks, but they are specially brewed from spiritual herbs for our martial artists. Junior apprentice brother Xiangxian, I'm here to offer you a toast." As she spoke, Yang Liener walked to Xiangxian step by step. Xiangxian had just picked up the wine bowl to drink, when he saw a white and tender arm coming from the inside of his arm. This was clearly the posture of a toast. Xiangxian was stunned. "Eh? Senior Sister Yang. This?" However, Yang Liener had already hooked onto Xiangxian's arm and drank the wine in the cup. After drinking, Yang Lianer smiled sweetly at Xiang Nan. But at this moment, everyone's expressions changed. Just now, the lively scene of everyone laughing heartily had disappeared. Everyone had a smile on their faces as they looked outside the door. Xiang Nan held the wine bowl and felt puzzled. He turned around and saw 4 people standing at the entrance of the academy. The first person was the so-called number 1 expert of the second-grade academy, Jiang Cheng, whom he saw at the entrance of the credit hall a few days ago. At this moment, dark clouds covered Jiang Cheng's face as he coldly looked at Xiang Nan and Yang Lianer's wine exchange. "Get your arm off!" Jiang Cheng couldn't help but shout coldly at Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan was not stupid. With a single glance, he could tell that Jiang Zhang was obviously interested in Yang Lianer. Although Jiang Cheng's tone was not good, Xiang Nan was too lazy to care about other people's personal affairs. He put down the wine bowl and prepared to move aside. At this moment, Jiang Chengjing strode towards Yang Lianer. However, Yang Lianer pitifully grabbed Xiang Nan's arm and whispered, "Junior brother Xiang Nan, protect me. He wants to hurt me." Xiang Nan had a bad impression of Jiang Cheng. Seeing that Jiang Cheng was pressing towards Yang Lianer with a livid face, and thinking that Yang Lianer was really nice to him, he stopped and said to Jiang Cheng, "Senior brother Jiang, you have something to say. Don't be impulsive." This Jiang Cheng probably liked Yang Lianer, but he couldn't catch up with her for a long time, so he became angry from embarrassment. "Right? Who are you?" Jiang Cheng was instantly enraged as he shouted at Xiang Nan, "It's your turn to judge me. Get lost. What are you talking about?" Originally, Xiang Nan was only trying to persuade him with good words, but now he couldn't bear it anymore. He even took a step forward and said, "Other people don't like you, so you can't force this kind of thing." Jiang Cheng was blocked by Xiang Nan, so he stopped and looked down at Xiang Nan condescendingly. The cost of ginger was half a head higher than Xiang Nan's. Looking at Xiang Nan like this made Xiang Nan feel very unhappy. "Oh? What you said seems to make sense." Jiang Cheng thought for a moment and said. Xiang Nan heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Senior brother, you can't force yourself to chase after women. If you—" Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Cheng suddenly attacked without warning and punched Xiang Nan in the stomach. The two of them stood close to each other, and they were already very close to each other. In addition, Jiang Cheng was at the 5th level of the origin return stage, and Xiang Nan was completely defenseless. This punch landed heavily on Xiang Nan's stomach, preventing Xiang Nan from circulating his yuan qi to protect his body. "Pooh!" Xiang Nan coughed out a mouthful of sweet blood, and his feet left the ground, wiping the ground and flying backwards. Jiang Cheng's punch was not an ordinary fist. Instead, it used the power of yuan qi. A thick layer of yuan qi radiance wrapped around his heavy punch. Xiang Nan was unprepared and was ambushed by Jiang Cheng at close range. This fashion was flying backwards, and he had yet to react. As for the second-grade students behind him, they tacitly moved aside, and the 3 people behind Jiang Cheng also instantly attacked. An expert at the late stage of the 4-grade origin realms shot out from the left and fell down in an instant. He used his right hand to press down on Xiang Nan's right shoulder, and a fierce yuan qi poured into his right body. That yuan qi was like a large net that pierced through his body. When Xiang Nan's yuan qi was blocked, he immediately used yuan qi to invade half of Xiang Nan's meridians. On the other hand, another 4th-level origin return cultivator with a fat body chased after Xiang Nan from the right. He slapped him on the left shoulder and used his yuan qi to invade Xiang Nan's meridians. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, took Jiang Cheng's attack in a flowing manner and pressed Xiang Nan heavily onto a chair. The cooperation of these 3 people was simply too tacit. Ever since Jiang Cheng's sneak attack on Xiang Nan caused Xiang Nan's yuan qi to become chaotic, the two of them took the opportunity to invade Xiang Nan's meridians, as if they had already rehearsed this many times and were extremely skilled. The short man who had once used his shoulder to hit Xiang Nan was also a 4th-level origin returning expert. He was as nimble as a monkey and half squatted in front of Xiang Nan. He stretched out his palm horizontally and used his yuan qi to transform into a radiant blade. The blade firmly pressed against Xiang Nan's spiritual sea. The tip of the blade had pierced through a bit of his skin, and traces of blood had already flowed out, continuously falling down the blade. Move again and your cultivation will be ruined. The short man licked his lips and laughed. Just as Xianxia wanted to resist, he felt the right side of his body tremble, and a heart-wrenching pain suddenly appeared. Believe it or not, I can destroy your meridians before you circulate your yuan qi. Instead, Xianxia calmed down and quietly watched what they were going to do. Good boy. Jiangcheng strode towards Xianxia and said, What a romantic sweetheart. You are not satisfied with seducing the demonic woman of the heavenly devil sect. Yet you actually dare to hit on Lianer. After saying this, Jiangcheng punched out his heart and punched Xiangxia's chest. The tall, thin man and the fat man had a tacit understanding of how to stabilize Xiangxia's body and injected yuan qi into the wooden chair, so that the wooden chair wouldn't be shattered by Jiangcheng's fist. Xianxia was sitting on a chair. He was beaten 3 to 4 meters backwards and spat out another mouthful of blood. Jiangcheng, are you done? Yang Lianer said angrily. What else do you want? In other words, she didn't have the slightest intention of rushing forward to help Xianxia out of the encirclement. Meanwhile, the second-grade students who drank with Xianxia and called them brothers were all standing by the side with their shoulders crossed. Lianer. Jiangcheng hurriedly ran to Yang Lianer and said, It's all my fault. Can't I admit my mistake? Are you wrong? Yang Lianer angrily turned her head and snorted. What's wrong with you? Jiangcheng smiled and said, Yes. I went out to drink flower wine with my brothers that day. I did find 2 girls, but I, Jiangcheng, swear to the heavens that I definitely didn't touch those 2 girls. Bah! Who would believe you? Men are all virtuous. As she spoke, Yang Lianer glanced at Xianxia indifferently. This time, there was a look of disgust in her eyes. Previously, when she first met Xianxia, she was so knowledgeable and reasonable, and her smile was sweet. However, today she had changed her expression, just like the 2 completely different people before and after her. The men she was talking about were all of the same virtue, and they were clearly mapping between Xianxia and Dream Butterfly. Really, trust me. I only have you in my heart. Jiangcheng went to grab Yang Lianer's arm, but Yang Lianer dodged angrily. Jiangcheng went to catch her again. This time, Yang Lianer struggled twice before she was pulled into Jiangcheng's embrace. Jiangcheng said softly, Don't you know how good I am to you? Just as Yang Lianer was about to speak, she was stopped by Jiangcheng's domineering tone. At this time, everyone present clapped their hands and cheered, some of them still whistling and coaxing. After the kiss, Yang Lianer's face flushed red, and she lightly hammered Jiangcheng's chest twice. You're dead? You're dead. Jiangcheng laughed heartily and hugged Yang Lianer. Lianer, let's get back together. Okay? Yang Lianer lowered her head in extreme embarrassment, her voice as soft as a mosquito's. Seeing this scene, Xianxia finally understood that he had drilled into a trap set by someone else. No wonder when Jiangcheng first arrived, not a single second-grade student went up to protect Yang Lianer, but he was the only idiot who wanted to speak up for her. After a long time, Jiangcheng and Yang Lianer were originally a pair. There's a tantrum between lovers. Recently, Xianxia's reputation had been rather messy. Yang Lianer had just borrowed a knife to kill, and used Xianxia to anger Jiangcheng. If she was using someone else, she would definitely not be able to achieve such a good result. However, Xianxia was one of the outstanding talents among the rising stars, so Jiangcheng couldn't help but be anxious. I know you're purposely mad at me. Don't do this in the future. Okay? Jiangcheng gently held Yang Lianer's chin. I see. Yang Lianer smiled sweetly and obediently, but her face turned red from embarrassment. Ha ha. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Just as the 2 of them were tired of it, Xianxia suddenly laughed loudly. What face do you have to smile at? Jiangcheng turned his head to look at Xianxia and said coldly, How can you touch my woman? A toad really wants to eat swan meat and miss a woman so much that she misses you. However, Xianxia stared at Yang Lianer and nodded. It's good that you used me. Yang Lianer smiled apologetically. Xianxia, I've wronged you. I know that you already have a good impression of me, but my heart belongs to Jiangcheng. However, it doesn't matter. I'll give you a few more Tier 2 pills to compensate you when I get back. Do I have a good impression of you? Xiangnan raised his head and smiled. Yang Liener, you think too much, don't you? I'm just thanking you for the pill. Out of courtesy, I came to propose a toast to you, Xiang Nanyue said angrily. But the two of you are really full. Do you guys have a relationship with me? Yang Liener, how the hell did I offend you? There's no need to plot against me like this. Ever since you pretended to give me the Foundation Establishment pill at Sun Peak, you've been laying it out for me, right? I was foolish enough to think that you really wanted to make friends with me. Who are you talking to? I don't know what you're talking about. Jiang Cheng heard Xiangnan say, "What the hell?" to Yang Liener and rushed forward with another punch. This punch directly smashed into Xiangnan's face, causing Xiangnan's entire body to tilt. Hey Xiangnan, are you alright? We are all waiting for you to return at this moment. A disciple of a first-grade academy pushed open the door and entered. In an instant, the disciple saw Jiang Cheng punch Xiangnan in the face. His face was suddenly shocked. He turned around and ran. Come quickly! Xiangnan has been surrounded by people from the second-grade academy. Xiangnan's thoughts were quite simple. Earlier, he had beaten up Li Hai of the second-grade academy, but later, Yang Liener of the second-grade academy was able to ignore past grudges and take the initiative to show her goodwill. Others came up with smiling faces, and Xiangnan was embarrassed to face them back with a dark face. They were willing to take the initiative to clear up their past grudges. So Xiangnan got off the donkey along the slope. However, he didn't expect that all of this was just a scheme. Perhaps even today's banquet had been planned by them together. They wanted to use themselves to make Yang Liener and Jiangcheng reconcile. On the other side, when the students of the first-grade academy heard that Xiangnan had been beaten up, they all rushed out. More than 100 people entered the courtyard where Xiangnan was currently, blocking the entrance to the courtyard. Meanwhile, Murong Wanqing and the other 5 descendants of aristocratic families rushed to the front. Murong Wanqing thought that she was still drinking a few moments ago. She rushed over with the wine jug in her hand. The moment she saw Xiangnan's current situation, the wine jug in her hand was crushed. When Jiangcheng saw Murong Wanqing, there was a hint of timidity on his face. Murong Wanqing's expression changed very quickly. The first time she saw Xiangnan, her face became sullen, but then she became ice-cold. Xiangnan, I'll listen to your words on how you plan to solve today's matter. We forced you here today. As long as you're not scared, we'll accompany you to the end. Xiangnan had originally lowered his head and was bleeding from the corner of his eyes. At this moment, he let out a long breath and raised his head with a faint smile. Don't let go of any of them. Murong Wanqing's eyes lit up. She knew that Xiangnan would not be so afraid of anything. Even if she drank Zhao Qi. Before she could finish speaking, Feng Zhaoqi had already bowed and pulled out his sword. However, the crowd could only see his bright sword twitching rapidly, as if it hadn't left the sheath of the sword. Immediately after, there were 3 flashes of light. None of them saw his movements. On the contrary, the 3 experts who controlled Xiangnan seemed to be facing a great enemy. They immediately gave up control of Xiangnan and erected a Yuan-Qi shield in front of them. Immediately after, ear-piercing sounds of cutting could be heard from the 3 shields. None of the 3 slender sword beams had ever sliced out. At this moment, they were fiercely cutting through the 3 shields, cutting out a long string of sparks that flew into the sky. So fast! The second-grade students were stunned. It wasn't just them. Even the first-grade students' faces turned pale from fear. This was the first time Feng Zhaoqi had attacked in public. Moreover, he still didn't see how he attacked. Soon after, Luo Yuan, Shen Linhai, and Zhang Yu caught up. Shen Linhai of the Saber sect was at the 3rd level of the Origin Return realm, and Zhang Yu of the Qi sect had just advanced to the 3rd level. The 2 of them chose the fatty at the 4th level of the Origin Return realm as their target. Shen Linhai jumped into the air, holding a 2-meter hammer in his hand. With the addition of the primordial dipper Qi, he smashed heavily at the fat man. The fat man's strength was also quite extraordinary. His fat flesh trembled all over his body. He actually raised both of his hands and used his palms to support Shen Linhai's heavy hammer. However, the power of this hammer was too frightening. It forcefully nailed the lower half of the fatty's body to the ground. Jiang Yu crossed her hands and aimed at the fat man. She circulated 3 revolutions of astral qi in her body. With a cold shout, a heavy yuan qi cannon suddenly spat out from her palm. Playing with yuan qi, no one could compare to the qi sect. Shen Linhai turned his hand around and smashed the heavy hammer towards the big fatty's back. Jiang Yu's yuan qi cannon just hit the big fatty's chest. This pincer attack had practically blasted the fat man's body all over. Pooh! The fat man raised his head and spat out a mist of blood. On the other side, Saber Sect's Luo Yuan used a good palm technique. His arms were wrapped in a hazy yuan qi. As he moved his palm, his arms transformed into light shadows, as if he had 6 arms at the same time. Illusory palm shadows continuously attacked the skinny expert. The skinny expert drew out a long spear and the spear shadows scattered like rain, while Luo Yuan swam freely in the dense spear shadows like his ghostly palm technique. Feng Zhaoqi took a step forward, and with a thumbs-up sound, the hilt of the sword was pushed out halfway. Then the sword moved, and the sword did not leave its sheath. However, there was a series of intense ding-ding-ding-ding-ding sounds coming from the scene. Every single shadow of the thin and tall primordial air gun was sliced off by the sword light. Luo Yuan happened to be bullying his body and gently placed his palm on the tall and thin man's body. The tall and thin man was shocked. He thought to himself, "Why is this palm so weak and powerless?" However, Luo Yuan laughed out loud and leaned against his tall and thin stomach as he suddenly moved forward. Immediately after, a huge palm print appeared on the skinny and tall man's forebody. The palm print covered a wide area, much larger than Luo Yuan's right hand. Pooh! The tall and thin man also spat out a large mouthful of blood as he fell backwards. These people all attacked at the same time. Their speed was extremely fast. At this moment, Xianxia had already stood up from his chair and was twisting his neck to stretch his muscles and bones. The only one missing was the short man, who was walking around like a spirit monkey in the crowd. He first circled behind the fat man and didn't see how he attacked. Shen Linhai's heavy hammer was pushed out. Then, his body swayed and he was attacking the tall and thin Luo Yuan. He was suddenly thrown into the air by a force. "Hey! Are you guys going to catch?" Pong! Xianxia stomped on the short man's back and stomped him flat on the ground. The short man's body shook and he broke free from Xianxia's feet, turning into an afterimage and shooting towards the side. Xianxia was quick-witted. The moment the short man left, he stretched out his arm and grabbed the short man's ankle. At this moment, the short man was maintaining the posture of rushing out. In addition to the strength of Xianxia's grabbing, his entire body was temporarily in the air. Xianxia grabbed the short man's ankle and jumped up to a height of 50 meters. Then, he poured yuan qi into his right leg and kicked him vertically. When he kicked him in mid-air, yuan qi exploded. The terrifying yuan qi pushed Xianxia towards the ground. Xianxia even used the flash shadow step to reach the ground in a flash. He slammed the short man to the ground fiercely. With a loud explosion, a crater 10 meters in diameter was smashed into the ground, and even the surrounding walls were shaken to the point that they collapsed. "Little flea, you should jump one more time." Xianxia looked down at Shorty condescendingly. "Aren't you going to pierce through my spiritual sea?" The short man's bones had long since been broken. His entire body was on the verge of death, without any reaction. The tall and thin man who had been rescued by the short man had already sneaked up on Xianxia's back. Xianxia raised his right hand high, and with a clanging sound, a huge saber flew up. His right hand accurately grabbed it and he turned around and kicked it. At the 3rd level of origin return, Xianxia's yuan qi was already abundant, so he no longer stingily used qi refinement to turn it into electricity. Usually, refining qi into electricity consumed a lot of yuan qi. Only when he used the Thunder King seal would Xianxia be willing to use it. Now, he had used this move with a single kick. Crackling lightning wrapped around Xianxia's right leg, which pierced through his heart and stomped straight on the tall and thin left knee. Kacha! The sound of bones shattering could be heard. The tall and thin man was kicked to pieces by Xiangnan's knee, and his entire body slipped backwards, smashing the wooden chair into pieces with his buttocks, while his calf on his left leg tilted upwards in horror. Even though Jiang Yu and Shen Linhai had already taught him a lesson, this fatty was also an expert of the Qi sect, and he had practiced a strange technique of softness. Jiang Yu and Shen Linhai's attacks caused him to spit out blood, but he did not injure any of his muscles, bones, or organs. At this moment, the fat man's body trembled, and an unimaginably soft yuan qi wrapped around his body. Shen Linhai's hammer smashed onto the fatty's yuan qi and was bounced back with a buzzing sound. Jiang Yu's right fingers formed a sword and shot out a blade of essence sword towards the fat man. The fat man slapped his hands, causing the fat flesh on his arms to tremble. In front of the collision of his palms, a soft ball of origin energy was condensed, and the ball of light was still spinning. Jiang Yu's essence sword blade directly shot into the essence sphere. The sphere shook with a grunt, then swung it upwards, drawing the essence sword blade into the air. On the side, Xiangnan strode over and placed his palm on the fat man's fat flesh, refining qi into lightning. In an instant, the fat man who gave Jiang Yu and Shen Linhai a headache was actually wrapped in crackling lightning, and his entire body floated into the air. Under the electric shock, the fat man's throat let out a giggle, but he was speechless. Xiangnan's eyes turned cold. For people ambushed one of me. You guys are so proud. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiangnan's yuan qi surged out. The lightning that wrapped around the fatty suddenly turned into a ball of lightning with a diameter of 2 meters. The fatty was shrouded in the ball of lightning. The bullet straightened his body, causing his fat body to spasm rapidly. His eyes rolled white, and he continuously spat out white foam mixed with blood. Hiss! Lightning meridians! Everyone present was shocked. Even Murong Wanqing and the others cried out in shock. Xiangnan loosened his right hand, and the thunderball disappeared. After the fat man landed on the ground, his eyes continued to roll and twitch. After witnessing the entire process, Yang Liener was so shocked that her face turned pale that she couldn't say a single word. Yang Liener. Xiangnan turned to look at Yang Liener and said, I have no grievances or enmity with you, yet you are plotting against me like this. Didn't you guys join forces to play tricks on me? Since that's the case, you have to be prepared to pay the price. Yang Liener was also enraged. She pointed at Xiangnan's nose and scolded, I'm using you. What's wrong? What kind of good person are you? You're already in disrepute for being entangled with the heavenly demon sex demonic woman. Do you still care about being used by me this time? I'm afraid you've broken a pot yourself. Xiangnan narrowed his eyes. Is it because of you that I'm infamous? Even if I'm reduced to being scolded by tens of thousands of people, it's not your turn to judge. Why are you pretending to be an obedient girl with me? You are just a slut with a quiet exterior and a dirty heart. You bitch! You, Yang Liener pointed at Xiangnan, her entire body trembling with anger. You called me a bitch, yet you actually dared to call me a bitch. Xiangnan was truly enraged. He had been feeling extremely aggrieved during this period of time. He had saved a person and was still a heavenly devil cult demonic woman. Furthermore, he had been unknowingly proposed by the heavenly devil cult, making him famous. Now that she wanted to make friends with Yang Liener with good intentions, she unexpectedly fiercely plotted against her. All of this had finally caused Xiangnan to erupt. I treat others with kindness and do nothing to humiliate me. How dare you scold Liener? She is the daughter of the Yang clan of Haoyan City. The time for Jiang Cheng's performance had finally come. He rushed forward and was about to attack Xiangnan. It turned out that Yang Liener was a member of the Yang clan, one of the 4 great clans of Zhou, Hong, and Yang in Haoyan City. No wonder she could mobilize so many people to cooperate with her in a play. But who was Xiangnan afraid of? Not to mention the Yang clan of Haoyan City, he was the disciple of a great figure in Haojing. Now that the 5th level origin returning expert Jiang Cheng had rushed over, Xianxia did not back down and was ready to catch up. But at this moment, Murong Wanqing took a step forward and slapped Jiang Cheng's face fiercely. Pa! That crisp sound echoed throughout the entire arena. This slap landed on Jiang Cheng's face in front of the crowd. A red handprint was printed on Jiang Cheng's face. Jiang Cheng covered his face and looked at Murong Wanqing in disbelief. He actually didn't dare to retaliate. Jiang Cheng. Murong Wanqing's face was cold and gloomy. You are a little person who is subservient to the flames. When I came to the Haoran sect earlier, you were still chasing after me. Now that you've climbed this high branch of the Yang clan, you don't know your surname anymore. You even dare to move my people. Perhaps she wanted to say that even the people I invited to the celebration banquet were my people. Fortunately, the situation was intense and no one noticed this detail. What? You chased after Murong Wanqing? Yang Lianer was already angry, but after hearing Murong Wanqing's words, she became even angrier. This Jiang Cheng was indeed a true expert. His strength was at the peak of the second-grade academy, but at the same time he had a strong sense of vanity. His background was very ordinary. Originally, he was able to rise to prominence with his outstanding martial arts skills. However, he was too envious of those large clans. Those aristocratic clans had lived a decent life. He had risked his life to get into them. This was the reason why he was so scared that he didn't dare to retaliate when the 5 of them arrived. He didn't dare to offend the big clans at all. Lianer, listen to me. I didn't meet you back then. My love for you. Pa! Murong Wanqing slapped Jiang Cheng's face again, causing him to stagger. Murong Wanqing took another step forward and slapped him with her third palm. Jiang Cheng didn't even dare to dodge. Just like that, he was slapped 3 times by a woman. He was afraid that the big clans were already afraid to such an extent. Even the students of the second-grade academy were dumbfounded. Who dares to mess around in the Drunken Dream Pavilion? The Drunken Dream Pavilion's martial artist guards finally arrived. They turned into shadows and stood at the edge of the ruins of the broken courtyard wall. Retreat! It's not your turn to take care of this place. Jiang Yu scolded coldly. As soon as the martial artist guards saw Jiang Yu's appearance, they all retreated. Yes, Mississippi. However, when they saw the chaotic scene, how could they really leave? They all stood far away, ready to protect Jiang Yu at any time. Xianxia had originally planned to fight Jiang Cheng, but Murong Wanqing slapped Jiang Cheng's face. If he rushed forward and had another mixed doubles match, the scene would be a bit embarrassing. Enough! Stop fighting! Yang Lianer screamed. Murong Wanqing turned her head to look at Yang Lianer and said, You started this. You said it was over? What do you think I am? Today is my banquet, yet you dare to ruin my banquet. You clearly don't take me seriously. I was wrong. I apologize. Yang Lianer cried and said to Xianxia, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have used you. Quickly tell Murong Wanqing to stop and stop hitting Jiang Cheng. Speaking of which, Murong Wanqing was extremely angry. Yang Lianer, this woman really doesn't know what's good for her. Doesn't she know what kind of person Jiang Cheng is? She's actually protecting him. As a woman, Murong Wanqing felt that Yang Lianer was not worth it. Yang Lianer had already apologized on the spot. Xianxia didn't know what to do. His anger hadn't dissipated yet, but he couldn't hit a woman. Could it be that he kicked Yang Lianer in the stomach and sent her flying? Forget it. Xianxia shook his head and sighed. Forget it. Murong Wanqing was stunned. They humiliated you like this, so forget it? Could it be that you? Murong Wanqing took a look. The tall, thin man and the fat man had been beaten half to death. They were lying on the ground, breathing out more and breathing in less. Jiang Cheng was slapped in the face in front of the crowd, and his long hair fell apart like a madman in a sorry state. In the end, only Yang Lianer was left. Murong Wanqing shook her head helplessly. Forget it. Never mind. What else can I do? It would definitely not be appropriate for a grown man like Xianxia to hit a woman. She was a woman. Could it be that she wanted to fight Yang Lianer by pulling her hair? How could Murong Wanqing do such a thing? What are you doing? At this moment, a female voice suddenly came from outside the courtyard. Everyone looked around and saw that Mu Sweki and a few envoys from other sects were passing by. Those messengers were here to lead the way. The patrol team of the Howran sect was leaving tomorrow. As the representative of the Howran sect's disciples, Mu Sweki was here tonight to entertain the envoys of other sections. In the end, she saw this scene. As such, Mu Sweki frowned. She really felt that she had no face in front of outsiders. "Sister, you're here." When Jiangchang saw his god-sister, he immediately grabbed onto the straw. He pointed at Xiangnan and said, "Sister, you want to avenge me? He brought someone to bully your brother. How shameless." Even the second-grade students couldn't bear to watch this scene anymore. Jiangchang didn't dare to offend Murong Wanqing and the others, so he could only pick up the soft persimmon and pinch it. He actually pointed the spear at Xiangnan. "It's you." When Mu Sweki saw Xiangnan, she frowned and said, "Wait here. Don't leave." After saying that, Mu Sweki smiled and continued to send the messengers of the other sects into the courtyards that had been prepared in advance, and then returned. "Xiangnan, come with me. I have something to say to you." Regardless of the situation, Mu Sweki grabbed Xiangnan's arm and flew into the sky like a streak of light. There was no other way. Mu Sweki was a heaven origin realm expert, and Murong Wanqing and the others could not stop her. Look at Jiangchang again. That's a complacency. "Xiangnan, just wait for me. My god-sister will definitely take good care of you." In the distance, Mu Sweki brought Xiangnan out of the drunken dream pavilion and arrived at a remote alley in Haoyan City. As soon as she landed, Mu Sweki frowned and said, "Do you know why I brought you out for questioning?" Xiangnan nodded. "Well, you want to give me face in front of everyone. It's good to know." Mu Sweki said, "As a woman, I know that I will give you face amongst my disciples. You are a grown man, but you have humiliated our Howran sect here." Xiangnan had no room to refute Mu Sweki's words, so he could only remain silent. Mu Sweki added, "Do you know how much Yunfan thinks of you? The person he mentioned the most to me during this period of time is you, Xiangnan. The fact that you were able to quickly reach the top of the Eagle rankings shows that you have extraordinary talent. However, this talent is not something that you can use to dominate and humiliate your fellow disciples. You are someone that Yunfan valued. I can't just watch as you go astray and walk into the corrupt path." "Am I going to the corrupt path?" Xiangnan smiled. "You didn't ask about the cause and effect, but you blamed me. Why didn't you ask your good brother what he did?" "That's right, I have had contact with the demonic woman of the heavenly devil religion. That's why you have identified me as someone who wants to go evil in your heart." Mu Sweki was also rendered speechless by Xiangnan's rebuttal. Although she did not think so, she did have such an impression subconsciously. Xiangnan said, "I didn't show my face to the Howran sect. If you ask me, I admit it, but I didn't start this today." Mu Sweki said, "Tell me what exactly happened." Just as Xiangnan was about to speak, he suddenly felt that his entire body was enveloped in invisible killing intent. Xiangnan thought to himself, "Not good." He grabbed Mu Sweki's arm and was about to take her out. Xiangnan's powerful killing intent perception was actually slightly stronger than Mu Sweki's. The nearby killing intent was extremely weak and almost impossible to detect. However, Mu Sweki did not react. She instinctively dodged the arm that Xiangnan had grabbed. Immediately after, 3 shadows rushed out of the darkness. The 3 shadows' yuan-chi was so dense that it could not penetrate the air. In an instant, they blocked Mu Sweki. Then, with a flash, the 3 of them carried one person and floated into the night sky. "Shit!" Xiangnan was suddenly shocked. The 3 of them came for Mu Sweki with very clear intentions. They didn't even look at Xiangnan. Xiangnan felt his mind buzzing, almost exploding. No matter who's in trouble, Mu Sweki can't be in trouble. Her identity is too sensitive. First, she was going to be the representative of the Howran sect and go out with her mentors to other sections. Second, she was sent from the direction of Haojing to reconcile the relationship between the government and the sect. Regardless of the reason why the 3 of them had snatched Mu Sweki away, they definitely couldn't let them take Mu Sweki away. Xiangnan did not hesitate at all. A flash of lightning flashed in his mind, and he immediately transformed his Yuan-Chi feathered wings and chased after those people in the direction they escaped from. The place where he talked to Mu Sueki was very remote, and he couldn't find any helpers at all. Moreover, this place was too far away from the Howren sect. If he went back to ask for help, he would probably delay the time. Xiangnan had also risked his life, not hesitating to consume a large amount of Yuan-Chi. He used the Yuan-Chi lightning to wrap his Yuan-Chi feathered wings in a dense amount of lightning in an instant. As a result, Xiangnan's speed increased by an entire level, and his flight speed was extremely fast. However, even so, this method of flying with Yuan-Chi feathered wings was still unable to catch up to the 3 Heaven Origin Realm experts who had taken Mu Sueki away. The 3 of them had all come prepared. Each force was extremely tyrannical. They could instantly snatch away Mu Sueki, who was at the first level of the Heavenly Yuan realm. This meant that the 3 of them were at least above the first level of the Heavenly Yuan realm. Little Sparrow, chase after him. Don't lose him, Xiangnan shouted anxiously. The little bird immediately turned into a red shadow, and with a whoosh, the sky slid down, leaving behind a shallow red mark in the night sky. Master! Xiangnan chased after Su Kaiwei and poured Yuan-Chi into her throat, trying to wake Su Kaiwei up in this way. However, Haoyan City was a bustling metropolis, and the Howren sect stood tall in the center of Haoyan City, just in the center of the clamor. In order to avoid being disturbed by the noise of borrowing, the Howren sect actually had a sound barrier. Su Kaiwei definitely wouldn't be able to reach him, but Su Kaiwei hadn't given Xiangnan a signaling order. Xiangnan's heart was burning with anxiety. He could only bravely chase after him, but he didn't know how life and death would be if he chased after him. He could only resign himself to fate. Damn it! Damn it! Xiangnan gritted his teeth and chased after Mu Sueki all the way. No matter what, we must take Mu Sueki back. Xiangnan had tried his best to catch up, but he still couldn't catch up. With his current speed, he could only guarantee that he wouldn't be thrown further and further away. As for catching up with a Heaven Origin Realm expert, there was no possibility at all. Xiangnanyue chased after Mu Sueki, his heart becoming more and more uncertain. He now had some hope that the 3 Heavenly Yuan Masters wanted to kill Mu Sueki, not really kidnap Mu Sueki. It was because only when they wanted to kill Mu Sueki would they be able to avoid sleeping too much and find a place nearby to kill. If they only wanted to take Mu Sueki away, then the sky would be high and the birds would fly. Xiangnan definitely would not have a chance to catch up. It seems their speed has slowed down a bit. In the sky, Xiangnan used his lightning-like eyes, and his eyes were covered with a layer of lightning. It could be seen with the naked eye that the Yuan-Chi fluctuations left in midair by the 3 experts were gradually weakening. The faster a martial artist flew, the more intense the Yuan-Chi he consumed, and the stronger the Yuan-Chi fluctuations that remained halfway. As the fluctuations weaken, it means that their speed is also decreasing. However, this place had already reached the boundaries of the Howren mountain range, and it could be said to be insignificant. Shit! Xiangnan thought to himself. They really planned to kill Mu Sueki and silence her. At this moment, a line of fire rushed down from the sky. The little bird landed on Xiangnan's shoulder accurately, and a wing pointed at Xiangnan in the right direction. Little Sparrow stopped chasing, which meant that they had already stopped. Xiangnan's heart sank as he flew in the direction of the little bird's finger. He saw that Mu Sueki was being restrained by 3 people on a mountain peak in front of him. She knelt on the ground, her left and right shoulders firmly pressed by the 2 people, while the 3rd person stood opposite her, drawing out a bright dagger in his hand. Xiangnan hurriedly landed on a dense ancient tree in the distance and watched the scene with his own eyes. At this moment, Xiangnan's mind was spinning rapidly. Countless plans to rescue Mu Sueki were swiftly skipped through his mind, and he calculated the feasibility of each plan. No matter what, regardless of which method Xiangnan used, the probability of successfully rescuing Mu Sueki was infinitely close to 0. Impossible, those were 3 Heaven Origin Realm experts. Not only would he not be able to save Mu Sueki, he would also die. At this moment, Xiangnan suddenly flashed with a bright light, and his expression instantly became resolute. It seems that I can only use this move. I wonder if it will work. In short, I must give it a try. On the other side of the mountain, a black-clothed man who was pressing down on Wuxia whispered. That kid from the city earlier chased after him and was hiding nearby to peek. He thought that he was hiding very well. When Wuxia heard this, she was obviously stunned. Her face was filled with disbelief. She did not expect that Xianxia would actually chase after her and plan to rescue her. Isn't that brat going to die? These three were experts of the heaven origin realm. The black-clothed man with the short sword lightly nodded his head. It's fine to chase after him. We can just take care of him together. Sell him a flaw and force him. Let's see if he has the guts to show himself. As he spoke, the black-clothed man raised his short sword high up and made a posture of beheading Wuxia. Wuxia knelt on the ground, praying in her heart, Xianxia must not be impulsive. Don't come out to die. The short sword in the black-clothed man's hand froze in the air for about 2 seconds before he sneered. Looks like that brat is also a greedy person who doesn't dare to show himself. At this point, the dagger Yuan Qi in the black-clothed man's hand was condensed. This time, it was really going to be chopped down. At this moment, a blurry afterimage suddenly flashed past. The shadow flashed past Wuxia. The three heaven origin realm experts were already prepared. The moment the blurry shadow flashed past, the three of them attacked at the same time, attempting to capture Xianxia. However, what they hadn't expected was that Xianxia's speed was actually so fast. He didn't seem to be an early origin realm martial artist at all. I'm empty. The three of them were stunned at the same time. What kind of movement technique is this? Almost at the same time that Xianxia dragged Wuxia away, a faint voice shouted, "Lightning trembled." As a result, there was a boom, followed by an explosion. Crystal blue fire wolves that covered the sky and earth rolled away, turning the surrounding area into a sea of blue flames. However, an attack of this level could not even injure the hair of a heaven origin realm expert. False vision. A black-clothed man saw the true purpose of this lightning trembled. The blue flames were not used to attack, but to block his line of sight. That brat's movement technique is very strange and fast. Everyone, concentrate and sense his Yuan Qi fluctuations. At this moment, from the blue flames, an afterimage flashed towards the east. That direction was the Howran sect. Chase! The three black-clothed men discovered Xianxia's afterimage at the same time and transformed into 3 streaks of light. However, just as they were about to chase after him, another afterimage also rushed out from the sea of flames in the sky. Instead, it sped westward, heading in the opposite direction of the Howran sect. To the east, the speed of the 3 black-clothed men was extremely fast, but the afterimage they were chasing instantly slowed down. When the afterimage flew 500 meters, it was almost an afterimage. However, once it exceeded 500 meters, it would only flap its enormous Yuan Qi feathered wings and move forward. The 3 of them rushed forward and surrounded him, but when they saw what was before them clearly, they were all shocked. It was actually a blurry Xianxia, and the one in his hand was not Wuxia, but Wuxia's long skirt. Lure the enemy away from his base. The black-clothed man with the short sword jumped into a rage and said, "Go in the opposite direction. That brat must have escaped to the west." Before leaving, another black-clothed man turned his head to look at the rapidly dissipating vague Xianxia and asked curiously, "What the hell is this avatar?" In the west, the real Xianxia grabbed the real Wuxia and sneaked out of the sea of flames. After that, he used 20 consecutive flash steps. In less than 3 seconds, he rushed 5 kilometers away. Xianxia's current Yuan Qi content was already different from before. This flash shadow step could be used at least 40 to 50 times. However, the amount of Yuan Qi he had consumed earlier was too much. Now 20 times was the limit. Earlier, Xianxia had used his avatar seal to rescue Wuxia. He first took Wuxia away with a flash step, and then a thunderclap blocked the vision of the 3 experts on the spot. Then, he used his avatar imprint to split up an avatar from the outside. He also let the avatar grab Wuxia's long skirt and flee towards the east in a flash. When the 3 experts were unable to see clearly, They could only sense Xiang Nan's yuan qi fluctuations. The powerful yuan qi erupted when the Incarnation released the flash shadow steps, immediately attracting the three of them. It was at this time that the real Xiang Nan escaped. 5 miles west. I can't escape. Mu Sueki looked at Xiang Nan gratefully, but she knew that it was almost impossible for her to escape the pursuit of 3 heaven origin realm experts. Xiang Nan, their target is me. Put me down and run away. You still have a chance. Mu Sueki persuaded. Shut up. The things Xiang Nan experienced this time could be said to be soul-stirring in every moment, and every step he took was carefully calculated. He needed to calm down. He needed space and time to think, so when Mu Sueki tried to persuade him to escape, he felt a little impatient. Mu Sueki was shocked. She didn't expect that this junior brother would actually dare to berate her. Yes. Xiang Nan's eyes lit up as he grabbed Mu Sueki and crashed into a mountain peak. There were a large number of cracks on the surface of the mountain, which must have been left behind by the demonic beasts. Xiang Nan grabbed Mu Sueki and flew directly into a crack. After entering the depths, he took out a huge saber and chopped down all the way until the two of them fell into a cold cave in the underground world. This is futile. Even if the three of them can't see us underground with their naked eyes, they can still sense the yuan qi fluctuations of the two of us with their high and powerful cultivation realms. Mu Sueki said, Hurry up and hit me. Xiang Nan suddenly shouted at Mu Sueki. What? Hit you? Mu Sueki was stunned. Cut the crap. Hurry up and attack. With their speed, they will be chasing me here in less than 10 seconds. Quickly. Beat me to the point where I'm on the verge of death. Life and death were at stake. Xiang Nan didn't have the time to waste talking to her, and his tone was exceptionally strong. Mu Sueki was already smart. Her eyes lit up and she instantly understood Xiang Nan's thoughts. She quickly said, Protect your spiritual sea and meridians. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Sueki's palm landed on Xiang Nan's chest. With this palm strike, Xiang Nan coughed up a mad mouthful of blood. Immediately after, his body softened and there was no movement. Mu Sueki was so nervous that she almost burst into tears. She was afraid that she would beat Xiang Nan to death with a single palm because she didn't know what to do. But now there was no time to test it. Mu Sueki gritted her teeth and struck her abdomen. At that moment, Mu Sueki subconsciously grabbed Xiang Nan's hand. She also felt her eyes darken and fainted. The higher a martial artist's realm was, the stronger their ability to sense yuan qi fluctuations would be. No matter how much Xiang Nan and Mu Sueki suppressed their yuan qi, breathing, heartbeat, and even the speed of their blood flow, they would not be able to escape the carpet-like search of the 3 heaven origin realm experts. Therefore, there was only one way to escape this dilemma, and that was to be on the verge of death. When a martial artist was on the verge of death, their spiritual sea would no longer circulate, and the yuan qi in their meridians would also stop. Even their breathing and heartbeat would drop to a freezing point. But whether he could escape this calamity or not, even Xiang Nan himself was not sure. After an unknown amount of time, Mu Sueki woke up first. When she discovered that she was still lying in the underground karst cave, her heart was filled with joy. Sure enough, they dodged. The fact that they hadn't been captured meant that the 3 heaven origin realm experts hadn't been able to find this place. But then, she became extremely anxious again, because Xiang Nan still didn't move. He quietly lay beside her without moving. He wasn't even able to breathe like a glimmer of air, and he didn't even breathe at all. Xiang Nan. Mu Sueki herself was as angry as a gossamer. She desperately wanted to call Xiang Nan, but her injuries were too severe. Even speaking became extremely strenuous. Xiang Nan, don't die. Mu Sueki pulled Xiang Nan's hand forcefully, but she couldn't exert any strength. Mu Sueki looked at her own situation and remembered that Xiang Nan had risked everything to save her. But in the end, she was killed by her own palm. Even someone as strong as Mu Sueki felt a burst of grievance in her heart, and she couldn't help but cry softly. She had rarely shed tears in her life, but this time, her tears were like broken beads that could not be stopped. She thought to herself, Xiang Nan and I don't have any friendship, but he was willing to sacrifice his life to save me, and in the end he was personally killed by me. Forget it, benefactor Blade. I have no face to continue living. Why don't I die with Xiang Nan and apologize to him on the road to hell? However, now that Mu Sweki could not even move, how could she have the strength to commit suicide? The more she felt wronged, the more she cried softly. Why are you crying? Cough. Suddenly, a weak male voice appeared. Mu Sweki was stunned for a moment and hurriedly turned her head to look. She saw that Xiang Nan had already breathed heavily. She didn't even know what language to use to describe her current mood. Instead, she was so stupid, staring at Xiang Nan all the time. Xiang Nan was also severely injured. He barely wanted to do it, but he tried a few times but failed. Isn't it just, I almost got robbed? Cough cough. As for crying. Xiang Nan frowned and turned to look at Mu Sweki. He didn't know that Mu Sweki wasn't crying because of this. Mu Sweki felt a little embarrassed and didn't know how to explain. The two of them felt much more relaxed after surviving the catastrophe. They only needed to wait for their bodies to slowly recover. After they could circulate the vast heaven pure essence technique on their own, they would be able to heal themselves. But in this way, the two of them were speechless. Xiang Nan and Mu Sweki weren't familiar with each other, so they didn't have anything in common. Mu Sweki lowered her head and didn't know what was on her mind. As time passed, the atmosphere froze. Xiang Nan simply closed his eyes and recuperated. After a while, Mu Sweki said weakly, "Oh right. What happened in Drunken Dream Pavilion earlier? Why did you fight so hard?" Xiang Nan glanced at Mu Sweki and angrily told her everything. After hearing this, Mu Sweki was so angry that her teeth itched. She said, "This Yang Liener is really spoiled by the family. Yang Liener is spoiled. Is your good brother innocent?" Xiang Nan asked. Mu Sweki sighed. "I don't really know Jiang Cheng very well." As she spoke, Xiang Nan slowly understood the relationship between her and Jiang Cheng. Actually, Jiang Cheng had always been a noble person, and the first person he targeted was Mu Sweki. At that time, Jiang Cheng seemed to have gone crazy. Almost every day, he would find an opportunity to appear in Mu Sweki's line of sight. He was constantly courting Mu Sweki, sending her all kinds of delicious food and all kinds of small accessories. Although Mu Sweki refused tactfully time and time again, Jiang Cheng's skin was as thick as a city wall. He didn't care at all, and he still hissed at Mu Sweki. Mu Sweki was not a self-respecting woman, and she could not bear to refute Jiang Cheng's face again and again. Slowly, she would occasionally chat with Jiang Cheng. After Jiang Cheng entered the second-grade academy, he became even more fierce and began to pursue Mu Sweki crazily. At that time, Zhang Yunfan finally returned to the sect after a few months away. After Jiang Cheng found out that Zhang Yunfan was interested in Mu Sweki, he no longer dared to have any indiscriminate thoughts. But who was he, Jiang Cheng? How could he give up like this? He changed his routine, no longer chasing after Mu Sweki in the way of love between men and women. Instead, he was wholeheartedly determined to be Mu Sweki's younger brother. Obviously, Jiang Cheng understood Mu Sweki's temperament very well. He knew that Mu Sweki was kind-hearted, so he made full use of her kindness. Later, in a public place, he publicly offered to recognize Mu Sweki as his godsister. Mu Sweki still couldn't bear to publicly reject him. Although she didn't reject him, she didn't accept it either. From then on, Jiang Cheng had been pretending to be Mu Sweki's godbrother all day long, and when he saw Mu Sweki, he also called her sister one by one. Mu Sweki did not tire of it and could only do some missions frequently, looking for an opportunity to leave the Nature's Nature sect and go out to hide in peace. If this person is shameless, he is truly invincible. Xiang Nan couldn't help but sigh after hearing this. Xiang Nan knew about what happened afterwards, that Jiang Cheng hit Murong Wanqing's mind. However, Murong Wanqing was not Mu Sweki. She was definitely not that soft-hearted. Facing Jiang Cheng's persistent attacks, Murong Wanqing directly slapped her. Jiang Cheng was helpless, so he could only change his target again and chase after Yang Liener. However, this brat's reputation was not bad, because he was smart and did everything without leakage. In front of his target woman, he was as obedient as a dog. However, in front of his fellow disciples, He had always maintained a high and mighty demeanor, winning the respect of many people. However, in Drunken Dream Pavilion, Xianxia directly tore off his hypocritical mask, allowing his unknown side to be revealed in front of everyone for the first time. People like Jiang Chang need face the most. Mu Sueki said, "You have to be careful of him. You can be said to have ruined his image in Drunken Dream Pavilion. He will definitely hate you to the bone." "I'm not afraid." Xiangnan's body recovered a little bit of its mobility, but he was still unable to use it. He barely leaned against a stalactite. As a result, the two of them had no more topics to discuss. After the two of them were embarrassed for a while, Xiangnan said, "There are some things that should not have been said by an outsider like me, but since I saved your life, I will tell you. I think senior brother Yunfan is really good. You should be able to tell that he is interested in you." "Yes, Yunfan is not bad." Mu Sueki nodded her head. "Everything is excellent. It can be said that there are no shortcomings, but my heart is not with him." "So you already have someone you like?" Xiangnan's heart sank and he was very worried about Zhang Yunfan. "Yes." Mu Sueki gave a soft hum and her face turned red. "Who can make your eldest senior sister Mu miss you so much?" "I'd like to hear it," Xiangnan said. Mu Sueki thought for a moment and said, "Many years ago, when I was a child, I was fortunate enough to go to the 9 Firmaments continent and watch the sect rankings." Xiangnan's heart skipped a beat. He knew about the sect storm rankings. It was to select the best sects from the various continents, and then everyone would gather together to have the disciples of the sect fight. This was the same as the 12-sect joint examination, but on a larger scale. Mu Sueki said, "At that time, I saw a person's demeanor. He challenged all the disciples of the 7 great sects by himself. At that time he was lofty, enjoying the respectful gazes of countless people, and he was doted on by thousands of people. At that time, he really was filled with countless halos." Hearing this, Xiangnan's heart skipped a beat, and he thought to himself, "This is not good." Sure enough, Mu Sueki had a look of infatuation on her face as she said, "He is known as the #1 genius under the starry sky. He is the heavenly profound sect's chief disciple, Bai Mukin." Xiangnan was dumbfounded. The reincarnation of history was always full of drama. Back then, when Bai Mukin swept across the 7 great sects, he didn't know that there was a little girl secretly looking at his back with admiration. More than 10 years later, Bai Mukin was reborn as Xiangnan, and he actually had some connection with that little girl and saved her life. Could it be that there was a certain amount of karma? All the karma had been calculated. Even if Xiangnan was beaten to death, he would never have imagined that the person Mu Sueki liked was actually him. To be exact, it was him from his previous life. "But what do I count as?" Mu Sueki smiled self-deprecatingly. "Back then, when I took a quick glance, I was unable to see him again today. Furthermore, he already had someone else in his heart, that is, the #1 beauty of the 9 Firmaments continent, Shen Qingzhu. Bai Mukin is already dead," Xiangnan said. Mu Sueki raised her eyebrows and angrily said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Xiangnan, let me tell you, if you dare to slander Bai Mukin one more time, I'm really anxious with you." Xiangnan didn't know if he should be angry. She scolded herself to protect the previous him. This was a strange feeling. This was the first time Xiangnan had encountered her. "I'm just guessing that Bai Mukin isn't as perfect as you think. If I were Bai Mukin, I would still think that senior brother Yunfan is more suitable for you," said Xiangnan. "Let's not talk about that anymore." Mu Sueki shook her head. "No matter what, it's impossible for Bai Mukin to take a fancy to me. What's the use of saying those things?" The two of them were speechless again. After a while, Mu Sueki suddenly turned to look at Xiangnan and said, "Sometimes, I feel that you and Bai Mukin are somewhat similar." "No." Xiangnan panicked and hurriedly shook his head. "I'm not talking about looks," Mu Sueki said. "You seem to be like Bai Mukin. Normally, you look humble and peaceful. You always treat others with kindness. But I can see that you and his bones are hiding an undetectable ruthlessness. When you don't make a move, you are like a modest gentleman. If I were to be ruthless, I would be completely ignorant. I wish I could poke a hole in the heavenly capital. Xianxia was unable to refute it. In fact, the situation he had displayed recently was indeed the same. So, Musweki began to carefully examine Xianxia. Your charm, and him. Shoo! Xianxia suddenly raised a finger at his lips and said, Don't talk. At this moment, a rustling sound suddenly came from the underground cave, as if rocks were rubbing against each other. Immediately after, a large lizard covered in crystal stones crawled over from the depths of the cave. The big lizard saw Xianxia and the other two at a glance. Its body stiffened for a moment, and then it felt that Xianxia and the other two were extremely weak, and its eyes revealed a ferocious expression. Shit! Xianxia broke out in cold sweat. Level 1 Origin Return. 5-colored lizard. Musweki was also nervous. At this moment, the two of them were too weak and weaker than an ordinary commoner. Today, there were really uneven waves after waves. It was not easy to escape the pursuit of 3 Heaven Origin Realm experts. If he died under the hands of such a beast, then the joke would be really big. Just as the lizard was about to charge forward, a line of fire flew out from behind Xianxia. Xianxia was stunned, then laughed loudly. Little sparrow, kill it! Quick! Kill it! Musweki was stunned and said to Xianxia, I just said that you are somewhat similar to Baimukin. I withdraw these words. Baimukin wouldn't be so rude. Little sparrow was a vanity-hungry bird. It was a bird that longed for praise. It loved money, stealing, and hanging all kinds of shiny things on its body. Moreover, judging from how this little fellow dealt with the blazing fire python and the clear spirit eagle, it was also very sinister, and it had always been like this. Hearing Xianxia's roar, Little Sparrow knew that it was time to show off his strength. It flew out and spat out a flaming wind blade at the multicolored lizard. The flame wind blade slammed into the back of the 5-colored lizard, immediately shattering several pieces of colorful crystal stones. The 5-colored lizard was furious. It opened its mouth to bite and swung its tail to sweep, but no matter what, it could not catch the little bird's shadow. The little bird swished around the colorful lizard and continuously spat out flaming wind blades, causing the solid crystal stones on the back of the colorful lizard to scatter and fly everywhere. The Gale Sparrow was not an offensive demonic beast, but after evolving once, its strength had also increased considerably. What a powerful bird! Of course, Musweki knew the Gale Sparrow. At this moment, she couldn't help but praise the little sparrow because of its powerful combat strength. Unexpectedly, the little bird was extremely proud after being praised. It actually turned around and winked at Musweki. Musweki was stunned. How could such a small bird demonic beast have such a humane expression? It was at this moment that the multicolored lizard called out to the little bird on the wall with its tail. Shit! What kind of prestige are you playing at the critical moment? Xianxia scolded. Hurry up and kill it. Stab it in the eye and get it. The little bird regained its composure and struggled to fly. It bombarded the multicolored lizard again, and this time the little bird had a clear goal. It only attacked the same area on the back of the multicolored lizard, destroying the solid defensive Xianxia over and over again until the lizard's skin and flesh were exposed. At this moment, the little bird suddenly turned into a string of fire. With a PU sound, it pierced through the lizard's back and emerged from the ground. The 5-colored lizard struggled for a few times before finally dying. Thus, the little bird flew back and stood on Xianxia's shoulder, looking at the lizard with Xianxia and laughing coldly. Xianxia repeatedly sneered at the lizard's corpse, while the little bird stood on Xianxia's shoulder, squinting its small eyes and acting sinister. These two, for some reason, every time Xianxia cooperated with the little bird, he couldn't help but be infected by the little bird, awakening the hidden and despicable side of Xianxia's heart. Musweki couldn't help but burst into laughter when she saw the vivid expression of the man and bird. Another catastrophe, escaping death. Time slowly passed. Xianxia and Musweki slowly regained their freedom of movement. The two of them sat down cross-legged and simultaneously circulated their vast heaven-pure essence technique to speed up their recovery. When the two of them walked out of the underground cave world, it was dark again. Perhaps a whole day had passed. Do you know who is going to deal with you? Xianxia said in a deep voice. Musweki shook her head. I'm not sure, but their intentions are very clear. Their ultimate goal must be to harm the nature sect through me. Yes, this matter is no small matter. We must report it back to the sect. Xianxia looked at Musweki and said, It's best if you don't follow the team to patrol, so as not to encounter any accidents. Musweki stubbornly shook her head and said, I am not someone who is afraid of death. If they want to come, just come. The more they want to target me, the less I can be timid. All right, since you think so, I won't persuade you anymore. Hurry up and go back, in case the elders can't find you and blame me for the crime. I don't know. They thought I had traditionally kidnapped you from the heavenly devil religion. When Musweki heard this, she apologized to Xianxia. It was my fault. I shouldn't have suspected you that night. I'll go first. You should pay attention to your own safety. Ah, wait. Xianxia hurriedly stopped Musweki. He sniffed and said, You have a faint fragrance on you. It can't be. Did you take the Xianxia pill? Musweki said, Yes, what's wrong? Do you want to do it or not? There was nowhere to be found after stepping through the iron shoes. Xianxia was overjoyed. How much is it? I'll buy you one. Musweki's expression darkened as she said, How much do you think my life is worth? After saying that, she stuffed a round pill into Xianxia's hand and flew away without looking back. There's something wrong with this woman's brain. Xianxia held the Xianxia pill in his hand. He didn't know why she suddenly went crazy, but her mood changed so quickly. However, now that Xianxia didn't care about that much, he finally got the Xianxia pill. Musweki was someone from Haojing, so why hadn't he thought of it earlier? Since he had the most difficult to obtain Xianxia pills, Xianxia was not busy returning. Next, he had to quickly gather the demon tear and the demon spirit grass together. Moreover, after returning, he must prepare a large amount of rejuvenation pills. If he had rejuvenation pills in the underground cavern, he wouldn't have to wait until now to recover. However, Musweki did not have it. Did she? Why didn't she take it out? Xianxia could not understand this point and was too lazy to continue thinking about it. Tears of demons were refined from the tears of 20 demonic beasts into crystals, while demonic spirit grass was a kind of demonic grass that grew in the extinction grounds of the demonic beasts. These two items could be found in the Howran mountain range. Xianxia returned to the underground cavern and opened the eyes of the dead lizard. Next, he left the karst cave and searched the Howran mountains for traces of demonic beasts. Seeking demonic beasts was Xianxia's specialty. He flapped his yuan-chi feathered wings and flew into the air. Then, a flash of lightning flashed in his eyes, allowing him to see all the invisible demonic energy. The level of demonic beasts here was very low. To Xianxia, it was easy to capture. It only took Xianxia a day to collect all these items. Just as he was about to return to the nature sect, a place suddenly caught his attention. It was a mountain, an ordinary mountain. From the outside, there was practically nothing unusual about it. If Xianxia hadn't used his lightning vision to search for the 20th demonic beast just now, he wouldn't have noticed anything unusual about this mountain. How strange. Could it be that I saw wrong? Xianxia furrowed his brows and once again cast his lightning-like gaze towards the interior of the mountain. Inside the strange mountain peak, there was a blurry black mist that blocked Xianxia's line of sight. Even lightning photoelectric eyes were unable to penetrate that strange layer of black mist. Is it demonic energy? Xianxia muttered in his heart. If it was demonic energy, why didn't it leak out the slightest bit of demonic energy? Could it be that there were some heavenly treasures inside that blocked his line of sight? Thinking of this, Xianxia landed at the foot of the mountain and searched around. Finally, he discovered an extremely concealed entrance to the cave. Even though Xianxia was standing at the edge of the cave entrance, he couldn't sense anything strange inside. However, when he looked at it again with his lightning vision, there was indeed a large area of dense black substance inside, obstructing his vision. Although Xianxia was bold, if there were other ways, he wouldn't be so stupid as to insist on taking risks. He planned to use a knife to cut a huge crack in the mountain to see if the black stuff would leak out, so that he wouldn't have to walk in stupidly. However, when he slashed down with his saber, an even more unimaginable situation appeared. The essence chi from that saber slashed into countless mountain stones in all directions, but the mountain stones immediately flew back and clung to the place where they were sliced. To think that it's healed. This Xianxia was suddenly shocked. The mountain stones healed. This strange situation could only occur in one situation, and that was the escape technique. Humans have 5 attributes, and all things in the world are made up of 5 elements. Escape technique was a very powerful movement technique, and it was also divided into 5 elements: wind escape, water escape, fire escape, earth escape, and wood escape. When a person unleashed earth escape, they would fuse their entire body into the ground or into the rocks, allowing them to merge with earth-attributed elements. Through this method, he could move at an unimaginable speed, and some high-level evasion techniques were even faster than flying. When a martial artist used earth escape, the area he was in would not be destroyed. Because the earth element was highly activated, even if the blade was slashed down, the soil would still fuse again after being sliced open. Earth escape was the true fusion of humans and the earth. It was not as simple as diving into the ground alone. The rocks here actually Xianxia suddenly became interested. If it weren't for the fact that someone was using the escape technique all the time inside the mountain, it was because there were some powerful spirit medium crystals hidden inside that could cultivate the escape technique. Forget it. I have to go in and take a look. Xianxia thought that if he could cultivate an escape technique, then he would undoubtedly have another way to escape. Right now, what he lacked the most was the escape movement technique. Although the flash footsteps were fast, the distance between them was too short. It was simply not enough. He took a deep breath and forcefully stepped into the cave. After going deep into the cave for a while, he discovered that he had entered the dark region. This dark region is really dark. Even Xianxia took out a moonstone. The moonstone's light could not illuminate the path in front of him, as if the black air could swallow the light. This is strange. Xianxia stretched out his hand and didn't dare to act rashly. Even if there were really expensive spirit medium crystals inside, it was impossible for them to swallow all the light, right? However, Xianxia was not someone who would give up easily. The more this situation was, the more he had to go inside to find out what was going on. He directly used the sun god technique to draw light, causing a gentle beam of sunlight to envelop him. Finally, a visible range appeared in front of him. It seemed that the sun god technique had a certain restraining effect on this strange darkness. Xianxia calmed down a little and continued to walk forward. The further he went, the more strange things would happen. When Xianxia was about 1,000 meters deep, the range of vision he could see was also shrinking. A 3-meter-wide light could illuminate an area of about 10 meters in radius. But now, a 3-meter-wide beam of light could only illuminate about 5 meters. What was especially strange was that Xianxia felt that his lightning meridian's attribute seemed to be in a state of restlessness. This was something he had never seen before. This darkness can actually touch my lightning meridian's power. Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air and continued forward. If he walked another 500 meters, he would no longer be able to see another 5 meters. His visibility had already been suppressed to just 3.5 meters, that was the area that was shrouded by the light. The lightning power in Xianxia's body became even more restless. This was not an uneasy restlessness, but an eagerness to try. Xianxia had never experienced such a situation before. When he didn't take the initiative to use the lightning meridian's attribute, the darkness seemed to ignite his own lightning meridian's power. If he continued to walk, it would be another 500 meters. Xianxia was almost unable to move a single step, because the lightning meridian's power in his body was spreading out uncontrollably. Crackling bolts of lightning wrapped around Xianxia, turning him into a person of lightning. What the hell is this place? Xianxia gritted his teeth and used his avatar imprint to split out an avatar, causing the avatar to cast a quenching sun. Boom! A fierce beam of sunlight slammed into the avatar. At this moment, the restless thunder veins in Xianxia's body suddenly stabilized. The avatar only lasted for 10 seconds. Xianxia didn't dare to waste any time. He had already barged in, so he decided to go all out. He quickened his pace and even began to run rapidly in the rugged cave. However, 5 seconds later, the thunder and lightning in his body boiled again and sprayed out of control from Xiangnan's mouth, eyes, ears, and nose. Xiangnan had no choice but to use the sun-quenching technique himself, allowing him and his avatar to release 2 beams of sun-quenching light at the same time. At this time, Xiangnan felt that he was getting closer and closer to something mysterious. He only needed a few more seconds to reach his destination. But quenching the sun was not a joke, especially when one's true body and avatar were quenching the sun at the same time. At this moment, Xiangnan didn't use sun-quenching to rush in, but to escape. He immediately increased his speed to the fastest and sprinted crazily in the direction he came from. Finally, he rushed out of the cave in one breath and immediately disbanded Kenyang. Then he collapsed onto the ground and gasped for breath. This won't work. I can't use my true body to temper the sun. It's too dangerous. Xiangnan gritted his teeth and refused to leave. Why don't you directly refine the demon-suppressing pill and refine the second avatar? And then make another mysterious cave. At this moment, Xiangnan had already sensed that there must be something in the destination he was about to arrive at. It was also that thing that created the darkness in the cave and ignited his lightning meridian's attribute. Originally, he thought that there might be a piece of Earth-attributed spirit medium crystal inside, but the Earth-attributed spirit medium crystal was impossible to create darkness, let alone stimulate his talent. From this point of view, the things inside were far from as simple as he had imagined. Xiangnan's eyes lit up. Can it stimulate my talent? Could it be a rare lightning-type spirit medium crystal? But is there really such a thing in the world? Xiangnan had never heard of him before. Even if it wasn't a lightning-type spirit medium crystal stone, it would definitely be able to help him cultivate an escape technique. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain it clearly. Perhaps he could even borrow that thing and directly cultivate it to become a lightning evasion. Xiangnan became excited and immediately returned to the nature sect to refine the demon-suppressing pill. To refine the primary demon-suppressing pill, Xiangnan had already gathered all the main ingredients. There were still more than 20 types of spiritual herbs left. The spirit herb store in Haotian City was large in scale, and many large clans' headquarters were located here. The magic herbs required for the demon-suppressing pill were all third-grade herbs. The average price of this third-grade herb on the market was 30,000 gold coins per plant. Xiangnan entered the city and found a large-scale spirit herb shop. When he handed over the spirit herb formula he needed and heard the shopkeeper say that he had it all, he heaved a sigh of relief. But then came the question. Xiangnan had already spent more than 800,000 gold coins from the masked man in Baisho City. According to the average price, he should be able to buy more than 20 kinds of spirit herbs. Unfortunately, 2 of these third-grade spirit herbs are relatively rare. Just these 2 spirit herbs are worth 200,000 gold coins. As a result, the total value of the spiritual herbs on his spiritual herbs list had reached more than 900,000 yuan. Xiangnan had long known that spirit herbs could not be priced according to grade alone. Most importantly, they were rare. For example, the spirit herbs needed for the origin transformation pill were extremely precious. What should I do? Xiangnan's face suddenly turned grim. Money. I need money. A martial artist was really a profession that burned money. Spending nearly 1 million gold coins was like throwing a pebble into the sea, unable to even see a single drop of water. 7 to 800,000 gold coins. An ordinary citizen of a medium-sized city could only earn more than 100 gold coins a year. 7 to 800,000 was enough for them to live for 10 lifetimes. However, 7 to 800,000 was not considered money in the eyes of a martial artist. Moreover, Xiangnan's spirit-grade primary pill furnace should have been eliminated long ago. He also wanted to buy a new pill furnace. The shopkeeper looked at Xiangnan curiously and said, "Is there something wrong with the prescription?" Xiangnan smiled embarrassedly and said, I don't have enough money on me." The shopkeeper smiled and said, "The most profitable industries in this world are alchemists and artificers. Whoever is short of money will not lack money in these 2 industries, right?" Hearing this, Xianxia was stunned for a moment before slapping his forehead and cursing himself as an idiot. How could he not have thought of such a simple principle? Looks like I really don't have any talent for business. He could buy spiritual herbs first, then refine them into medicinal pills before selling them. The average price of a third-grade spiritual herb was 30,000 gold coins, while the average price of a third-grade medicinal pill was as high as 5 million gold coins. To an alchemist, gold coins were like dirt. They were useless. No wonder Meng Dai took him to a Tier 3 alchemist for medical treatment last time. That alchemist could buy a huge manor in the middle of a huge city. Do you accept pills? What pills sell best? Xianxia hurriedly asked. The shopkeeper said, we collect some scattered items. However, if you want to make a large-scale move, you'd better find an auction house. As for the best-selling pill, it is a second-grade foundation establishment pill. One of these pills can sell for 500,000 gold coins, and the best quality pill can sell for over 1 million. It was the foundation establishment pill. Xianxia immediately wrote a prescription for the foundation establishment pill and handed it to the shopkeeper. He temporarily stopped buying the spiritual herbs he needed to save money. Xianxia knew that this type of foundation establishment pill was quite common, so he didn't need to go to Tianji Hall. The average price of a Tier 2 spiritual herb was only 3,000 gold coins. The total number of foundation establishment pills required was 30, and each set would cost around 100,000 gold coins. Xianxia bought all his money for the spirit herbs needed for the foundation establishment pill. He bought a total of 7 sets and immediately returned to the Sun Peak of the Haoran sect. Xianxia's own pill furnace was already cracked, but he was still able to barely survive refining a second-grade foundation establishment pill. After getting everything ready, he was so excited that he started to earn money. Alchemist should be one of the richest professions in the world. What's valuable is the craftsmanship of this kind of craftsmanship. Haoran sect is very strong, right? It had almost recruited the world's top geniuses. But even among the nearly 10,000 disciples of the Haoran sect, how many truly possessed pill refining talent? Although alchemists earned money, the number of such professions was very rare. Not to mention the Haoran sect, if it was outside, perhaps there might not be a single alchemist out of 10,000 martial artists, but with such a small amount of precious alchemists, wouldn't it be natural for them not to earn money if they wanted to provide the entire world of martial arts with the amount of pills they needed? Xianxia divided all the herbs into 7 parts and refined them one by one. The lower the grade of the pill, the less time it took and the higher the success rate. Very quickly, with the quality of Xianxia's pill-breaking furnace, it only took him 2 hours to refine a foundation establishment pill. Second grade, top grade. Xianxia looked at the quality of the pills he had refined and was very satisfied. The higher the quality of the pills, the more perfect the medicinal properties. Most importantly, the less damage they would cause to the martial artists. It was a third poison, but the toxicity of top-grade pills was negligible. Again, Xianxia was holding back on earning money, but he didn't go out for a whole day and night and hid in Sun Palace to refine pills. On the morning of the next day, Xianxia felt much less tired when he saw a total of 7 top-grade foundation establishment pills. Xianxia, someone is looking for me. Just as Xianxia was about to leave, Su Kaiyue suddenly appeared and left. Looking for me? Xianxia wondered, who would look for him? And we found Sun Peak. He walked out of the Sun Palace with a puzzled expression, only to see a graceful woman standing under the morning light at the door. The early morning sun shone on her body, giving Xianxia the feeling that there was a lotus floating in the cold pond water. Moreover, the lotus was newly blooming and was stained with dew droplets. Xianxia felt refreshed by this woman and asked curiously, Senior Sister Xueqi, are you looking for me? Mu Sueki put her hands behind her back and looked at Xianxia with a smile. Why don't you welcome me? Oh, no. You are the first person to come to Sun Palace to look for me. It's just a little rare. Is there anything you need me for? Xianxia hurriedly greeted. Mu Sueki smiled and said, I'm leaving with the team this morning. Yes. Xianxia also doesn't know what to say. Why are you telling me this when you're traveling? Mu Sueki's expression darkened slightly when she saw that Xianxia's performance was neither cold nor indifferent. I'm just reminding you to be careful. Perhaps the black-clothed man wouldn't give up that night. You should pay attention to your safety, she said. Also, I'll give you this. Musweki threw a porcelain bottle to Xianxia and said, I'm in a hurry, so I won't talk to you anymore. Let's go first. As expected, I'm not mistaken. There's something wrong with this woman's brain. Xianxia shook his head helplessly. When Musweki first arrived, her face was full of spring. But when she left, she had a calm expression on her face. Woman, you really can't figure it out. Pulling open the cork of the porcelain bottle, a faint fragrance floated out from it. There were 3 fragrant pills lying inside. Xianxia did not think too much and put the bottle into his storage ring and ran out of the sect. At this time, the patrol team was already prepared, and they were parting outside the main gate of the Howran sect. Thousands of disciples had already gone out to send them off. Everyone would like to take this opportunity to see the elegance of the flower of nature. Under the attention of everyone, Musweki had returned to the confident and glorious senior sister Sweki. However, her gaze had been wandering among the disciples, as if she was looking for something. When she finally saw Xianxia, she was first overjoyed, and then she realized that Xianxia was just passing by in a hurry and running towards Haoyan City. Xueqi, it's time to go, a mentor urged. Lu Sweki replied. Looking at Xiangxia's back, she couldn't help but sigh. Then she turned around and started to follow the large group. The flying demonic beasts spread their wings and slowly entered the clouds. Aya, senior sister Xueqi came to see me off. Could it be that she reminded me to send her off? Xianxia ran all the way and patted his forehead. Xianxia, who was aware of the situation, looked out towards the direction of the nature sect and discovered that the large group had already left. He shook his head and continued on his way. The auction houses in Haoyan City were varied and belonged to different aristocratic families and clans. Some were high-end auction houses that specialized in auctioning rare treasures in the world. To enter such an auction house, one had to have membership. Ordinary people would not be able to enter. There were also some high-end and middle-end auction houses that sold more items, but they weren't something that ordinary people could afford. Of course, there were also some underground auction houses. These auction houses were not to be seen. Most of the items auctioned inside were stolen by killing people and stealing goods. Or, they were selling prohibited items that violated the laws of the Haoyan Empire. For example, slaves, some storage rings that were not unsealed, and so on. Most of the auction houses were gathered together, and there were often as many as 10 on the same street. The treasure-gathering pavilion? Xiangxia's eyes lit up and he suddenly discovered a familiar name. Isn't this the property of the Wampoa aristocrat clan? Xianxia thought back to Wampoa Ruyan and Xiao Yuer, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. He really missed adventuring with them in the Black Sharp Demon Forest. After bidding farewell in recent years, I wonder if little Yuer's illness has recovered. Is Miss Ruyan, who loves her younger sister so much, okay now? Xianxia entered the wealth pavilion and found the person in charge of the consignment auction. That person told Xianxia that the profit from sending the auction was the highest, but he had to wait for the right time. Someone had to buy it before the seller could get the money. The auction house itself also had a purchase business. The seller directly sold the treasure to the auction house. How much money the auction house could sell the treasure for next had nothing to do with the seller. Look at my pills. Xianxia took out his 7 foundation establishment pills. The person in charge nodded and said, all of them are of top quality. Let me be clear. If you send these pills for auction, you can probably earn 1 million gold coins per pill. If you sell them directly to our auction house, I will be able to bid 900,000 gold coins. Sell it directly. Xianxia immediately made his decision. He endured the price difference of 100,000 gold coins, so it didn't matter. Immediately after, the person in charge took out a 6.3 million gold coin memory card and handed it to Xianxia. He really was rich. 700,000 gold coins, in the blink of an eye, had become 6,300,000. This was truly a huge profit. Xianxia did not love the money of the secular world, but even so, his heart couldn't help but beat wildly when he made a profit of millions with a single change of hands. "Do you need more pills?" Xianxia asked. The person in charge smiled meaningfully and said, "Do you still have any? How much do you want?" Xianxia asked. "How many do you have?" The person in charge smiled brighter and brighter. "Understood." Xianxia smiled faintly and turned around to run towards the Howran sect. The cost of each foundation establishment pill was around 100,000 gold coins, and the price was as high as 900,000 gold coins. A single foundation establishment pill could earn a net profit of 800,000 gold coins. The next day, Xianxia held 10 foundation establishment pills and came to the treasure-gathering pavilion. 10 foundation establishment pills were purchased by the Gathering Money Pavilion for 9 million gold coins. At this time, Xianxia's memory card already had an astronomical figure of 14 million gold coins. Xianxia's breathing started to quicken. He couldn't believe it. Money. Money. So much money. It was all in his storage ring. But this time, not only did the person in charge of the auction house give Xianxia gold coins, there was also a card with the words, "The Treasure Gathering Pavilion, Wampoa," printed on it. The person in charge told Xianxia that every time Xianxia traded in the Treasure Gathering Pavilion in the future, this card would increase the corresponding amount of points. Sometimes, some large auction houses would get some very rare treasures. These hot treasures would definitely not be made public to the public. Then who would they sell them to? It was sold to these respected buyers and sellers who held auction house cards, and they were transported through a single channel. With this card, you are a distinguished guest of our conglomerate pavilion. The person in charge still maintained a professional smile and said, "In the future, regardless of whether you are here for consignment or bidding, you will receive high standards of treatment and limited rights. By the way, this is a personal suggestion." The person in charge stood beside Xianxia and whispered, "We only sell these foundation establishment pills. It's a little small. If you have better pills, we can talk about it." Xianxia gritted his teeth and said ruthlessly, "How much is the essence transformation pill?" The person in charge immediately fell silent. The essence transformation pill was not a joke. Later on, the smile on the person in charge disappeared. He whispered, "The origin transformation pill is not something that ordinary alchemists can cultivate. In this market, only a few sects and aristocratic families have mastered the origin transformation pill. If you have it and are willing to sell it, we will buy it for 20 million yuan." His Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew that the essence transformation pill was very expensive, but he didn't expect it to be able to do so. Expensive? Then do you have any ingredients for the origin transformation pill? Xianxia knew that the spirit herbs needed for the essence transformation pill were rare, and it wasn't easy to gather them all. The person in charge said, "How about this? The cost of a yuan transformation pill varies from time to time, and the price also fluctuates. At present, the cost is around 4 million gold coins. We can directly provide you with the materials. You just need to help us refine the pills and pay for your 15 million yuan manual fee. How about it?" "All right," Xianxia immediately decided. An undetectable light flashed in the eyes of the person in charge. Xianxia's experience in interpersonal communication was still too poor. He didn't see the trap that the person in charge had set for him. "Didn't you tell others that you, a boy who just turned 17, have the ability to refine the essence transformation pill?" The origin transformation pill was not an ordinary thing, nor was it an auxiliary pill. Instead, it was a precious treasure that could directly allow a martial artist to convert the Xiantian into Yuan Qi. Alchemists who had the ability to refine origin transformation pills had basically entered the sect. They needed to use the sect as their powerful backer to ensure their own safety. Therefore, most of the origin transformation pills that could be seen on the market came from outside the sect, and the amount was extremely rare. "This thing is priceless. Even if you have money, you can't buy it. Please come with me." The person in charge led Xianxia all the way in and said, "We can provide the ingredients and pill furnaces free of charge. All you need to do is successfully refine the pills and hand them over to us." As he spoke, Xianxia followed the person in charge into the backyard of the auction house and made a few rounds before entering an underground secret room. This underground secret room had a huge space. It was as vast as a manor. There were many compartments inside. Each compartment was partitioned by thick metal doors. There was a row of cubicles in the deepest part of the room, and the person in charge brought Xianxia into one of them. This secret room was not small, it was square, and in the middle was squatting an earthly-grade original-grade pill furnace, which was priceless. After that, the person in charge summoned 6 female waitresses and brought 30 trays for Xianxia. Each tray was filled with the ingredients and spiritual herbs needed to refine the essence transformation pill. The person in charge said, "The probability of failure in refining the essence transformation pill is extremely high. I know that. Here are 10 pills for you. You only need to cultivate 3 pills to meet our requirements. Then I won't disturb you." After saying that, the person in charge left this place with his other subordinates. Xianxia took a deep breath and began to refine the essence transformation pill. Although the environment here was not comparable to Zhaohua Peak's pill refining room, at least the quality of the pill furnace was very good, and it was not much worse than Zhaohua Peak's. This made Xianxia very satisfied. After refining the essence transformation pill here, he would be able to refine one every 4 hours. Xianxia deliberately delayed for 5 full days in order to make himself less shocking, and he handed over 5 essence transformation pills. Actually, Xiangxia's success rate in refining the essence transformation pill had already exceeded 90%. It was more than enough to refine 10 pills, but that was still the same principle. As for the remaining 5 origin transformation pills, they were directly destroyed by Xianxia. He could take it away, but wouldn't that be stealing? Nan wouldn't do such a thing. It was very different from stealing the snake eggs of the blazing fire python. It was because he had an agreement with the conglomerate pavilion that he had to have a spirit of contract, but not with the blazing fire python. Even so, the person in charge was still shocked by the 50% success rate. He praised repeatedly, "Indeed, he is a disciple of the Nature's Nature sect. He is not a trivial person. Here are 80 million gold coins. Please keep it." The person in charge respectfully handed Xianxia a storage card and said, "If you need it in the future, please give priority to the treasure-gathering pavilion. Your presence will be a great honor to us. You should give me 75 million for each of the 15 million pills that we agreed to." Xianxia was puzzled. "The other 5 million gold coins are for your hard work. I'm extremely sorry for wasting 5 days of your time," the person in charge said respectfully. Being able to curry favor with an alchemist, especially such a young and terrifying alchemist, was already far more than tens of millions of gold coins. All right. Xianxia took the memory card and was in a good mood. The Wampoa aristocrat clan was able to achieve such a large scale. It really wasn't due to luck. It depended on the way they treated people and handled things. Indeed, they were proficient in business. After leaving the treasure-gathering pavilion, Xianxia suddenly felt that the sky was so blue and the sun was so round. Rich. I'm really rich. 80 million gold. In addition to the 14 million he had previously obtained from selling Foundation establishment pills, Xianxia now had an astonishing worth of 94 million gold coins. Little sparrow, let's go. Buy. Buy what you like. I'll buy you gemstones. Many, many gemstones. The little bird stood on Xianxia's shoulder and jumped excitedly. The little bird raised its head high and finally became a rich bird. How? I can't even finish spending it. 90 million gold coins. Xianxia had armed the little bird from head to toe and hung it all over with glittering gemstones. Only then did it cost more than 100,000 gold coins. Damn it, if I go to the Drunken Dream Pavilion in the future, I can also spend money to save myself from eating and drinking every time. Xianxia originally planned to get a few essence transformation pills and send them to the Xiang clan so that they could make some money, but after some consideration he gave up on this plan. If a clan wanted to grow bigger, it wasn't just about earning money. The most important thing was the clan's background. With the Xiang clan's current scale and influence, it was not enough to control a business worth tens of millions of dollars. It's like you were originally a steamed bun seller, but one day, all of your steamed bun turned into essence transformation pills. This is definitely not a good thing for you, because you don't have enough powerful forces to protect your business. I'm afraid that only bad luck awaits you. Let the Xiang clan slowly develop for a period of time first. Cultivating more trustworthy people and cultivating more of their own power is the only way. Xiangnan thought for a moment. The Xiang clan had better not touch such a thing as pills for the time being, but it didn't matter if they only gave the Xiang clan some financial support. Thinking of this, Xiangnan directly distributed 50 million gold coins. After returning to the Howran sect, he handed the storage card containing 50 million gold coins to the sound transmission hall and sent it to the Xiang clan in Bluestone City and Bluestone Town of Wulong Prefecture. Ordinary people had to go through mercenary groups or professional escort agencies to escort property and supplies from a long distance. However, the sect's influence was enormous, so it was naturally unnecessary. The Sound Transmission Hall was such an organization. Its significance was similar to that of an escort agency, and it was responsible for escorting supplies. I wonder if my parents and grandfather will be happy to receive such a large sum of money. Xiangnan was in a good mood. After he walked out, he could finally help the clan. This was one of the benefits of a small clan being able to walk out of a sect disciple. After all this was done, Xiangnan also experienced the life of a wealthy person. He waved his hand and spent an entire 10 million gold coins to buy a high-grade spirit pill furnace. He threw the spirit pill furnace he had been using into the corner of Sun Palace. A high-grade spirit-grade pill furnace could withstand the refining strength of a fourth-grade pill. For Xiangnan, it was more than enough. Everything was ready. Xiangnan didn't waste any more time and immediately began to refine the primary demon-suppressing pill. This demon-suppressing pill was a Tier 3 medicinal pill, and it was still within Xiangnan's control. It only took him one night to obtain a pitch-black demon-suppressing pill. Whoosh! Xiangnan let out a long breath and glanced not far away. The little bird was carefully hanging strings of translucent gemstone necklaces on the tree branches. It even jumped back and forth. No matter how much it appreciated them, it couldn't appreciate them enough. Wealthy fans. Xiangnan curled his lips. Perhaps he should get an intermediate storage ring for Little Sparrow as well? Especially for gemstones. Intermediate storage rings weren't cheap. They were worth around 3 million gold coins. Xiangnan rested for a night. The next day, he was ready in high spirits and began to cultivate the second level of the Avatar Seal. He first went through the Clone Seal's incantation in his heart, and then he solemnly swallowed the demon-suppressing pill. The demon-suppressing pill's medicinal effects were strange. Once refined by Xiangnan, it immediately displayed an extraordinary effect. That made Xiangnan feel like he was floating. However, he knew that this was just a sensory illusion. In fact, he was still sitting on the ground without moving. Immediately after, his consciousness seemed to have escaped from his physical body. The higher he flew, the farther he flew. Gradually, the clamor in the mortal world disappeared. He felt like he was floating up the clouds and looking down at the rolling world of the world with a condescending attitude. At this moment, everything in the world had nothing to do with Xiangnan. He was like a bystander in a world, observing everything with a calm mind. No one had any ulterior motives or tricks. In Xiangnan's heart, the intrigue between those people was nothing more than a piece of dust in the long river of history that was not enough to be recorded. He felt that his mind was unprecedentedly calm, and his mind was so open that it could accommodate all the seas, mountains, and rivers. The feeling of transcendence made Xiangnan abandon all distracting thoughts, and he only had a heart of martial arts that remained unchanged from the ancient times. The Tao heart was the most important thing for a martial artist. If the Tao heart was unstable, then the path of martial arts would be long and unclear, and it would be easy to wear away one's will. At the very least, one would be stuck at the bottleneck of martial arts, and at the very most, one would be enchanted with the devil and the jade. Human nature was already complicated. No matter how interesting things were, if they were to experience them day and night, they would feel completely dull. The path of martial arts was endless, ranging from several decades to hundreds or even thousands of years. How could a martial artist always have a blazing heart towards martial arts without repenting? Only the Tao heart was also. Xiangnan subconsciously began to cultivate the second level of the Avatar Seal. The obscure phrases and the complicated state of the three uses of one's heart became clear. Xianxia felt that he was not alone, but the whole world. When the feeling of traveling through the 9 heavens suddenly condensed in Xianxia's heart, it quickly flew back to its original body. Xianxia opened his eyes, his gaze as calm as a lake. His hands quickly formed incantations, and his imprints continuously collided with his hands. In the end, his avatar was printed. With a whoosh, the 2 incarnations left and right from Xianxia's body. Xianxia's expression was still as calm as ever, and he slowly closed his eyes. In the next few hours, Xianxia continued to repeat this set of actions, constantly cultivating and familiarizing himself with the second level of the avatar imprint. The most difficult part was getting into the sect. Once he remembered this feeling, even if the effects of the medicine disappeared, he would be able to separate out 2 avatars. As night approached, the effects of the demon-suppressing pill in his body finally dissipated, and Xianxia slowly opened his eyes. Whoosh! He let out a long breath and practiced the avatar imprint countless times. This time, without the support of the demon-suppressing pill, he succeeded again. The 2 avatars moved horizontally from both sides of the main body. The facial features of the 2 avatars were in a daze, but their existences were incomparably clear. A light flashed in Xianxia's eyes as he leapt into the air. His enormous yuan-chi feathered wings spread out and he immediately flew away. "Little sparrow, this trip is dangerous. Stay here and wait for me." As he spoke, Xianxia's figure had long since disappeared. It was best not to bring the little bird along to enter that strange cave, so that he wouldn't have the time to protect it with sunlight after entering the dangerous place. Very quickly, Xianxia landed under the strange mountain again. He took a deep breath and forced his scalp to barge in for the second time. It was still the same darkness that he could not see with his fingers. He first used light and sunset to illuminate the area in front of him. Shortly after, when the effects of the light were about to collapse, Xianxia, who had his previous experience, immediately sprinted wildly. He had to rush as fast as he could into the deepest part of the cave. The darkness immediately engulfed him, causing the lightning meridian's attribute in his body to become unprecedentedly restless. Xianxia did not hesitate to split out his first avatar and let it temper the sun. Along with the shrouding of the strong light, Xianxia and his doppelganger sprinted side by side and continued to go deeper. However, the road inside the cave was rugged, and the flash shadow steps could not be used at all, so they could only run. Gradually, the darkness became even more unrestrained, and even the quenching sun couldn't hold on any longer. Xianxia took away his first avatar and split into 2 at the same time. The 2 avatars were simultaneously quenching the sun. "We can't waste too much time." Xianxia increased his speed further, and his body had already turned into an afterimage. Suddenly, Xianxia rushed into a strange space. This place gave Xianxia a sudden feeling of enlightenment. In this space, there was only endless darkness, as if even the mountain walls and the ground had disappeared. Xianxia knew that this was an illusion. He had entered the deepest depths of the darkness, and the 2 suns could no longer protect him. Too shocking. There was actually such a bizarre place hidden within the Howran mountain range. Go all out. Xianxia was ruthless. He gritted his teeth and released the quenching sun. 3 fierce pillars of light struck the ground violently, wrapping around Xianxia and his 2 avatars. The probability of him going crazy was astonishingly high. Xianxia guessed that he would start to backfire if he continued to temper the sun for less than 10 seconds at most. At this moment, not only was it Xianxia's main body, even the 2 avatars outside were wrapped in dense lightning. Not good. The backlash of the sun god technique is light. If this continues, I'm afraid my talent will collapse. Without the slightest hesitation, Xianxia immediately went to find the one who caused the darkness. Relying on his perception of the source of darkness, he quickly rushed towards the core area. In an instant, he arrived at an open space in the deepest part of the cave. Crack, crack. Crazy lightning burst out from Xianxia's 7 orifices uncontrollably. This is when Xianxia saw the person who caused the darkness. He felt his pores open and his hair stand on end. It was an altar made of countless bones. The altar was 3 meters tall and had a towering structure. Each bone contained an unimaginable amount of demonic energy. The owners of those bones had died for thousands of years, but they were still emitting a dense demonic aura. It was hard to imagine what their identities were like before they died. What truly shocked Xianxia was not the bones, but a small crystal floating above the altar. Void stone. My God! It really is this kind of thing. Xianxia's eyes almost popped out. He didn't even have time to think. He grabbed the pitch-black crystal stone in his hand and jumped straight up. He used a heavy knife to hack it and rushed out of a straight and upward tunnel in the mountain. When he entered, he needed to find the deepest part of the cave according to its rugged movements. However, there was no need for him to do so if he went out. He could directly charge out of the mountain, regardless of which direction he went from. Under the night, a mountain peak suddenly exploded with a tunnel. Countless rubble shot out everywhere. Immediately after, a figure flew out under the cover of sunlight. Then, it unfurled its enormous yuan-chi wings and continuously ascended into the sky. Xianxia grabbed the small black crystal and flew upwards. He did not stop until he had crossed the clouds several times and entered the highest depths of the sky. As for the little black crystal stone, once it left the altar, it would no longer create darkness. Instead, it would calmly lie in Xianxia's palm. Xianxia quickly retrieved his avatar and sun god technique and began to size up the items in his hand. This was a crystal that was only the size of a grain of rice. Its entire body was pitch black, not reflecting any light, and there was a faint layer of flowing light floating on the surface of the crystal. Those streaks of light were black and blue, as mysterious and beautiful as the night sky. It's really a void stone. Xianxia's breathing quickened. Almost no one knew what the void stone was for, nor how it came about. In his previous life, Xianxia had heard of this kind of thing. He only knew that the void stone was a gem that could be compatible with any attribute. This kind of thing could fundamentally change the structure of the world. The world was made up of 5 elements. The elements were arranged in an orderly manner so that mountains and rivers would not collapse, rivers would not dry up, and the world would not disintegrate. Void stones, on the other hand, could destroy the elemental structure, causing an element to suddenly go berserk. In the vast historical literature, the explanation of the void stone was rare, only a few strokes. This thing also affects my lightning meridian's attribute. I wonder if it can be used. Xianxia carefully considered for a long time whether he should use his lightning vein attribute to probe this void stone. However, he didn't know what the result of the probing would be. Perhaps he would be blown into dust. However, Xianxia was someone who would never give up until he reached his goal. He was lucky enough to obtain this item in his lifetime. If he didn't even dare to use it, would he regret it for the rest of his life when he was late in life or when he was about to die? You've already died once. Are you afraid of dying again? Xianxia gritted his teeth and poured his lightning meridian's power into the void stone. At that time, numerous bolts of lightning suddenly disappeared into the void rock. Just like that. Xianxia was stunned. The void stone was still as calm as before, as if there was no reaction at all. But the next moment the void stone suddenly seemed to have come to life. It searched for the source of thunder and lightning power. That was Xianxia, and drilled into the space between Xianxia's eyebrows. Xianxia was quick to reach out and grab the void stone. As a result, the void stone was in a strange state and was simply unable to grab it. It was like a non-existent void that pierced through Xianxia's palm and penetrated the space between his eyebrows. Then, Xianxia felt a loud boom in his head, and his entire body fainted. After an unknown amount of time, he slowly woke up and turned around. However, he felt no pain in his body at all. It was just a peculiar feeling in his mind, and his yuan-chi feathered wings were still unconsciously flapping slowly. Then, he carefully comprehended it and was shocked to discover that he could actually look into his mind. In his mind, the void stone did not exist, but existed in his consciousness. Within that illusory space of consciousness, A small black crystal floated in the air. Where is this stone? Xiangnan was extremely shocked. Consciousness was just a kind of saying, it was a combination of human thoughts and subconscious, but this was just a kind of saying. Could it be that a place like the space of consciousness really exists in a person's mind? Xiangnan tried to think about the void stone, but the void stone didn't respond. He frowned as he circulated the lightning meridian's attribute. As a result, the void stone suddenly started to tremble. Pong! A bolt of lightning enveloped Xiangnan. These bolts of lightning weren't created by Xiangnan at all. Instead, they were created by the void stone. What was most unbelievable to Xiangnan was that the arcs surrounding his body were all pure black. Before Xiangnan could think about it, he felt a sharp headache. He hugged his head and struggled back and forth in the air. The headache gradually disappeared after a few hours. Seeing that the sky was about to brighten, Xiangnan mercilessly tried again. As a result, the void stone still stimulated Xiangnan's lightning meridian's attribute this time. However, it did not cause any headaches. Instead, it caused Xiangnan's consciousness to become blurry. So it's like this. Xiangnan rubbed his temples and continued to slowly wait for his recovery. Movements consumed human strength, martial skills, strength, and yuan qi. Some powerful martial skills consumed blood essence as a price. However, what this void stone consumed was consciousness. In other words, it will devour Xiangnan's consciousness. Every time Xiangnan used the void stone, it would swallow some of Xiangnan's consciousness. If it used too much, it would cause Xiangnan to lose consciousness and fall into a coma. The sky had already brightened, and Xiangnan's blurry consciousness regained consciousness. Fortunately, the consciousness devoured by the void stone could be automatically restored, so there was no need to worry about being eaten into a fool by the void stone. However, this void stone is clearly able to heal the wounds on the mountain. This means that it has an absolute effect on escape techniques. No, this thing can't be retrieved from my brain anymore. I can't sacrifice it for nothing. I have to see if it can help me learn the evasion technique. Xiangnan took a deep breath and began to carefully sense the small amount of lightning attributes in the air. Actually, he didn't know what he should do. He only followed the rules of the escape technique. That was to comprehend the innate attributes he possessed, perceive the corresponding attributes between heaven and earth, and then merge with it. Xiangnan pointed in a general direction. Then, he used his consciousness to touch the void stone, and at the same time he refined qi into electricity. At this moment, Xiangnan's body was suddenly wrapped in a dense layer of black lightning. With a whoosh, his entire body turned into a streak of black lightning that pierced through the sky. The black lightning was extremely strange, and when no lightning appeared, it would explode. It was so quiet and silent that it flashed through the sky. Xiangnan could already feel that his eyes had also turned black. He felt that his entire body was no longer in the shape of a human, nor did he have the structure of a human. Instead, he had truly turned into a streak of black lightning. In the blink of an eye, he stopped. From turning into black lightning to flashing out to stopping, it only took him a moment at most. But where is this place? Xiangnan rubbed his temples. Because he tried using the void stone this time, his consciousness started to blur again. He didn't dare to use it again until he recovered. In front of him was a vast ocean. East China Sea. Holy shit! After Xiangnan saw the ocean clearly, he couldn't help but curse. Previously, he was located on the east side of the Howran mountain range, at least 100 miles away from the East China Sea. Xiangnan was stunned. His eyes widened and he said, "This time lightning escape. Actually instantly crossed a distance of 100 kilometers? Xiangnan tried his best to calm down the excitement in his heart and recover from the pleasant surprise. This move had to make Xiangnan ecstatic. It was simply too powerful. In a blink of an eye, 100 miles. What was this concept? That meant that if someone wanted to kill Xiangnan in the future, Xiangnan only needed to turn into black lightning and escape. In a blink of an eye, after Xiangnan escaped, the enemies who wanted to kill him didn't know which direction to chase after him. Of course, this wasn't a complete escape method. If they encountered some experts with exceptionally high cultivation realms, they would still be able to sense Xiangnan's yuan qi fluctuations from 100 miles away. No, this void stone definitely has other uses. Xiangnan calmed down and thought carefully. The void stone that he accidentally obtained could be said to be extremely lucky. If he didn't extract all of its value, he would be sorry for the name void stone. Since the void stone possesses the special ability to fuse with the elements of the 5 elements, does that mean that it can not only be used as an escape technique, but also pierce through everything at the same time? Xiangnan rubbed his chin as he thought carefully and merged with everything. In fact, thinking in a different direction was equivalent to being able to penetrate everything, wasn't it? Thinking of this, Xiangnan pulled out his black-scaled saber and poured it into the blade with the lightning meridian's attribute. At this moment, the black-scaled saber's grade increased rapidly and turned into an earth-grade elementary-grade weapon. This black scale is extremely hard. If my hand can pierce through it, then my guess is correct. Xiangnan muttered to himself and raised his right hand. Earth-grade weapons were all forged through thousands of refinements, so their strength was unquestionable. Xiangnan wondered if he would consume less consciousness if he only wrapped the black lightning around his right hand. It should be like this. As he thought about it, Xiangnan put this bold idea into action. One had to know that this kind of behavior was also very dangerous. If his arm pierced through the giant saber and the black lightning instantly lost its effect, then his right arm would become one with the giant saber and be completely crippled. Whoosh! Xiangnan took a deep breath, then used the lightning meridian's attribute power to refine qi into electricity, and connected to the void stone at the same time. At this moment, the crackling lightning enveloped half of Xiangnan's right arm, and the lightning suddenly turned into a pure black, strange lightning. Xiangnan took note of the time, turned his right hand into a hand blade, and instantly pierced towards the giant blade. At that moment, his right hand felt as if it had pierced through clear water. He could only feel a slight resistance. After a long time, his arm really pierced through the huge saber and pierced out from the other end of the saber. Holy shit! Xiangnan's eyes widened as he cursed, but at the same time, he could feel his consciousness rapidly fading away. Although it consumed a lot less consciousness than when using lightning evasion, sustaining the existence of black lightning would also accumulate. Xiangnan hurriedly pulled back his right hand and looked at the huge saber. The blade was as smooth as before, and there was no sign of damage at all. He immediately withdrew the black lightning and felt a slight flash in front of him. He felt that the world was spinning, and his dizziness was terrible. However, this small price was nothing compared to the new uses of black lightning. Xiangnan took a few deep breaths and became excited again. Although this move seemed to be impossible to kill, apart from this weakness, it could be said to be extremely useful. Imagine that one day, if he found a sealed treasure box, that box would not open no matter what. At this time, black lightning wrapped around his right hand would pierce through the box and take out the contents. Thinking of this, Xiangnan couldn't help but laugh. Also, this move was also very helpful to the exploration of tombs. Some tombs were blocked by strong giant doors. As long as he wrapped the black lightning around his entire body, wouldn't it be just a single step into them? Xiangnan was in a good mood. He hadn't expected that the harvest of this trip would be so great. After stabilizing his mind for a moment, he flew towards the direction of the Haoran sect. In the next few days, Xiangnan did not plan to do any more missions. Instead, he had to concentrate on cultivating hard to welcome the arrival of the 12-sect joint examination. When he passed by the credit hall, he discovered that there were almost half fewer students entering and leaving the hall than usual. Everyone seemed to have the same thoughts as Xiangnan. In the end, they didn't go out anymore and concentrated on welcoming the joint examination. On this day, it was also the first time that Xiangnan had stepped onto the side of the Sun Peak and the Fortune Peak. Sword Sect, Xiangyang Peak. Only after stepping onto the Sunrise Peak did Xiangnan realize how lively the other sects were. In comparison, the Sunrise Peak was truly not enough to be described as a Menkoros Peak. The Sword Sect was incomparably large, and there were countless disciples on the entire mountain peak. Those numerous Sword Sect disciples and experts were currently cultivating diligently and painstakingly. Streaks of Xiantian qi rushed forward and shot everywhere. The disciples were either fighting in pairs or gathering together in groups of 3 or 5 to discuss their experiences in cultivating Xianxia. Xiang Nan felt a little envious when he saw other people's excitement. Isn't that Xiang Nan? Someone recognized Xiang Nan at first glance and couldn't help but shout. Xiang Nan had already made a name for himself. Everyone in the Haoran sect knew about him lately. Yo-ho! Xiang Nan is free to come to our Xiangyang Peak? A third-grade senior brother walked over and patted Xiang Nan on the shoulder. What, are you going to switch to Yangfeng? That's a wise decision. Xiang Nan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Senior brother, don't laugh at me. I'm here to find someone. Although Xiang Nan did not know that the senior brothers and sisters of the third-grade academy liked the last batch of junior brothers of the 23rd generation very much. Looking for someone? Looking for Yun Fan? That senior brother asked curiously. Xiang Nan shook his head and said, I'm looking for Murong Wanqing. The senior brother nodded and said, There are many disciples of our sword sect. You are not familiar with this place. I will take you there. As he spoke, senior brother led the way and led Xiang Nan into the Sunrise Palace. The size of the Sunrise Palace was similar to that of the Sun Palace. However, at this moment there were people in the large palace complex. There were disciples who were also immersed in reading books and walking around on the path of the palace in all directions. There were so many rooms in Sun Palace, but they were all empty. Could be said that Xiang Nan could stay in any room he wanted. The female disciples' residence was behind the Sunny Hall. As soon as they entered, large numbers of female disciples welcomed them with smiles. Ah, isn't this Xiang Nan? Why did you come to our Sunny Palace? These female disciples were very curious about Xiang Nan. They didn't know what method Xiang Nan had used to obtain the heavenly demon sect demonic woman. Seniors, I want to talk to Murong Wanqing. A girl covered her mouth and smiled. Wanqing girl is very beautiful. Why did you change your target? Don't you plan to take the girl from the heavenly devil religion? The girls surrounded Xiang Nan, chattering nonstop, making Xiang Nan blush. Today, Xiang Nan could be considered to have experienced what it meant 3 women are enough for a drama. These female disciples were usually very tall, but when they came together, their appearances had completely changed. The openness of those girls made Xiang Nan feel extremely embarrassed. Little junior brother Xiang Nan, isn't that why you're so attractive to women, because of your excellent kung fu in that place? I'm sure it is. Look, I heard that from the man's face. I can tell how big he is. And, as she spoke, a group of women held their chins thoughtfully and began to look at Xiang Nan's face. Occasionally, their gazes would greet Xiang Nan's private part. Xiang Nan smiled bitterly and kept begging for mercy. Senior sisters, please help me call Murong Wanqing. They knew what to do, but they were only teasing Xiang Nan. Afterwards, someone called Murong Wanqing over. You're looking for me? Murong Wanqing looked at Xiang Nan strangely. This is a rare thing. It's rare for you to come to Sunny Peak. Why are you looking for me? Tell me. Xiang Nan cupped his fists and said, I haven't had time to thank you for helping me out last time. I'll host the Drunken Dream Pavilion tonight. Please be sure to come. Murong Wanqing smiled faintly. You're referring to the matter with Yang Liener and Jiang Cheng, right? You're overthinking it. I'm not trying to help you, but I'm simply not used to seeing Jiang Cheng and the others. But since you have the heart to thank us, I'll accept it. I'll see you tonight at Drunken Dream Pavilion. That night, Murong Wanqing, Xin Linhai, Feng Zhaoqi, Luo Yuan, Jiang Yu, and the others all arrived. After 2 conflicts with the second-grade academy, their relationship had eased up a lot, giving Xiang Nan some face. Xiang Nan looked at the 5 aristocratic families and raised his wine bowl. I won't say anything else. It seems to be pretentious. I'm not used to the way you drink. Let's take care of ourselves. This bowl, thank you all for your righteous actions a few days ago. Xiang Nan will do it first as a token of respect. Xiang Nan took a sip of the liquor and turned the bowl around. The other 5 people looked at each other and laughed. You brat. I really can't tell you. Murong Wanqing shook her head and changed her wine cup into a wine bowl. I really can't speak, she said. It's like we're all petty people. Come on, Xiang Nan, let's do it. Feng Zhaoqi also put on a bowl of wine and drank it all in one gulp, accompanied by a few others. After a few bowls of wine, everyone was not used to drinking like this at first, but their mood slowly became cheerful. On the contrary, they felt that this kind of large mouthful of wine also had a different flavor. I'm going to take the 12-sect joint exam immediately. I'm definitely going for the first place. Murong Wanqing put down the bowl of wine and picked up a chopstick of vegetables. But I hope you guys try your best to get a good ranking. Don't embarrass me. Everyone smiled and shook their heads. They didn't have the same experience as her. They all knew that she always had this kind of temper. Luo Yuan said, "Fortunately, you came to find us today. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to find us tomorrow." "Then why?" Xiang Nanqi said. Luo Yuan said, "We plan to stop going out before the 12 joint examinations. We will go to the War God Temple to cultivate together tomorrow." "Can the War God Temple still cultivate?" Xiang Nan was stunned. After Luo Yuan explained, he finally understood the other function of the War God Temple. The Battle God Palace was not just used to store cultivation techniques and martial skill manuals. There was also a huge cultivation tower beneath the surface of the Battle God Palace. This cultivation tower was upside down, with its tip facing downwards. It was divided into 6 floors, corresponding to the corresponding academy grade. The array master of the nature sect had set up an incomparably large spirit gathering array in the War God Temple to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the cultivation tower. In other words, the concentration of spiritual energy inside the tower was more than 100 times higher than that outside. There's still this kind of thing. Xiang Nan suddenly realized that he hadn't been to the War God Temple once, so he didn't know. "Looks like all of you are quite serious." Xiang Nan took a sip of wine and said. Then Murong Wanqing said, "Don't underestimate those second-grade disciples. Don't think that you can beat dozens of them all at once. If you think like this, you are wrong. This is the first round of the 12-sect joint examination. Everyone wants to get a good ranking. Those second-rate sects will definitely install some core disciples to compete with us." Haoran sect indeed had countless geniuses. These geniuses could reach the terrifying 3rd level of origin return at the age of 17 or 18. But so what? The joint examination this time only limited the realm and did not limit the age. You are a 17-year-old Guiyuan 3rd-layer martial artist, but they can also send a 25-year-old Guiyuan 3rd-layer martial artist. His realm is the same as yours, but he has much more experience than you. Especially, Shin Linhai interrupted, "This is a good opportunity to become famous. Those second-rate sects will definitely teach their strongest cultivation technique and martial skills to their disciples, so that their own sects can gain reputation. So this battle is not simple." Xiang Nan nodded thoughtfully, and then everyone drank for a while before leaving. After returning to Sun Peak, Xiang Nan had a good rest for the night before rushing to the War God Temple the next morning. The scale of the War God Temple was much smaller than that of the Credit Hall, but just as Luo Yuan had said, it contained the universe. Upon entering the Battle God Temple, there were 2 stairs. One led to the book collection area above and the other to the cultivation tower underground. Xiang Nan walked down the stairs and officially entered the cultivation tower. The moment he entered the tower, he felt that the surrounding spiritual energy had disappeared completely. The Haoran sect itself was very rich in spiritual energy, but there wasn't even a single trace of it in this tower. The scene was extremely strange. The area on the 1st floor belonged to the cultivation of the 1st-grade students. At this moment, there were already many 1st-grade students talking in the hall. Around the hall, there were 3 rings of secret chambers arranged high and low. Each secret chamber was isolated by stone doors. "The 1st floor of the tower has a 3-ring secret chamber," Xiang Nan observed as he arrived at the 2nd floor. The cultivation tower on the 2nd floor also had 3-ring secret chambers. More than half of the secret chambers were closed, indicating that there were already people inside. People came and went in the hall. Many students from the 2nd-grade academy were present. Some were chatting about their cultivation methods, while others were waiting for others. Xiang Nan did not know how to obtain the right to cultivate, so he walked towards a window at the entrance of the 2nd floor, where there were staff members. "Excuse me, how can I enter the secret room to cultivate?" Xianxia asked. The staff member looked up at Xianxia and said, "Use your credits to exchange for the time limit for cultivation." Ah! Xianxia felt bitter in his heart. He didn't even have a single credit left. Could it be that he still needed to do a mission? "Are you Xianxia?" The staff looked at Xianxia carefully for a while. "Yes." Xianxia nodded. "Here's something for you," the staff member said. As he spoke, the staff member took out a small token and said, "This token is left for you by Mu Sweki. You can exchange it for 2 months at most." Before Mu Sweki left, she had already arranged for Xianxia. She knew that Xianxia would definitely come to the Cultivation Tower for the 12 joint examinations. She directly used her credits to exchange for an entry token for the secret room and deposited it here. After Xianxia came, he would naturally get it. At this time, Xianxia discovered that the entrance token Mu Sweki had left for him was golden, and there were 2 other colors hanging on the wall beside the staff member. One was silver, the other was copper. The staff member explained that each floor of the tower had a 3-ring secret chamber. The deeper the secret chamber, the denser the spiritual energy. In other words, the 3 rings were the weakest, the second ring was the second, and the first ring was the strongest. The 3rd ring of the Cultivation Tower's secret room was located on the next floor, and so on. The golden token was the first ring of the corresponding second floor. As for credit exchange, it was progressive. The 3rd ring on the first floor was 1 credit a day, the second ring was 2, and the 3rd ring was 3. In other words, the first ring on the second floor required 6 credits a day. Mu Sweki directly rented Xianxia the right to use it for 2 months, which meant that she had exchanged 360 credits. "Xueqi is really nice to you." The staff member looked at Xianxia ambiguously and said, "Don't let her down." Xianxia was a little stunned. After receiving the token, he turned around and left. Behind him, the staff member's cold words came. "I really don't know what kind of special temperament this kid possesses that can attract so many beauties to like him. TSK. People are more popular than people." Xianxia's back paused for a moment, but he was too lazy to argue with him. Like the staff of the credit hall, the staff of the Cultivation Tower were also part-time disciples of the sect, so they could earn credits from this. Of course, this kind of person didn't have much strength. Otherwise, they would have already gone out to do missions. That was why they were so resentful towards Xianxia. Xianxia glanced around and was about to find a secret room to start cultivating. However, he discovered that almost all of the secret rooms in the first ring were closed. What a waste of money! Xianxia sighed with emotion. In order to cultivate, everyone didn't hesitate to spend 6 credits a day. There were only 13 secret rooms left, but strangely enough, 5 of the 13 secret rooms had name badges on them, with the names of Murong Wanqing, Shen Linhai, Feng Zhaoqi, Luo Yuan, and Jiang Yu written on them. The 5 of them hadn't come yet, but they had already occupied the secret room with their names in advance. Although the other second-grade students were very dissatisfied, they didn't dare to offend the 5 aristocratic families, so no one dared to enter. In addition, there were 8 secret chambers which also occupied the majority. There were a few people standing at the entrance, some of whom were acquaintances of Xianxia. Everyone from the 4 great clans of Haoyan City was present. Yang Liener from the Yang clan, Chu Yen from the Chu clan, 2 people from the Hong clan and the Zhou clan that Xianxia had never seen before, and Jiang Cheng, who had the deepest grudges with Xianxia. They also saw Xianxia and stared at him without saying a word. The 8 secret chambers were blocked by them. Xianxia did not intend to quarrel with them, but went in their direction and chose a secret room at the edge to enter. "Stop!" Jiang Cheng took a step forward and stood in front of Xianxia. He raised his chin high and sneered, "Someone has already taken over this place. You can go somewhere else." Xianxia frowned and walked to the second empty secret room. As a result, Jiang Cheng took another step forward and said, "There are people here too." Xianxia did not continue to walk down. Instead, he said, "Are the remaining 6 also occupied by you?" "That's right." Jiang Cheng pointed at the second ring and said, "If you want to cultivate, go up." Xianxia looked at them and said, There are only 5 of you. How did you occupy 8 secret chambers? How many secret chambers do we need to explain to you? Beside him, a burly man walked over. This person was a member of the Hong clan. His name was Hong Bin. He was also a famous expert in the second grade academy. At the age of 18, he had already stepped into the 5th level of the origin return realm. In terms of strength, he should not be weaker than Jiang Cheng. Another person hugged his shoulder and sneered, "Xiang, don't think that you can come to the second grade academy just because you are famous in the first grade academy. This second grade academy is our territory. Dragon, you have to coil it up for me. Tiger, you have to lie down for me." This person's name was Zhou Xianyong. He was a member of the Zhou clan of Haoyan City, and he was also a super expert at the 5th level of origin return. Xiangnan took a deep breath and said, "I'm not in the mood to argue with you right now. 5 secret chambers belong to you, but I have to take one of the other 3. You can try." Jiang Cheng hugged his shoulders and said, "Jiang Cheng, what are you talking about with such a soft meal?" Hong Bin shouted, "Fuck him." After Xiangnan finished speaking, he walked towards an empty secret room. Jiang Cheng did not dare to provoke Morong Wanqing and the others, but he was not afraid of Xiangnan. He immediately took a step forward and his right hand shook violently. Xiangnan folded his hands and pushed Jiang Cheng's hand. He immediately felt a strong yuan qi rushing towards him like mountains and seas. This time, Xiangnan's feet were directly pushed off the ground, and his entire body floated back about half a meter. In the end, the difference in cultivation realms was still relatively large. One was at the 5th level of origin return, while the other was at the 3rd level of origin return. The difference in cultivation realms between the 2 small realms also revealed some clues about the suppression of cultivation realms. "Jiang Cheng, what kind of relationship do you have with him?" Hong Bin frowned, looking very unhappy. However, Jiang Cheng's expression changed slightly. He had no intention of showing mercy at all. This palm strike was intended to shock Xiangnan into internal injuries. He didn't expect that Xiangnan's yuan qi would be so solid that it would only shake Xiangnan to the point of floating half a meter away. "So you're going to make a move?" Xiangnan narrowed his eyes. "Xiangnan, I told you to come in and lie down today." Jiang Cheng's teeth itched with hatred, and he rushed forward with a single step. "Surround him. Don't let him leave." Hong Bin roared angrily, and everyone cut off Xiangnan's path of retreat. As for Jiang Cheng, he quickly rushed forward and threw a heavy punch at Xiangnan's face. This was extremely detrimental to Xiangnan. Jiang Cheng, Hong Bin, and Zhou Xianyong were all peak experts at the early 5th layer of the origin realm. Xiangnan, a martial artist who had just entered the 3rd level of the origin realm, was surrounded by such a few great masters, which made him seem to be at an exceptional disadvantage. However, facing Jiang Cheng's heavy punch, Xiangnan did not retreat. He also punched in the face. Xiangnan knew that his yuan qi at the 3rd level of the origin refinement realm would definitely not be able to match Jiang Cheng's. This punch had used qi refinement to turn it into electricity. In an instant, thunderous lightning wrapped around Xiangnan's right arm and collided heavily with Jiang Cheng. Lightning Meridian's attribute. Hong Bin and Zhou Xianyong were both shocked. Chu Yan hugged her shoulders and said with a faint smile, "I didn't believe Jiang Cheng when he mentioned it earlier. Now, it seems that it's actually true." Even if Xiangnan used qi refinement to turn it into electricity, the strength of his yuan qi was still far from Jiang Cheng's. That Jiang Cheng wasn't an ordinary 5th level origin returning expert, but a true peak expert. Originally, Xiangnan's punch would surely suffer internal injuries or even be sent flying. However, the Lightning Meridian's attribute was not called for nothing. This rare attribute had a unique effect, and that was the paralyzing effect. Xiangnan's astonishing lightning power instantly poured into Jiang Cheng's right arm, causing that terrifying yuan qi of Jiang Cheng to be unable to circulate smoothly, immediately becoming chaotic. As a result, the two of them were in a stalemate. No one retreated. "Damn it!" Hong Bin's eyes went straight as he shouted. Such an astonishing Lightning Meridian's attribute actually exists on this brat. It really is a waste of heaven and earth. If you give me this attribute, then wouldn't I be Hearing Hong Bin's envious words, Jiang Cheng became even more furious and shouted, "Primordial Dipper Qi!" In an instant, Jiang Cheng's Yuan Qi suddenly increased and surged towards Xiang Nan like a storm. Xiang Nan did not show weakness either. He raised his left hand high up and used a small quenching of the sun. A thin ray of sunlight penetrated his body, causing Xiang Nan's right fist to shine brightly. Boom! A spherical Yuan Qi light wave was blasted out by the two of them. Immediately after, the light wave frantically spread out, but it was suppressed by an invisible force within the Cultivation Tower. Inside the Cultivation Tower, there was the protection power hidden by the 3 generations of elders. Without this power, the disciples cultivating in seclusion would probably have been riddled with holes in the Cultivation Tower long ago if they had cultivated their Yuan Qi crazily. After that shocking collision, Xiang Nan took 10 steps back, while Jiang Cheng only took 2 steps back. Xiang Nan took a deep breath, his mood extremely solemn. This Jiang Cheng was not simple. The others were even more shocked. Jiang Cheng was an expert at the 5th level of the Origin Return realm. The result they were expecting was that Jiang Cheng's punch knocked Xiang Nan unconscious, and it wasn't as simple as letting Xiang Nan take a few steps back. Good boy! Hong Bin took a step forward and struck Xiang Nan's stomach with his palm. This Hong Bin was different from Jiang Cheng. He had used a martial skill. That palm strike was extremely shocking. Its Yuan Qi had actually condensed into a tiger's head on its palm. The essence tiger's head wrapped around Hong Bin's right hand and half of his arm. When his palm struck, there was a faint howl of a tiger. Xiang Nan did not dare to underestimate his enemy in the slightest. He used his hand as a saber, and the saber in his hand shone brightly as he chopped together with Hong Bin. In this battle, Xiang Nan gently floated back 10 meters away. However, Hong Bin did not move at all. His strength was even stronger than Jiang Cheng's. Most importantly, Xiang Nan felt his entire right hand tremble, and an unbearable pain came from his wrist. On the other hand, Hong Bin's expression did not change, and his heart did not beat. He did not show any signs of being traumatized. Xiang Nan's heart was heavy. Regardless of what kind of experts the second-rate sect had sent, it was extremely difficult for him to deal with these 3 super experts of the Haoran sect. As for Hong Bin, he seemed to look down on Xiang Nan even more than Jiang Cheng. When Xiang Nan managed to barely catch his attack, he felt that there was no light on his face. His angular face revealed anger. Tiger stance, Pu Yu. Hong Bin jumped up and punched down towards Xiang Nan's entire body. At this moment, Hong Bin's entire right arm was enveloped by a Yuan Qi tiger. This was a complete small Yuan Qi tiger body. Its limbs and tail were all there, not just a little bit like the tiger's head just now. It looked like Hong Bin was riding a fierce tiger with his right arm as he pounced towards Xiang Nan. Confirming the name of this move, Pu Yu. The tyrannical howl of a tiger resounded throughout the entire arena, causing the eardrums of the spectators to ache. Xiang Nan had never seen such a martial skill before, so he was caught off guard and could only dodge quickly, dodging that ferocious tiger pouncing on his prey. As for Hong Bin, he landed on the ground and left without stopping at all. After a brilliant tiger landed on the ground, it fiercely kicked on the ground and pounced towards Xiang Nan again. This scene did not look like Hong Bin was riding a tiger, but rather, it looked like the tiger was driving Hong Bin to move. Xiang Nan didn't even have time to pull out his giant saber, so he could only use his right arm as a saber to make his arm droop. Facing Hong Bin, who was pouncing on him, he used the Azure Dragon strike to go out to sea. The power of the sun wrapped around Xiang Nan's arm, forming a large crescent blade light that collided with Hong Bin's ferocious tiger. What was shocking was that the fierce tiger actually opened its mouth wide and bit the blade light in one bite. Hiss! This kid is really not simple. Chu Yan's eyes turned cold. He actually managed to last 2 moves in Hong Bin's hands. So what? Zhou Xianyong smiled coldly. At most, Hong Bin can send him back to his hometown with 3 moves. Xiang Nan was in an unspeakable state of pain. He felt that the power of the fierce tiger's bite was incredibly strong. Almost every second, his own power was being suppressed even more. In less than 3 seconds, His saber light would shatter and be pounced on by the ferocious tiger. Xianxia could no longer hold on any longer and could only roar angrily. He shouted in his heart, "Quenching the sun!" A pillar of violent sunlight descended from the sky and landed on Xianxia's body with a loud boom. When the azure dragon went out to sea, its power doubled. In an instant, Xianxia's disadvantage was reversed, and he even seemed to have an advantage. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Although this was not the first time they had seen the sun god technique, every time they saw it, they would be shocked. Primordial Dipper Chi. Hongbin also let out a low roar as the fierce tiger suddenly exploded. Originally, this fierce tiger was only 2 meters long, but this time, it directly increased to 5 meters long. Hongbin's entire body was enveloped by the fierce tiger. Xianxia's azure dragon went out to sea and lost for the first time. He was actually pushed back by the fierce tiger and started to slide backwards. Even when Xianxia fought against 17 experts alone, the azure dragon had never gone out to sea weak. In the dragon-tiger battle, the dragon had fallen into a disadvantage and was about to lose. Of course, a large part of the reason was that Xianxia didn't have the chance to use the giant saber, so he couldn't use the last move of the drawing saber slash. "Shatter it!" Hongbin roared, and the giant tiger's huge mouth bit together, forcefully shattering Xianxia's saber light. Xianxia took the opportunity to dodge the tiger's fatal attack with a flash of his body. All the students present were stunned for a moment before they cried out in alarm. "Heavens! I've dodged!" That Xianxia of the 3rd level of Origin Return actually managed to dodge Hongbin's lunar attack. "This is simply..." Zhou Xianyong's expression stiffened as he said, "This is simply..." He could no longer find a suitable language to describe the shock at this moment. Although from the looks of it, Xianxia was considered to have failed, and he was forced to dodge when fighting Hongbin. But Hongbin was at the 5th level of the Origin realm. Shouldn't the result be that Hongbin's attack heavily injured Xianxia? This was the result, of course, wasn't it? Everyone was shocked by Xianxia's strength. Even Hongbin's face was filled with disbelief. He knew how powerful this move of his was. Pu Yu's oppressive power was indescribably strong. No one could dodge under such great pressure. This was impossible. Not only was Xianxia uninjured, he also dodged with his astonishing ability. Everyone was incomparably shocked, but Xianxia himself was not happy at all. No matter what, he was still defeated. Although no one took out their trump cards in this battle, they were defeated. There was no reason for them to excuse themselves. Hongbin was obviously unwilling. He waved his right hand and Yuan Qi began to condense on his arm, preparing to continue fighting. But at this moment, an explosive shout interrupted their dispute. "What are you doing?" The staff member trotted over and shouted, "How can you fight in a cultivation area? If you fight again, everyone will be disqualified from cultivating." The staff member was also not a good thing. He had long since seen Xianxia being besieged, but he had been watching coldly from the side and did not stand out to speak. However, when he saw the anger on Hongbin's face, he couldn't hold it back any longer. If Hongbin really killed Xianxia on the spot, he wouldn't be able to explain himself, so he reluctantly stood up and interrupted. Hongbin gritted his teeth and stared fixedly at Xianxia's eyes. He said coldly, "Kid, wait for me, you'll see. Our 2nd grade academy doesn't allow you to act wildly." Jiang Chang and Zhou Xianyong also rubbed their fists together. They had a look on their faces. If it wasn't for the staff coming to stop them, they would have insisted on removing one of Xianxia's arms. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "I'll be waiting for you." After saying that, he strode into a secret room and the stone door closed with a loud boom. After this brief exchange, although Xianxia did not suffer any losses, he knew how big the gap between him and Hongbin was. This strengthened his determination to become stronger. Without sufficient strength, there were only 2 choices no matter where they were. Or, like the other students, they would be intimidated by Jiang Chang and Hongbin's shadows and be afraid and cowardly all day long. Either that, he would fight back, and if he didn't want to be trampled on by others, he would have to rely on his own fist to speak. Last time, it was Zhang Yunfan's appearance that saved Xianxia's life. Last time, it was Murong Wanqing and the others who took action together to save him from Jiangchang and the others' restraints. You can't rely on other people to help you every time. Can you? When Xianxia thought of this, his heart was filled with fighting spirit. He had to prove himself with his own strength. There was a groove on the wall of this secret room that was used to inlay golden tokens. When the golden token was placed inside, an astonishing amount of spiritual energy suddenly surged forth. This spiritual qi was so fierce that it made Xianxia feel as if he was in clear water. He could actually feel the illusion of being dense. There were still 2 months left before the 12 joint examinations, and the golden token could last for exactly 2 months. Xianxia sat down cross-legged, took out 2 porcelain bottles from his storage ring, and poured the pills into his palms. These 2 pills, one was a 4th-grade qi condensation pill and the other was a 4th-grade body condensation pill. They were found in the storage ring of that strange smiling masked youth from 100 Beast City. To refine a Tier 4 medicinal pill, it would be best to reach the 5th level of origin return. But at this moment, Xianxia had made up his mind to prove his strength, so he didn't care about that much. My martial Dao foundation is much stronger than a martial artist at the same realm. I should be able to barely withstand consuming these 2 pills. Go all out. Xianxia was ruthless and swallowed the body-tempering pill first. Body refinement was a long-term and arduous task that required persistence. It was not done overnight. The violent medicinal properties of medicinal pills could increase a martial artist's physique to a higher level permanently within a short period of time. However, the price they paid for it was naturally unbearable for ordinary people. As soon as Xianxia swallowed the pill, he felt as if he was in a blazing fire. His skin, muscles, bones, and meridians were all suffering indescribably. Xianxia's eyes were red from the pain. If he had to endure the pain at the 5th level of the origin realm, he would have been able to alleviate it a lot. But Xianxia's heart was filled with ruthlessness. In order to achieve his goal, he could ignore everything. He gritted his teeth and resisted. All the muscles in his body were slowly squirming to a visible degree. Not once did he squirm, but it was a tearing pain. Every time he wriggled, Xianxia's physique would increase by a bit. Based on Xianxia's understanding of Tier 4 body refining pills, he knew that the medicinal properties of these pills were extremely long and could last for at most a month. Next, some suffered. In the other secret chambers, the Haoran sect disciples were also seizing the time to cultivate in seclusion, but Xianxia was the only one suffering from pain at all times. Half a month had passed, and the medicinal properties of the body-tempering pill had reached an unprecedented peak. In the future, the peak of the medicinal properties would gradually weaken as the martial artist's physique increased. This was the most difficult day in Xianxia's life. Normally, he would be torn apart by the power of the white flames and lightning, and his skin and muscles would be torn apart. But today, his entire body was like a balloon that was about to explode. That kind of inflatable feeling really meant that he couldn't survive and couldn't die. Xianxia's eyes were bloodshot. 2 streams of blood and tears flowed down the corners of his eyes. He could feel a ball of flame swallowing in his stomach. The flame was burning him crazily. His meridians also seemed to be scraped down layer by someone using a steel knife. His entire body was soaked in cold sweat. Just sitting there, his entire body trembled. However, he did not regret it. He had chosen to swallow the pill at the 3rd level of origin return. Even if he was refined to death by the effects of the pill today, he would not let go of it. Dignity was something that depended on strength. As for strength, he had to trade it for 100 times more than others will. It was also on this day that Xianxia realized what a human purgatory was. Ah! In the evening, the pinnacle of the medicinal effects, Xianxia finally couldn't help but open his mouth and roar angrily. He wanted to relieve some of his pain by roaring. However, the sound insulation effect here was extremely high. No one could hear a martial artist struggling with the path of martial arts and fighting spirit. The long night had finally passed, and on the morning of the 16th day, the pain on Xianxia's face lessened a little. Instead, it was replaced by a feeling of strength that filled his entire body. On the 17th day, the pain continued to lessen, and his strength increased again. Xianxia felt that his height had increased a little, reaching 1.8 meters. The muscles in his body were tougher and more powerful than before. 19th day, 23rd day, 25th day, 29th day, 30th day. Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes. He jumped up and punched at the top of the secret room. With a loud explosion, the invisible power within the cultivation tower neutralized the power of this punch once again. My power! After landing on the ground, Xianxia raised his hands and lightly clenched his fists, causing the joints of his bones to crackle. He released a yuan qi barrier in front of him and saw himself through the reflection. Right now, Xianxia's height had already reached 1.82 meters, nearly 10 centimeters taller than before. The body-tempering pill actually had such a miraculous effect. The bigger change was that Xianxia looked much more mature. His sparse beard on his lips and the more resolute edges on his face fully illustrated this point. And his realm had also reached the middle stage of the third level of the Origin Return realm. Afterwards, he took out another pill, a Tier 4 Qi refining pill. Looking at the pill, Xianxia recalled the pain he had suffered in the previous month. His heart skipped a beat. He really didn't want to taste the pain again. However, he raised his head and let out a long breath. He gritted his teeth and said, "After suffering bitterly, I will be a master. Again." After saying that, he stuffed the pill into his mouth. This last qi condensation pill took much less time and suffering than Xianxia had imagined. In just 20 days, he had completely consumed the qi condensation pill. After thinking for a while, Xianxia found the reason. That was because he had first refined his body, and his body strength already had a very good foundation. That was why he was able to get twice the result with half the effort. At this moment, there were still 10 days left before the 12 joint examinations. Xianxia had never expected that he would have 10 days left, so he began to think of a way to make full use of the last 10 days. He stood up and condensed a ball of origin energy in his palm. A martial artist must have a full understanding of his own strength in order to be able to fight a prepared battle. He could not rush up with just a heat in his head. At this moment, Xianxia tried his best to push the origin balloon floating above his palm to its limit. He saw that the yuan qi suddenly trembled violently, and the light became brighter and brighter. Only when the yuan qi ball of light could no longer continue to strengthen did Xianxia stop. Then he monitored his own strength. In the end, he combined his yuan qi and strength to give a rough assessment of his current strength. In terms of overall strength, even a martial artist with the same cultivation realm would have different strengths. This was related to talent and the foundation of martial arts. If one were to quantify their overall strength and compare them with examples, it would probably be like this. If the strength of an ordinary origin returning third stage martial artist was quantified as 5, then a stronger martial artist might reach 6 or 7. Generally speaking, once a Guiyuan third-layer martial artist's overall strength exceeded 5, they would be able to advance to the 4th layer of the Guiyuan realm. However, some martial artists had a very solid foundation in martial arts. He might not advance until the 6th level. If he continued to suppress his own realm, forcing himself not to advance and continuing to lay a foundation, he could at most be forced to the 7th level. This was a world of martial arts. It was generally acknowledged that 7 was a number that could be capped, and very few martial artists could break through. However, a martial artist with greater talent could break this acknowledged title, such as a powerful earth-grade talent, or even a heaven-grade talent. Wind, wood, water, fire, earth, and 5 elements. An earth-grade innate could reach at most 8 or 9. At present, there was only one type of talent known in the entire martial world that could reach the great perfection of the 10, and that was the heavenly grade fire vein. As for Baimukin, who had once been called the number 1 genius under the starry sky, he had reached an astonishing 12, shocking the entire world of martial arts. This was because not only did he have heavenly grade fire veins, he also had the blessings of heavenly grade wind, wood, water, and earth pulses. In this life, Xianxia had accidentally awakened an even rarer talent in the lightning meridians. Let's put it this way. At this moment, Xianxia's overall strength had already surpassed that of Baimukin, who was at the peak of his cultivation realm. He had reached the 10th five-year plan that had never been recorded in any historical documents. The Lightning Meridian's talent was originally even more terrifying than the Fire Meridian's explosive power. If it was a heavenly grade Lightning Meridian's, its peak comprehensive strength should be 12, but Xianxia's Lightning Meridian's was the highest divine grade ever. He directly raised 12 to 15. This was Xianxia's current assessment of his strength. This 10th five-year plan had already reached the super-perfection stage, and he couldn't continue to rise any further no matter what. Of course, the outcome of a battle could not be determined solely by these statistics. At the same time, cultivation techniques, martial skills, combat experience, on-the-spot reactions, and even a flash of light from a duel could determine the outcome of a battle. Right now, Xianxian was already at the late stage of the third stage of the Origin-Return realm, only a step away from the fourth stage of the Origin-Return realm. This step could not be taken in 10 days. Therefore, Xianxian gave up the idea of continuing his seclusion and left the cultivation tower for the Howran mountain range. On a tall mountain peak in the Howran mountain range, Xianxian stood with his hands behind his back, facing the wind. He was very clear about his strengths and weaknesses. His strength was his number one talent, while his weakness was that he had too few martial skills. Apart from a thunder-rushing saber, he had practically no other means of combat. Therefore, he planned to use these 10 days to create a saber technique as much as possible. Raptors swung their tails, azure dragons went out to sea, berserk dragon battle-tied, and shocking dragon sunshine were not saber techniques, but skills that could be cast once. Facing the howling mountain winds, Xianxian muttered to himself, "I need a more efficient saber technique to cope with the situation of fighting fewer battles and more battles. Sharp blades versus weak enemies. Heavy blades versus strong enemies. For ordinary people, the faster they drew their sabers, the stronger their striking power would be. However, this was not suitable for martial artists because martial artists had even more powerful striking power, that was, accumulating strength. Xianxian already had a heavy saber. From the time the Azure Dragon went out to sea to the Sunshine Dragon Shocking Day, they were all typical examples of heavy sabers. As for the fast saber, it had always been something that Xianxian lacked. In order to preserve enough Yuan Qi, he was not planning to create a fast saber martial skill, but a fast saber technique. But how can it be fast? The wind stirred the hem of Xianxian's robe. He slowly closed his eyes and quietly felt the mountain breeze on his face. At this moment, he maintained the same rhythm as the wind between heaven and earth. His body was slowly shaking along with the mountain wind. Everything in the world has its rhythm, and so does the wind. Xianxian raised his left hand and used it to catch the incoming wind. He raised his arms and used them to block the incoming wind. He made all kinds of movements to feel the rhythm of the wind in different ways and from different angles. Combined with lightning, the speed and lethality of the saber were astonishing, but the consumption was equally astonishing. Only by combining it with the wind can one achieve the goal of flowing through the clouds and flowing through the water, saving one's stamina and vitality to the greatest extent possible. Xianxian tilted his head slightly. He opened his arms and suddenly jumped from the top of the mountain, descending freely. He faced the strong winds whistling up the mountain, and felt the sensation of his body descending against the wind, as if he was deep in thought. At the moment when he was about to land, his body suddenly spun at full speed. He tapped his feet on the ground more than a dozen times in a row, instantly removing the force of the fall and landing calmly and smoothly. Afterwards, he spread out his Yuan Qi feathered wings and flew back to the top of the mountain. It is difficult to move against the wind. If you follow the wind, your saber will flow like a stream. Standing at the top of the mountain, Xianxian muttered to himself. If he didn't have the talent of the Wind Meridian attribute, how could he borrow the wind momentum? Wind Meridian's martial artists often poured wind-attributed energy into their bodies to increase their flexibility. Xianxian had done the same thing in his previous life, but what should he do when he didn't possess the talent for wind meridians? Xianxian stood there quietly without moving, like a stone sculpture carved on the top of a mountain. Soon 1 day passed and 2 days passed. Xianxian remained motionless, not even opening his eyes. 3 days later, Xianxia opened his eyes and said to himself, "Even if I can't create the power of wind, I can borrow the power of wind. That's right. It's momentum." Xianxia took a deep breath. Momentum was an abstract concept. Monarchs had the momentum of monarchs. He could not laugh or speak, but he could make civil and military officials crawl before the people of the world, making the people of the world feel reverence for a monarch. General, with the momentum of a general, he just sits there and drinks. You can also feel Shao killing Qi on his body. A scholar has the power of a scroll. He doesn't need to write or paint. He just smiles at you and you can feel his erudite knowledge from the inside out. Xianxia had seen that when a supreme killer stood in front of him, even the wind stopped. This wasn't deliberately done by the killer, but rather caused by the killer's momentum. But how do you create your own wind momentum? Xianxia closed his eyes again. He felt the wind and even compared himself to his style. Slowly, he entered a mysterious realm. He felt that he was traveling with the wind. He blew across the grasslands, mountains, and oceans with the wind, and he heard the wind blowing the leaves, and he heard the wind blowing the hills. The 4th day, the 5th day, the 6th day, and the 8th day passed. At noon on the 9th day, the mountain wind was still howling, but Xianxia slowly lowered his head. The moment he lowered his head, the wind stopped. This was a very strange aura field. With Xianxia as the center of the circle, there was not the slightest sound of wind within a radius of 10 meters, and from 10 meters away, there was still a grinning mountain breeze. On the 10th day, Xianxia's lowered head suddenly lifted up, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, a strong wind rose. The wind came from the south, and the wind that surrounded Xianxia within a diameter of 10 meters also headed south. Two opposing winds actually appeared between heaven and earth. It was as if a clear spring had suddenly appeared in a surging eastward river. Xianxia held the saber in his hand and began to move on the summit of the mountain. Blades borrowed the power of the wind, and every blade flowed smoothly and accurately. Ping! Stable! Swift! He was like an elf in the wind. Every blade he slashed out was moving along the wind. With the successive changes in his footsteps, his body swam along the wind like ghost shadows. When he suddenly turned around, the wind turned again. It was still dragging him along, carrying his people and his saber. When he killed to the left, the wind turned and walked to the left. When he killed to the right, the wind turned and walked to the right. His wind was not the wind in the true sense of the word, but the wind created by momentum. This gust of wind was not affected by the mountain wind, nor was it diverted by the changes in the mountain scenery. The wind only followed Xianxia. "Get up!" Xianxia aimed at a giant tree on the top of the mountain and floated towards it. The tree was blown to its knees by Xianxia's wind. Xianxia's figure was unrestrained as he slashed 30 times on the tree trunk. 30 sabers, the sabers left behind clear saber marks. Xianxia walked around the tree, and the wind also changed. The direction the tree bent in changed. He came to the back of the tree. He was still in the wind, and the tree was still in the wind. Xianxia's saber danced faster and lighter. Gradually, the blade became blurry, and he saw blurry saber shadows moving in the wind. Blade move, wind move. Stop the saber. Stop the wind. Xianxia's body turned into a shadow and swiftly swam around the tree. When he stopped, every leaf on the tree was completely broken and scattered down. Xianxia put away his saber and carried it behind him. Then he took a heavy step towards the tree. As soon as he landed on the ground, a strong wind blew up, like a wind dragon. The bare tree was uprooted and blown high into the sky along with the rocks. As for Xianxia's saber attack, it was still 20 meters away from the mountain rocks and the giant tree. However, the saber image flickered and a raging saber wind dragon was unexpectedly hacked out from the sky. The blade stopped, and the wind also stopped. 20 meters away in the sky, trees and rocks were ground into countless pieces. Xianxia took a deep breath and said, "Saber wind is done." Next, he spread out his arms and jumped from the cliff into the darkness of the lush forest below. Afterwards, he carried his saber on his back and swiftly swam through the dense trees. Dao Feng had already mastered it, And the next step was to train in Xingfeng. If a person wanted to shuttle back and forth between trees and maintain a high speed, he had to borrow the power of his waist twisting and accurately trample on the ground. However, Xiang Nan's body was entrusted by a gust of wind as he swiftly swam through it. His turning and dodging did not seem stiff at all. It was as if a gust of wind blew through the forest. The wind did not dodge the trees. It only blew the trees naturally and swept past them on both sides. In just half a day, Xiang Nan was able to move freely and swiftly through the forest with his smoothest figure. If anyone saw this scene at this moment, their eyes would definitely widen in shock. Xiang Nan did not look like a person at all, but more like a gust of gentle breeze in the shape of a human. Xiang Nan stepped on the leaves and jumped up. He gently floated into the air and left the lush sea of trees. He followed the wind and spat. The wind is done. In Xiang Nan's heart, he named this set of saber techniques that he had used with the help of wind power Yulong Zhulang. With a cultivation technique, the thunder-shocking skill used for advancement would change. The sun god technique, martial technique, and the thunder-rushing saber were 4 skills that could be used for battle. Now that he had the saber technique, he could borrow the wind to travel through the waves. Xiang Nan was confident that he could finally face the 12-sect joint examination. This time, he had to prove his strength. Thinking of this, Xiang Nan soared into the sky, and a pair of enormous yuan-chi feathered wings spread out behind him. At the same time, a gust of wind and waves blew past behind him, following behind Xiang Nanchao's Haoran sect. After returning to the Haoran sect, Xiang Nan suddenly discovered that today's sect had undergone tremendous changes. Looking around, there were densely packed crowds everywhere, and the sect was decorated with lanterns and colorful lights. Even the 5 peaks were covered with giant red banners. 5 red banners hung down from the top of the 5 slanted peaks and landed at the foot of the mountain. On the banners were words of welcome written in incomparably large ink. The people from the 12 sects have already arrived? Xiang Nan was stunned. Indeed, more than half of the densely packed people at the foot of the mountain wore the clothes of outer sect disciples. There were outer sect disciples everywhere, from the Haoran Academy to the Credit Hall, then to the Heavenly Secrets Hall, the War God Hall, and so on. The mountainsides of the 5 secluded peaks were filled with people from top to bottom. The mountain peak was similarly packed with people. Even the normally invisible sun peak was actually filled with outer sect disciples. How many people are here? Xiang Nan asked in surprise. Didn't he say that there were only 12 sects here? Could it be that the 12 sects had all come out to watch the competition of the Haoran sect? The Haoran sect had never been so lively before. For a moment, Xiang Nan was unable to find an acquaintance to inquire about it. All of the people who came face to face with him were unfamiliar faces. Look, that's the credit hall of the Haoran sect. Ah, really? Were many of the super missions that shocked the Haotian Empire released from this place? On the other side, oh, it's the Haoran Academy. Oh my God. Is this the place where the disciples of the famous Haoran sect learn? Hiss, haha, I sucked in a mouthful of air from the Haoran Academy. I feel as if I have also sublimated. On the other side, heavens, are those the 5 secluded peaks that shake the heavens? The Saber sect, Sword sect, Qi sect, and Pill Tool sect are all here. What a spectacular sight. Eh? What kind of sect is that Pianfeng? How come I've never heard of him before? Xiang Nan was dumbfounded as he watched the performance of the outer sect disciples. He was a little caught off guard. Haha! Xiang Nan, there you are. A familiar voice rang out. Xiang Nan turned around and finally saw a familiar face. Li Jian squeezed his way over from the crowd and said beside Xiang Nan, "Look, isn't it lively? It's like a festival. So many disciples from the 12 sects have come?" Xiang Nanchi asked. Li Jian shook his head speechlessly and sighed. "Are you a Haoran sect disciple or not? Why can't you figure out the situation in our sect with such a big matter? This time, it is indeed the 12 sects joint examination, but more than 50 sects of all sizes have come." Xiang Nan's eyes widened in shock. "What are those superfluous sects doing here?" Li Jian said speechlessly. "Of course I'm here to visit. This is the first round of the 12 sects joint examination. Those sects that weren't selected to the 12 sects also came to watch the battle. By the way, I want to experience the Hao Ran sect's background. That's why. Only then did Xiangnan understand. After answering Li Jian's questions, Xiangnan finally understood that out of the 11 sects that came this time, there were 8 second-class sects and 3 third-class sects that were specially chosen to take care of him. They are Qingyun sect, Blazing Fire sect, White Clothes sect, Guihai sect, Jingmen sect, Quicksand sect, Huangtian sect, and Wind Moon sect. Cavalry sect, White Sword sect, Feihong sect. This joint examination of the 12 sects was the first time the Haoran sect had opened its doors. Not only were more than 50 martial practitioners from the sects allowed to enter, but many influential figures from the aristocratic families and clans of Haoyan City and even Donghai province, as well as the people from the military, had also arrived. Xiangnan was dumbfounded. He knew that the Haoran sect was going to hold a big event, but he didn't expect it to be so big. Li Jian put his elbow on Xiangnan's head and said, "This is a great opportunity for the 12 sects to get into the top 16 of the exam. If they can get into the top 16 of the exam, they might become famous all over the world overnight." Xiangnan nodded thoughtfully. It might be a bit exaggerated to say that he had made such a big move this time, but it was certain that he would become famous among many sections. Right at this moment, a burst of screams suddenly came from within the credit hall. Wow! Look, the first place on the Eagle rankings is actually a team with only one person. Don't talk nonsense. How could there be such a thing? Holy shit. Really? The Suns, who are ranked first on the Eagle rankings, actually only have one member. It's too chaotic. Xiangnan's mind was buzzing with noise. He hurriedly bid farewell to Li Jian and hid back at his own Sun Peak. It might be quieter there. There were too many people. Xiangnan had to put in a lot of effort to squeeze up to the foot of Sun Peak and climb up. He didn't dare to unfold his Yuan Qi feathered wings here. Otherwise, he would definitely receive even more cries of alarm. Perhaps he would be pulled down by someone. Ask him how the Yuan Qi feathered wings condensed. This might really be the case. However, just as Xiangnan was about to squeeze up to the summit, a tsunami-like scream came from above the high clouds. Countless people standing on the mountain and on the arch bridge between the mountains cried out in unison. Waves after waves of cries rushed over, causing Xiangnan's mind to buzz. So beautiful! Who is that? Countless people cried out in alarm. The chaotic waves of people pointed at a figure slowly flying in the sky. Heavens! There is such a beautiful woman in this world. Which academy is she from? Could she be the senior sister of a 6th grade academy? Quickly shut your stinking mouth. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. That's the Peak Master of Sun Peak. Sun Peak was also filled with people. Even Sun Palace, which used to be a rare place, was filled with spectating outer sect disciples. Sukaiwe was really annoyed. She could only bring the little bird and head towards the Haoran Palace. That was the only place where the elders of the Haoran sect lived in peace. Xiangnan watched as his master left. He immediately burst into tears and laughter in his heart. Where should he go? Of course, other than the outer sect disciples who were watching and shouting, there were also some people in the Haoran sect who were truly willing to learn something. Many outer sect disciples squeezed into Tianji Hall to visit the books. Although most of the books were closed, they were still holding a few books that could be read by outsiders, and they were intoxicated with them. In Haoran Academy, every school was packed with outer sect disciples. Some even peeked through the windows in the corridor and listened to the Haoran sect instructors teach their lessons. Xiangnan thought that this was a good thing. This event organized by the Haoran sect allowed the various sects to exchange experiences, allowing the outer sect disciples to learn a lot of knowledge that they could not learn from the Haoran sect. In the evening, the number of people from the Haoran sect instantly dropped by more than half, leaving behind all the disciples of the sect. Apart from the sect, the ordinary citizens and some members of the clans who came to visit Haoyan City had to leave the arena. However, the liveliness here did not diminish at all. It was above the main peak, outside the Hao Ran Palace. The disciples of more than 50 sects sat neatly on the ground. They looked at the dark and endless crowd. Even the elders of those sects were sitting in front of the disciples. All of them were serious as they listened to Elder Shi Beihong preaching at the entrance of the Hao Ran Palace. The so-called martial Tao is the power to serve the heavens, so as to strengthen one's body, break away from the mortal body, and achieve the good fortune of the heavens. There were more than 100,000 disciples on such a large mountain. At this moment, there was actually no noise at all. In the entire Haoran Peak, there was only Elder Shi Beihong's vast and solemn sermon voice. Xianxia came late and had no seats left. He could only go to the arch bridge and squeeze in with some other outer sect disciples. After Elder Shi Beihong explained a few paragraphs, he smiled and waved his hand. Let me introduce a person to everyone. This person must have been seen by everyone, right? As he spoke, a curvy, heaven-defying woman with long legs leisurely walked over. The woman stood beside Elder Shi Beihong and smiled at the crowd. Welcome to the Haoran sect. Whoosh! The scene exploded. It's senior sister Xueqi. I saw her when she came to our sect for a lecture. Ah, I've seen it before. I've even talked to senior sister Xueqi for a while. Bullshit. With your status, how can you climb up to someone like senior sister Xueqi? I heard that she is one of the most influential figures in the Haoran sect. After Shi Beihong finished speaking, he handed the scene to Mu Sueki. From this, it could be seen that the Haoran sect really wanted to cultivate Mu Sueki vigorously and let her become the spokesperson for the Haoran sect's disciples. On the other hand, Mu Sueki had already selected a group of outstanding Haoran sect disciples. They formed a group of disciples and directly walked together with the outer sect disciples to discuss the martial arts spirit at close range. At this moment, it was not as quiet as Elder Shi Beihong's sermon. Everyone became chaotic and squeezed in one by one. Many disciples had written down their questions about martial arts and were eager to ask questions. Naturally, Xianxia would not join in on such a chaotic scene. He intended to return to Sun Palace to rest. Is that Xianxia? At this moment, a familiar voice sounded. Xianxia was delighted and looked in the direction of the lecture. He shouted, Elder Yu. It was indeed Elder Yu of the cavalry sect. Elder Yu brought a group of cavalry sect disciples over and said happily, Xianxia, it's really you. Xianxia hurriedly knelt on one knee and cupped his fists. Xianxia is too busy with martial arts to visit Elder Yu at the cavalry gate. Please don't blame him. Hurry up and say something out of the ordinary. Elder Yu smiled from ear to ear. He hurriedly helped Xianxia up and sized him up. He said, Good child, I can't recognize you when I grow up. Xianxia's height had undergone an earth-shaking change. Earlier in Bluestone City, he was only about 1.7 meters tall. Now he was 1.82 meters tall. He was also 17 years old. Looking at Elder Yu's recovered left arm, Xianxia said excitedly, Seeing your health, this junior is relieved. I heard that there are also cavalry sects in the 12-sect joint examination. You are leading your disciples to participate in the competition, right? Elder Yu smiled and said, It was because the Haoran sect took special care of the third-grade sects that we got our spots. Otherwise, why would it be our turn to come over? After all, there are still dozens of second-grade sects that have been defeated. Come, a few of your acquaintances have also arrived this time. Quickly come and meet them. Just as he was speaking, a great shadow strode over from the crowd behind Elder Yu. Ha ha! Xianxia, it's really you. Xianxia suddenly looked up and was even more overjoyed. Mo Hai! Mo Hai patted Xianxia on the shoulder vigorously and said, I knew we would meet again one day. Look, old Chuan has also come. The two of us met up earlier. Sure enough, a person squeezed over from Mo Hai's side. That person came up and hugged Xianxia's neck. He said affectionately, Little bastard. I miss you so much. This person was Li Qingchuan, who had always followed Mo Hai and entered the White Sword sect. Xianxia hugged Mo Hai and Li Qingchuan and laughed loudly. Drink. It's my treat. Elder Yu smiled and said, You youngsters go. I won't participate. After bidding farewell to Elder Yu, the three of them left the Haoran sect and immediately ran to the Drunken Dream Pavilion. The three of them rented a small courtyard of the Heaven brand and set up a large table of drinks and dishes. However, when the three of them picked up their wine glasses together, they were all silent again. The rims of their eyes were all red. After a long time, Mo Hai sighed with emotion. After coming out, I finally know how big the world is. Yes. Li Qingchuan also sighed with emotion. I really miss the days when we were together with Brother Hai. Now that we meet again in the horizon, I really can't help but sigh. Don't say anything. Let's do it. Xianxia raised his head and drank a large bowl of liquor. In Bluestone City, a total of 3 of the most promising people had walked out. When they reunited today, all grievances and grudges had been put aside. All they had was cherished feelings. This was always the case. No matter how unpleasant things were in their hometowns, after everyone went out and traveled in the vast world, they would feel that there was no gap between them when they saw their hometowns who had once fought with them fiercely and forcefully. Brat, what realm are you at now? Mo Hai laughed and asked Xianxia. I'm already at the 3rd level of the origin return stage, and Qing Chuan has also reached the 2nd level of the origin return stage. Xianxia smiled and said, I have just arrived at the 3rd level of the origin realm. Holy shit, can it be? Li Qingchuan widened his eyes and said in shock, it's reasonable for Mo Hai to reach the 3rd level of origin return. After all, he was already at the half-step origin return realm during the city selection. But you brat, during the city selection you were only at the 6th level of the Xiantian realm. It's a bit of a fantasy for you to raise your cultivation level. Mo Hai smiled and said, you have forgotten that Xianxia was promoted to the 9th level of the Xiantian realm before the end of the city selection. However, his current speed is indeed a bit scary. Xianxia said, it can only be said that the resources of the Haoran sect are richer. I have also been touched by the glory of the Haoran sect. At this moment, Mo Hai and Li Qingchuan exchanged glances, both of them smiling strangely. What? Xianxia asked. You two have something to hide from me? Brother Hai, tell me, Li Qingchuan said. Mo Hai laughed heartily. When the Haoran sect came to inspect and lecture, we already agreed that if Qingchuan and I can get into the top 100 in the joint examination of the 12 sects, we will be allowed to enter the Haoran sect. Really? Xianxia suddenly stood up. There was nothing better than this good news. Li Qingchuan said excitedly, really? The cavalry sect and the white sword sect are willing to help me and Mo Hai. Ha ha. Xianxia raised his wine bowl and said, I'm happy today. I won't return until I'm drunk. Right? After drinking for a while, Mo Hai suddenly thought of something and said in a deep voice, Xianxia, Wang Xiaoyun has already reached the 7th level of the origin reversion realm. Do you know about this? Xianxia said, I think he should have reached this realm as well, but it doesn't matter. I still have more than a year to catch up with him. He is quite tactful. Li Qingchuan chuckled and said, Wang Xiaoyun knows that he has a bad relationship with you, so he hasn't come to the Haoran sect this time. I'm afraid that you will make things difficult for him after he comes. All right, let's not talk about them anymore. Let's drink ours. At this moment, a large group of people passed by noisily from outside. One of them caught a glimpse of Xianxia through the corner of his eye as he walked through the distance. He immediately stopped, and the crowd that followed him also stopped. What's wrong, old Jiang? Did you meet someone you know? Someone in the crowd asked. Jiang Cheng stared coldly at Xianxia from afar and said, this is truly a narrow path for enemies. When Xianxia saw Jiang Cheng, he immediately felt an incomparable headache. His headache was not Jiang Cheng, but this damned drunken dream pavilion. Why would he encounter something every time he came to this place? Could it be that his life was incompatible with Drunken Dream Pavilion? How many times has this happened? Can't you change the game? What's wrong, old Jiang? Are you and that brat on bad terms? The fellow in the crowd saw the displeasure on Jiang Cheng's face. What? Something? Mo Hai and Li Qingchuan slapped the table and stood up. The two of them weren't ordinary people. In the past, it was the two of them who caused trouble for Xianxia. But now that they saw someone else cause trouble for Xianxia, they felt unhappy in their hearts. Old Jiang, I heard that you are an amazing figure in the Nature's Nature sect. Why do you still dare to have someone fight against you? The crowd immediately shouted out loudly. Xianxia looked over and saw that most of the disciples who followed Zhangcheng were outer sect disciples. So he knew what was going on. Zhangcheng was definitely going to treat his fellow countrymen to a banquet at the Drunken Dream Pavilion, just like himself. The 12-sect joint examination was an unprecedented gathering. People from various sects had come, so everyone would definitely meet their fellow countrymen. Obviously, those outer sect disciples should have come from the same place as Zhangcheng. They also knew that Zhangcheng was doing well in the Haoran sect. At this moment, he was acting like a fox and using Zhangcheng's limelight to show that he was not afraid of the heavens or the earth. Heh! Zhangcheng stared into Xianxia's eyes and sneered. Just him? He's not worthy of being my enemy. He's just a useless piece of trash. When the outer sect disciples heard this, they immediately started to heckle. Someone shouted, "Go in! Raise their tables!" Xianxia also stood up. When Mo Hai and Li Qingchuan heard their conversation, they were already extremely unhappy and were ready to make a move. At this time, a loud shout suddenly came from the distance outside the door. "What are you doing squeezing on the road? Get lost! What the hell are you talking about? Keep your mouth clean. Do you know who this is?" An outer sect disciple shouted at the person cursing. "Is this the #1 expert of the second stage academy of the Haoran sect, Zhangcheng? Scram! Otherwise, I'll slash you with my sword." The person who cursed was not afraid at all. Instead, he was getting more and more impatient. Zhangcheng turned his head and looked over. His face immediately turned pale. He hurriedly said to his fellow countrymen, "Let's go. We won't cause any trouble today." Zhangcheng made a cowardly turtle and ran away with a large group of people. Xianxia was still curious. Why did the voice of the cursing person sound so familiar? When those people passed by the gate of the courtyard, Xianxia immediately recognized them. "Ha! Luo Yuan, Luo Fei." When the people passing by the door stopped, they all turned around. It was the two brothers from the Luo clan. No wonder Zhangcheng was suddenly scared. The person cursing the streets was actually the general of Beijiang border city, Luo Fei. The Haoyan Empire's soldiers were mostly like this. They didn't dare to laugh and talk in the army, so serious that it made people scared. However, when they came out to play in their personal capacity, it was a different story. Moreover, Luo Fei was only a young man who wasn't even 30 years old. "So it's Xianxia." Luo Fei also laughed and said, "Coincidentally, there are fewer people on your side. Let's sit together." Everyone immediately added a few tables and sat together. Luo Yuan said, "Xianxia, did Zhangcheng want to trouble you again when he stopped here just now?" "What? It's going against him." Luo Fei slapped the table and shouted, "Xianxia is a good brother who died with me. Let's go. Find that Zhangcheng. I must pick his tendons today." Xianxia hurriedly stopped him and smiled. "Big brother Luo Fei is like a different person today. Hi, I'm just here to play." Luo Fei sat down with his golden saber and said, "It was more than a month since we fought against the heavenly devil religion. The higher-ups were grateful for our hard work and gave us a few days off. I just happened to be praising the holidays. Wait until today to see Luo Yuan and cheer him on." These two are Luo Yuan looked at Mo Hai and Li Qingchuan. "Let me introduce you." Xianxia hurriedly stood up and said, "These two are good friends from my hometown. This is Mo Hai, and this is Li Qingchuan. Those are all my own brothers, so I won't be able to see them anymore." Luo Fei picked up the wine bowl and said, "What are you waiting for? Drink." After everyone drank heavily, Luo Yuan said, "Xianxia, I've heard that Zhangcheng and Hongbin have already held back their strength and are going to cause trouble for you during the 12-sect joint examination. I didn't know that you and my brother fought against the heavenly devil religion together. Now that we know, we are all our own. In the past few days, if they dare to look for trouble with you again, just say hello. I, Luo Yuan, will be the first to stand up and help you." "Thank you." Xianxia smiled and said, "But it doesn't matter. If they want to come, they can come. You really can cause trouble. A group of people passed by the entrance of the courtyard. One of them saw Xianxia and directly walked in. This person also came to entertain her fellow countryman, Murong Wanqing. She first asked her friends to go to the designated courtyard, while she walked in. As soon as I passed by, I heard about your contradictions. Then Murong Wanqing was not polite either. She pulled up a chair and sat down, saying, Xianxia, I find that it seems that wherever you go, you will offend a large number of people. I have the most say in this matter. Li Qingchuan stood up with the wine bowl in his hand and said, because Brother Hai and I have been targeting Xianxia in the past. At this point, Xianxia smiled and said, it's all over. Let's not talk about it anymore. Li Qingchuan shook his head and said, Xianxia was never a troublemaker, but he refused to lower his head. There are only two ways to avoid conflict with others. One is to hold his tail and lower his head. The other is to join them in the pollution. However, Xianxia will not choose either. Well said. Luo Fei slapped the table and said, what a good sentence. I refuse to lower my head. That's what men want. A single sentence aroused the bloodlust in the man's bones. It was not that Xianxia liked to cause trouble everywhere, but that Mu Xiu was destroyed by Lin Feng. It was only because Xianxia had risen too quickly and his temper was too stubborn. Murong Wanqing was also speechless. Previously, she was not used to seeing Xianxia because Xianxia was nameless. How could a wild boy dare to resist authority? That was why Murong Wanqing, was targeting Xianxia, but after that, she was also touched by Xiangnian's backbone. What Qing Chuan said is absolutely correct. Mo Hai smiled and said, it's not that Xianxia likes to cause trouble. It's us, the so-called strong people who used to be unable to tolerate a prick like him. In the end, we are still afraid that he will surpass us. Come drink. Xianxia picked up his wine bowl and drank with everyone. After a lively night of celebration, everyone returned to the Haoran sect to rest, and the next day was the pre-competition exam for the 12 sect examinations. Apart from the Haoran sect, the other 11 sects had already passed the audition. There were only 1,100 disciples from the other sects who had come to participate in the joint examination of the 12 sections. Each sect had 100 disciples participating in the competition. As for Haoran Zhongguang Second Stage Academy, there were 3,000 people. This was obviously not enough. Therefore, the pre-competition exam was Haoran Zhongguang's own pre-competition elimination tournament. On this day, 3,000 disciples of the second grade academy gathered at Haoran Peak, and 3,000 people sat down neatly. Apart from them, the people from more than 50 sects had also arrived, all of them wishing to see for themselves how the nature sect had selected them. Do you think Xianxia can pass? On the arch bridge in the distance, Li Qingchuan said worriedly, their selection for the Haoran sect must be much stricter than ours. If they lose in the southern election, that would be incomparably terrible. Mo Hai said, don't worry, don't you know Xianxia? He always gives us surprises. At this moment, Elder Shi Beihong shouted in front of the Hao Ran Hall. The pre-competition examination of the Hao Ran sect has officially begun. This time, 200 disciples will be selected from among the 3,000 disciples to participate in the 12 sects joint examination. Hearing this, the expressions of many second-grade students changed drastically. Of the 3,000 people, only 200 were chosen. Isn't that going to eliminate 2,800 people? This elimination rate is too terrifying. First round, written examination. Elder Shi Beihong smiled. Hearing the words written examination, the scene was filled with grief. This time, not only did the disciples of the Haoran sect complain repeatedly, even the 50-plus outer sect disciples were extremely surprised. Apart from the Haoran sect, how could other sects possibly test out any martial arts theories? What the Haoran sect disciples feared the most was the written exam. They really couldn't be blamed for this, because their ability to act was completely different from their ability to use their brains. Even if some martial artists were really willing to work hard to learn, they might not be able to learn anything. After all, they were martial artists with outstanding physical fitness, not scholars. Elder Beihong smiled and pressed down his hands, saying, "Everyone, don't panic. The written part of the exam will only be recorded as bonus points and will not be eliminated. Furthermore, the written part only gets 20 points, and the martial part gets 80 points. In the end, the top 200 will be won." Hearing this, the Howran sect disciples smiled happily and relaxed a lot. "All right, then, I'm going to start asking questions." As Elder Beihong spoke, he took a step back. Elder Beihong circulated his yuan qi and pushed out a palm with his right hand. After this palm was released, the yuan qi condensed into an oval-shaped yuan qi shield. This yuan qi shield was very unusual. It was divided into 3 layers, forming a sandwich shape. The inner and outer layers were solid yuan qi in a solidified state, and the middle layer was a flowing yuan qi. That yuan qi was flowing in a circular shape. Extremely miraculous. When Xianxia saw this, he nodded slightly. This time, the written examination was much more difficult for Bit and the others. At best, the lotus flower in the last written examination only condensed yuan qi into a fixed shape. Elder Beihong pointed at the yuan qi shield floating in the air and said, "With this shield as the title, please write down your own incantations. It will only take 10 hours. If it is completed within 1 hour, the total score will be 20 points. In 2 hours, it will be 18 points. In 3 hours, it will be 16 points. It will decrease in turn." The outer sect elders and disciples were all extremely shocked. Then, Beihong had only released such a yuan qi shield to let the disciples write their heart force incantations? As expected of the nature sect. Elder Menue nodded slightly. Xianxia carefully observed the oval-shaped yuan qi shield for a while before lowering his head and starting to write. Murong Wanqing and the others immediately focused on looking at Xianxia. Seeing that Xianxia had already started writing, they felt extremely helpless. "This Nan is simply a freak." Luo Yuan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Later, many disciples began to meditate bitterly, occasionally raising their heads to look at the yuan qi shield, and occasionally lowering their heads to ponder. The scene was extremely quiet. The outer sect disciples didn't dare to utter a single word. They didn't believe that someone could use a yuan qi shield that they had never seen before in 10 hours, or even write out a mental incantation. At this moment, a person suddenly stood up in the crowd. This person had a calm and confident smile on his face. It was Jiang Cheng. Everyone was sitting, and he was the only one who suddenly stood up, even though he attracted the attention of the vast majority of people. Jiang Cheng walked slowly through the gaps between the disciples and smiled confidently. The so-called heart arts oral art is to teach martial artists how to circulate their yuan qi in their meridians in a specific way to achieve different purposes. Different movements of yuan qi can make yuan qi appear completely different. It can be as soft as flocks, or as hard as steel, or it can be transformed into different shapes and objects. When the disciples heard Jiang Cheng's long speech, they began to listen earnestly. "Is that Jiang Cheng? I've heard of him. I heard that he is one of the best experts in the second-grade academy." Some outer sect disciples began to whisper, "Yeah, look at him. Not only is he handsome, he is also so knowledgeable." Some of the female disciples' eyes glittered with small stars. Mo Hai and Li Qingchuan exchanged glances. Li Qingchuan curled his lips and said, "This guy loves acting so much. Everyone is taking the exam, so he has to come out and talk loudly. It seems that he is very capable." Jiang Cheng continued, "As for the luck shield, it can be roughly divided into 3 types. The first type is a pure yuan qi condensed shield. This type of shield only possesses the strength of yuan qi itself and has no bonus. The second type is a reinforced yuan qi shield. Through a special technique, the strength of the shield far exceeds the strength of yuan qi itself. It can defend against the yuan qi attacks of experts of the same level. The third type is a non-solid shield. There are many types of shields. Most of them are not used to resist the enemy's attacks. The purpose is to neutralize, deflect, or even absorb them." The male outer sect disciples were dumbfounded when they heard this. They felt convinced, while the female disciples couldn't help but scream softly. However, When they thought that this was an important place in the examination room, they quickly covered their mouths with their screams. As for the outer sect elders and mentors, they nodded their heads repeatedly, their eyes filled with admiration. Teachers love to see students, appreciate those who actively express their opinions, take the initiative to show their own people. Even Wuxia, who was in charge of invigilating the exam, had a smile on her face. Although she did not like Xianxia, she had to admit that Xianxia was very outstanding now. The elders liked the students who loved to show themselves, and the female disciples liked this kind of person even more. The difficulty of this shield is, Xianxia held his chin and pondered. It is made up of two completely different forms of yuan qi. A martial artist releases one-off yuan qi, either solid, strengthened solid, fluid, or condensed fluid. How can I do that? Within a single move, it's the most difficult thing to release a layer of fluid yuan qi in the middle of a double solid yuan qi. You can see that the inner and outer layers of solid elemental energy are used to strengthen the defense, while the middle layer of fluid elemental energy is used to disrupt the attack. So what we need to think about is, while Xianxia spoke confidently, enjoying everyone's admiration, enjoying the praise of the elders, a figure suddenly walked past Xianxia. "Elder, I'm done." This person was Xianxia. He held a copy of the answer sheet that had been written with a mental incantation and respectfully handed it over to Elder Shi Beihong. At that moment, all the disciples in the arena began to speak with their mouths wide open. On the other hand, Xianxia, who was proud of himself, froze on the spot like he had been struck by lightning. "Ha ha ha ha! I'm sorry. I can't help it anymore." Li Qingchuan covered his mouth and laughed incessantly. His laughter was extremely ear-piercing, especially in Xianxia's ears. It was like a slap on his face. "I'll let you act. You screwed up, you shameless bastard." Li Qingchuan lowered his voice and cursed softly. Xianxia was embarrassed. He directly flaunted himself as the most outstanding disciple, and even faked his appearance to stand out, helping everyone analyze the difficulty of this shield. In the end, even before he could analyze it thoroughly, Xianxia had already handed in the paper. If there was anything in the world that could make a person want to commit suicide in embarrassment, this scene must be one of them. The most ironic thing was that after Xianxia handed in his answer sheet, he even turned around to look at Xianxia and asked curiously, Senior brother, why aren't you answering the questions properly? Why are you walking around here?" Xianxia was so angry that he gritted his teeth and whispered, "Xianxia, remember that." In front of him, Elder Shi Beihong checked Xianxia's answer sheet and nodded. "Completely correct. There is no deviation in the slightest. It will take 7 minutes, and you will get a full score of 20 points. Whoosh! The entire hall was in a state of turmoil. Xianxia had only used 7 minutes to write out his mental art mantra. What kind of terrifying martial comprehension was this? This time, the focus of everyone's attention immediately changed from Xianxia to Xianxia. You can't just practice your mouth. You need to have real talent and practical knowledge. Wuxia's expression also changed very quickly. She looked at Xianxia and nodded repeatedly. People were afraid of comparison. From the looks of it, a Xianxia had been talking without hesitation for a long time, but he hadn't written a single word yet. A Xianxia did his work in a down-to-earth manner and directly handed in his answer paper. In comparison, Xianxia felt like a hypocritical clown. "Please demonstrate your mantra on the spot." Elder Shi Beihong's eyes were filled with gratification. Xianxia took a step forward and pushed with his right hand. A surge of yuan qi immediately condensed into an oval-shaped shield. That shield was indeed 3 layers. Although the sturdiness of the inner and outer layers was not good enough, and the flow of yuan qi in the middle was not flexible enough, it was only a matter of temperature. At this point in time, everyone was filled with admiration for Xianxia's performance. Seeing this, Xianxia's shameless mood rose again. He gritted his teeth and said, "Xianxia, you cheated." This was the case with this kind of person. He could only allow himself to show off and never allow others to steal his limelight. If he succeeded in showing off, he would pretend to be humble. and when he accepted everyone's praise, he would repeatedly say, "No, no, I just worked harder than others." However, if someone else stole his limelight, he would immediately go berserk and show his ugliness. "Senior brother, may I ask where I cheated?" Xianxia asked. Jiang Cheng said angrily, "You must have practiced this move before. I don't believe that you can comprehend such a complicated Yuan Qi shield in 7 minutes. Everyone, tell me, am I right?" Jiang Cheng turned around and shouted. Indeed, there were indeed some outer sect elders who were suspicious of this, but they didn't say anything else and just waited for the situation to develop. However, at this moment, quite a few people had already begun to dislike Jiang Cheng. Xianxia nodded and pulled out the huge saber. "What are you doing? Do you still want to make a move in anger and embarrassment?" Jiang Cheng said angrily. "Whoosh! What a big saber!" The outer sect disciples cried out in surprise at the exaggerated shape of the giant black scale saber. Xianxia's arm trembled and the giant saber began to buzz. He said, "You can see clearly that I used the saber. I believe that every weapon has its own spirit and soul, and the spirit of the saber is to move forward without stopping. Those who use the saber can only take the offensive path. There is absolutely no reason for them to retreat." Xianxia swung the giant saber twice and said, "Let alone that I have never practiced any shield-type martial skill. Even if I do have this kind of martial skill in front of me, I will not practice it, because I can't give myself a reason to be timid. Senior brother Jiang Cheng, if I remember correctly, you should be from Dongyang Peak and Saber Sect, right? If you don't even understand the spirit of the saber, I think you might need to change factions." "What are you talking about?" Jiang Cheng said angrily. Xianxia put away his great saber and walked towards his seat. As he passed Jiang Cheng, he said indifferently, "I advise you to spend more time writing your answers instead of trying to show off yourself." With that, Xianxia walked straight away. "Well said," Li Qingchuan shouted and applauded loudly. He had long since disliked Jiang Cheng, who was acting like a makeup model. At this moment, he felt extremely happy in his heart. The crowd applauded loudly. Elder Yu nodded in relief. "I've never seen wrong about Xianxia. I know." In the following period of time, Jiang Cheng was fiercely slapped by Xianxia, and he didn't have the face to continue to publish his lengthy comments. He went back to write his own mantra in a dejected manner. Within 4 hours, not a single person was able to successfully hand in their papers like Xianxia. On the other hand, there were more than a dozen people who handed in their papers, but the results were verified. There was a deviation in their incantations, and they were unable to succeed, so they were rejected to rewrite them. Actually, this Yuan Qi shield was not complicated because it was clearly layered, and one could tell the truth at a glance. However, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for disciples to write out a mental art mantra simply by observing it with their eyes. If comprehending a martial skill was really that simple, who in the world would dare to casually use a martial skill? After being learned with a single glance, where did the preciousness of that martial skill manual manifest itself? Only in the 5th hour did one person hand in the correct answer, and this person was Murong Wanqing. She won the 2nd place and scored 12 points. When she returned, she looked at Xianxia weakly. She did not want to compete with Xianxia in the written examination. Afterwards, another disciple finished their answers one after another. The 3rd place was surprised by an unfamiliar student who had short hair and lowered his head from beginning to end, leaving almost no impression on him. Xianxia had never seen that person before, and even the student had always lowered his head, making it difficult to see his face clearly. However, this person left a deep impression on Xianxia, because this student had an unfathomable feeling. This person, who was only 10 minutes late for Murong Wanqing to hand in her answer paper, was still within 5 hours and scored 12 points. After that, the 4th place was occupied by swordsman Feng Zhaoqi, who took 6 hours, and the 5th place was occupied by Shen Linhai, who took 6 hours. Luo Yuan won 6th place and Zhang Yu 7th place. Surprisingly, the expert Hong Bin only won 8th place, followed by Zhou Xianyong. 10 hours later, there were more than 120 people who had successfully handed in their papers, but nearly 100 of them had barely managed to complete them in the last hour. In other words, there were more than 2,800 students who obtained 0 points in this competition. The second test. Elder Shi Beihong signaled for everyone to be quiet and said, "Start immediately." Elder Shi Beihong waved his right hand and a mountain rock suddenly rose from the flat floor. This mountain rock is only 2 meters tall and less than a meter thick. Elder Shi Beihong pointed at the mountain stone and said, "The second round of the martial examination is very simple. It is to push this mountain stone forward. The farthest one gets 80 full marks based on the distance, and then it decreases one by one." An outer sect disciple who came to watch the show asked curiously, "What is there to push this little stone?" It was thrown into the sky with a casual throw. This is also considered an exam. Someone whispered, "What the hell do you know? Can it be that simple? There must be something inside. I'll go first." This time, the first person to stand out was no longer Jiang Cheng, but a disciple of a second-grade academy. Jiang Cheng had already learned his lesson from the last time. He had to observe silently and keep his eyes open. The disciple who signed up first stepped forward and used both of his hands to press against the rock, then pushed forward forcefully. With a rumble, the mountain rock moved, leaving behind a shallow scratch on the ground. It was pushed about an inch. The corners of the disciple's mouth slightly rose as he said confidently, "It's not that difficult." As he spoke, he continued to push forward, but his expression immediately changed, because he discovered that there was something strange in this mountain rock, and it was getting heavier and heavier. It was quite easy to push the first inch, but when it reached the second inch, the weight of the mountain rock seemed to have doubled all of a sudden. Pushing to the third inch, the difficulty of pushing continued to rise. When the disciple pushed it to a distance of half a meter, he felt that this mountain rock had an indescribably terrifying weight. Even if the veins on his forehead jumped violently, the mountain rock did not move a single bit. Primordial Dipper Qi. The disciple let out a loud roar and released the Yuan Qi in his body. Immediately after, the mountain rocks were pushed forward with a rumble. He gritted his teeth and exerted all of his strength to suck milk, but the speed of the mountain rock's advance was reduced by an inverse proportion. Until he pushed the mountain rock a meter away, even Primordial Dipper Qi could no longer help him, and the mountain rock completely stopped. I can't push anymore." The disciple heaved a sigh of relief and put his hands down. Everyone could see that his arms were trembling non-stop. It was obvious that his strength had exceeded his limit. Immediately after, the second, third, and 10th disciples pushed forward one by one. However, in the end, the person with the best score pushed the mountain rock by 1.5 meters, while the person with the worst score pushed it by less than a meter. This time, none of the true experts took the initiative to step forward. Hong Bin, Zhou Xianyong, and the others, Xiang Nan Murong Wanqing and the others were watching closely from behind. Continue. After more than 2,900 people had tried it all out, the rest of the crowd was Xiang Nan and the rest of the top experts. At this time, the best result was 2 meters, and the worst result was only half a meter, of course. This half meter of terrifying data came from the fortune peak. At this moment, Xiang Nan and the others looked at each other as if they wanted to determine who was going to experiment next. "I'll do it." The short-haired man bowed his head and volunteered to go up. At this moment, many people had already begun to pay attention to him. This man was very white and could even be said to be morbidly pale. Moreover, his body was relatively thin and weak, and he did not seem to be a martial artist. Up until now, everyone only knew his name as Yi Dong. Yi Dong lowered his head and walked to the mountain rock. He actually used his left hand to press against the mountain rock. "Is he left-handed?" Luo Yuan asked curiously. "Everyone else uses both hands, but he only uses one hand?" Yi Dong lowered his head and pushed the rock forward with a rumble. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The mountain rock in Yi Dong's hand seemed to have no weight at all. As he pushed forward, there was no change in speed, and he continued to move forward smoothly. Moreover, the most shocking thing was that from the surface, Yi Dong could not be seen exerting any strength at all. He looked like he was walking every day. However, The mountain rock had already been pushed out by a meter smoothly. Normally, no matter how powerful a student was, they would still have to release their own techniques to shake the rocks. But Yidong did not. The mountain stones were still moving forward. It was already 1.5 meters. Yidong was expressionless, and the muscles on his arm did not move. He continued to walk with his legs. What? Could there be a problem with the mountain stones? Li Qingchuan shouted. Everyone looked at Shi Beihong, but Elder Shi Beihong didn't say anything, indicating that everything was normal. Still moving forward, Xiang Nan's expression became solemn. He has pushed the mountain stones 2 meters away. 2 meters, this distance had already broken the previous record of more than 2,900 people, surpassing the second place by half a meter. Only at this moment did the mountain rock slowly stop. Yidong was still as calm as ever, but when he saw the yuan qi in his body suddenly surge, his entire body was enveloped in a crazily rising yuan qi wave. That yuan qi seemed to have sprayed out from the ground, engulfing Yidong's entire body. Qi sect. Zhang Yu was also a member of the Qi sect, so she recognized him at a glance. This is our Qi sect's rank 3 astral Qi. Holy shit! Luo Yuan widened his eyes and shocked. Don't tell me that a person from the Qi sect pushed the mountain rock 2 meters with his own strength. As soon as the third cycle astral Qi was released, Yidong moved again, pushing the mountain stones forward, and maintained a smooth speed. 2.1 meters, 2.2 meters, 2.5 meters, 2.8 meters, 3 meters. Still moving forward. 3.1 meters, 3.5 meters, 4 meters, 5 meters. I can't push anymore. When Yidong pushed it to a distance of 5 meters, he suddenly stopped. Then, he did not even look at the mountain rock before turning around and walking away. The scene was completely silent. 5 meters. Before him, his best result was only 1.5 meters, but he actually pushed the mountain stones by a full 5 meters. What do you think? Morong Wanqing said as she stood beside Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan said seriously, if it weren't for this exam, we wouldn't have found such a strong person. This kind of person is too low-key. And I feel he hasn't used his full strength yet. These words were spoken by Xiang Nan and Morong Wanqing at the same time. Morong Wanqing nodded and said, I can see that he still has some strength left, but he chose to preserve his strength. This person is not simple. I'll do it this time. Jiang Cheng stood up. His bad habit had occurred again. Seeing that Yidong had attracted everyone's shocked gazes, he couldn't hold back any longer. That gaze should belong to me, Jiang Cheng. No one else deserves it. Jiang Cheng's strength was indeed extremely strong. Furthermore, he was a member of the Saber sect, and his own strength was extremely shocking. Without using the primordial dipper chi, he pushed the mountain stones 2 meters away. Immediately after, he used his primordial dipper chi to push the mountain stones forward. 2.5 meters, 3 meters, 3.5 meters, 4 meters, 4.5 meters, 4.8 meters, 4.9 meters, 5 meters. Jiang Cheng didn't intend to stop. At this moment, his entire body was trembling violently, but he gritted his teeth and had to push 5 meters away. Ah! Jiang Cheng screamed hysterically. The rocks moved again. 5.1 meters, 5.2 meters, 5.3 meters. Jiang Cheng finally couldn't hold on and fell to the ground. He couldn't even stand up anymore. Seeing this scene, Xiang Nan and the others were extremely speechless. In order to surpass 5 meters, he seemed to have secretly burned his blood essence just now. Didn't he? Feng Zhaoqi held the sword and whispered to the side. Xiang Nan and Morong Wanqing both nodded, but did not say anything. Indeed, Elder Shi Beihong did not stipulate that he could not burn his blood essence. However, burning blood essence consumed a lot of martial artists. It was not something that could be recovered after consuming the rejuvenation pill. If the amount of burning was small, it would take at least a day or two to recover. If it burned too much, it could even cause one's cultivation to fall backwards. That Zhang became the limelight, he really did not hesitate to pay any price. I'll do it. Morong Wanqing walked up and finally pushed the rock 5 meters away, the same result as Yidong. Xianxia knew that she hadn't used her full strength. Other people didn't know, but Xianxia knew that there was still a spiritual fire hidden within her body. After that, Feng Zhaoqi pushed the mountain stones 4.8 meters. Luo Yuan and Feng Zhaoqi had the same result of 4.8 meters. Xin Linhai was 4.9 meters, and Jiang Yu was a little over 4.6 meters. The Chu clan's Chu Yan was quite outstanding, pushing the mountain stones 5.1 meters away. She was currently ranked second. Zhou Xianyong was an expert of the sword sect, pushing the mountain stones by 5.1 meters, tied with Chu Yan for second place. When they arrived at Hong Bin, they staged a spectacular performance. After Hong Bin pushed the mountain stones to 5 meters, he suddenly shouted, and the terrifying primordial Dipper Chi condensed into a fierce tiger. The ferocious tiger enveloped Hong Bin's entire body. The giant tiger's head fiercely pressed against the mountain rocks, and its limbs violently scratched the ground. The disciples of all the sects cried out loudly, "Ha!" When the rock was pushed to 5.3 meters, Hong Bin let out a low shout, and then the fierce tiger let out a tiger roar that shook the entire arena. Rumble. Xianxia walked further until he reached 5.4 meters, 5.5 meters. Afterwards, the fierce tiger also reached its limit, and with a single sound, it dissipated into specks of light that filled the sky. "We've reached our limit." Hong Bin took a deep breath and slowly retreated. Waves after waves of cries of alarm echoed in the audience, and a new record was set. At present, the first place was Hong Bin's 5.5 meters, the second place was Jiang Cheng's 5.3 meters, and the third place was Zhou Xianyong and Chu Yan's 5.1 meters. At this moment, everyone's gazes fell on Xianxia alone. Hong Bin and Jiang Qingdu hugged their shoulders and looked coldly at Xianxia. Last time in the Cultivation Tower, they had made things difficult for Xianxia. This time, they were even harboring ill intentions. "Kid, aren't you very capable?" Jiang Chang sneered. "You were so handsome and glorious in the written examination. Come, I'll see how capable you are in the martial examination. Can your lightning meridian's talent help you?" Ha 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 ha. The lightning meridian's attribute was most powerful because of its explosive power. However, it didn't play a strong role in pushing the mountain stones, because what was needed to push the mountain stones was a deep and enduring strength. Moreover, another characteristic of lightning power was that it could paralyze the enemy's yuan qi to a certain extent, but it was useless against rocks. What? He has the lightning meridian's talent. Heavens, he must be the number 1 person on the Eagle rankings, right? The outer sect disciples began to whisper in succession. Everyone knew that there was only one person in the first team on the Eagle rankings. This mysterious member of the Suns had become a hot topic of discussion in the past 2 days. After Xianxia won the first place in the written examination, many people began to inquire about Xianxia's identity. A few people knew that Xianxia was the only member of the Suns. This news spread further and further. At this time, more than half of the people already knew about Xianxia's identity. The first place on the Eagle rankings, the Lightning Meridian's talent, and the first place in the written examination had already made Xianxia the focus of attention on the scene. This was the result of the news that the Howran sect had sent the Heavenly Demon sect to propose marriage. Otherwise, the sensation would have been even greater. "Xianxia, you should finally use your full strength, right?" Mo Hai hugged his shoulders. He was also very curious about Xianxia's strength. Under everyone's attention, Xianxia took a deep breath and walked forward. He pushed the rock with both hands and began to rumble forward. Unsurprisingly, without using any external force, he pushed the rock to 2 meters with his own strength. However, right after that, he still didn't erupt but was still pushing. The rock continued to walk. This Jiang Chang and Hong Bin exchanged glances, both feeling incredulous. How could the miraculous effects of a Tier 4 body refining pill be said to be a joke? Xianxia was still advancing. 2.1 meters, 2.3 meters, 2.5 meters, 2.6 meters, 2.7 meters, 2.9 meters, 3 meters. The scene suddenly boiled. Xianxia was the first person to push the mountain stones to 3 meters by relying on strength alone. His strength has increased so terrifyingly? Morong Wanqing was also shocked. Xiang Nan gritted his teeth and his arms trembled. A surging yuan qi surged out. The mountain rock that had stopped 3 meters away continued to advance. 3.3 meters, 3.5 meters, 3.9 meters, 4 meters. Xiang Nan had been holding back his breath in order to prove it to Hong Bin and Jiang Cheng. At 4 meters, Yuan Qi was no longer able to provide any more impetus, and Xiang Nan's body suddenly shook. A thin ray of sunlight descended from the sky and landed directly on his back shoulder. The strong light was transmitted from his back shoulder to his arms. A pair of radiant arms pushed the mountain stones and continued walking. 4.3 meters, 4.5 meters, 4.9 meters, 5 meters. At this time, Xiang Nan was no longer able to move the mountain rock. He felt as if he was pushing a real mountain peak. After all, he was only at the 3rd level of origin return, and there was nothing he could do about his cultivation. However, being able to accomplish this step was also very impressive. Morong Wanqing was able to push 5 meters because even though she did not release the spiritual fire, the power of the spiritual fire still increased Yuan Qi. Moreover, her heavenly grade fire veins were also functioning. Although her fire veins were famous for their explosive power, they were not weak in sustainability. However, Xiang Nan's lightning meridian's attribute had no effect at this time. It could be imagined that a ball of flame could burn all the time, but lightning cut through the horizon and disappeared in a flash. But Xiang Nan was unwilling. Body tyrant lightning drive, he shouted in his heart, and the strength in his body instantly increased 5-fold. Rumble. The rocks continued to walk. 5.1 meters, 5.2 meters. It had already surpassed the results of Zhou Xianyong and Chu Yan. 5.3 meters. Damn it! Jiang Cheng's face turned green and red, and his eyes turned red with anger. He shouted for a long time, but in the end, Xiang Nan caught up with Jiang Cheng's results. Ah, what a fantasy! The outer sect disciples cried out in alarm. Isn't he at the 3rd level of the origin return realm? How could this be the strength a 3rd level of the origin return realm martial artist should have? However, after 5.3 meters, Xiang Nan reached his limit again. At this moment, Xiang Nan took a deep breath when everyone thought that Xiang Nan was ready to give up. A beam of sunlight 4 meters in diameter. From heavens. And surrender. If you want to do it best. Xiang Nan gritted his teeth fiercely, almost shattering them. The 4-meter-long daylight exploded on Xiang Nan's body, enveloping his entire body. At this moment, Xiang Nan's hair had turned white, and his eyes shone with dazzling light. Shan Shi, let's go. 5.4 meters, 5.5 meters. He had already caught up to Hong Bin. Pong! A pair of enormous Yuan Qi feathered wings suddenly spread out behind Xiang Nan. Each of the Yuan Qi feathered wings had an astonishing length of 5 meters. The 2 pairs of large wings flapped high and hard, causing the dust on the scene to fly and the rubble to scatter everywhere. 5.6 meters. A new record has been set. This brat wants to go against the heavens. Luo Yuan, Shin Lin Hai and the others were dumbfounded. No, it's not enough. Xiang Nan gritted his teeth and continued to push. 5.7 meters, 5.8 meters. The rock had already been pushed by Xiang Nan to an astonishing distance of 5.8 meters. Even Mu Sweki's eyes widened, and she was shocked. This Xiang Nan's strength had increased by an unknown amount since the last time. Aawiawa, refining qi into electricity. Xiang Nan roared in his heart. Boom! A huge ball of lightning suddenly swelled out from Xiang Nan's body and wrapped around him. Tyrant body lightning drive, sun god technique, qi refinement to lightning. The 3 forces merged into one. In this instant, Xiang Nan suddenly pushed the mountain rock to a full 6 meters. Countless outer sect disciples and Howren sect disciples who were observing the exam all raised their heads and their eyeballs almost flew out of their sockets. Not to mention being completely silent, they had forgotten to breathe. Everyone's spirits had collapsed to the extreme. A slight provocation would cause them to feel as if they would collapse. Nervous. Incomparably nervous. because everyone could see that Xianxia still had no intention of stopping. Last white flame blazing lightning. Song long, out, see. Boom! Xianxia's area instantly exploded, and white lightning shot out. Lightning arcs wrapped around his entire body. At that moment, Xianxia placed his shoulder on the mountain rock and directly sent the azure dragon out to sea. The mountain stones flew back with a loud rumble. That's right, it's just flying back. 6.3 meters, 6.5 meters, 6.7 meters. In the end, Xianxia used his right arm to press against the rock, releasing his last move, drawing the saber and slashing. He used his arm as a knife and raised his entire arm into the sky. A green dragon mixed with sun god technique, tyrannical body lightning drive, and white flame lightning exploded out of the sea. The mountain rock was instantly blasted 7 meters away. At this point, Xianxia stopped, turned around and bowed to Shibeihong. "Elder, I can't move anymore," he said respectfully. "Good, very good." Elder Shibeihong stroked his beard and smiled. Xianxia nodded and retreated under the shocked gazes of everyone present. Only at this moment did the scene explode, and shouts of alarm swept over the sky. "Ha ha! That's Xianxia, he's from our Bluestone City." Li Qingchuan excitedly waved his arm and roared. "It's an expert from our Bluestone City. Ha 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 ha! Bravo!" Mo Hai excitedly waved his fist in the air. 7 meters. He broke everyone's record and far surpassed Hong Bin, who was ranked second, by a distance of 1.5 meters. Elder Shibeihong announced on the spot. "Right now, the results are in front of everyone. I believe there is no longer any dispute. Xianxia is the first place in the pre-competition exam. He got 100 points. Following that, Elder Shibeihong was still announcing the scores for second and third place, but no one was listening. Everyone's attention was focused on Xianxia. With the first place, who would care about the results of the second place? Jiang Cheng's expression was as if he had eaten a dead child. It was hard to see his grandmother's house. Hong Bin narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "This brat has probably taken out all his trump cards. However, that's good. It doesn't matter if I let him be arrogant first. We all retain our trump cards, but he doesn't have any trump cards. This is a huge advantage for us in the 12-sect joint examination." The pre-competition examination had already ended, and the examination hall had also begun to open to the outside world. Countless sect disciples poured into the examination area. Everyone went up one after another and tried to push the magical mountain rock forward. "Ah, shit! This mountain rock is so heavy!" An outer sect disciple pushed the mountain stones and cried out in alarm. "I just pushed half a meter and I feel like my body is going to collapse." Then how did Xianxia push it 7 meters away? It's simply inconceivable. "It's my turn. Quickly, it's my turn to push." The nearby sect disciples hurriedly urged. Another person said, "When Xianxia exploded with strength, a ray of sunlight shone down. What kind of terrifying cultivation technique was that? Why haven't you heard of it before?" "Yes," someone next to him echoed. "We've all heard of the techniques of the 3 sect of saber and sword chi, but what Xianxia uses doesn't seem to belong to any of these 3. In the noisy scene, more people surrounded Xianxia. "Xianxia, what kind of cultivation technique is that? What's its name?" "That's right. Your pair of big wings are just for a look? Or are they really capable of flying? Do you really have the lightning meridian's attribute? Let us all see it." Jiang Cheng walked past the crowd with an ugly expression. He coughed twice and tried to pull some attention on himself. After all, he had pushed 5.3 meters. This result was already very good. However, no one took another glance at Jiang Cheng. Everyone didn't even know that Jiang Cheng was beside them. Jiang Cheng was bored, then walked towards Musweki and said, "Sister, don't you think that Xianxia likes to show off too much? This kind of person is the most boring. In order to push the mountain stones further away, I actually took out all my strength. If I did the same, I would definitely..." Before he could finish speaking, he awkwardly stopped, because Musweki only glanced at him and lightly brushed past him. Jiang Cheng gritted his teeth angrily. He then turned to look at Xiang Nan, his eyes already filled with resentment. The hatred in this glance made one's hair stand on end. Although the scene was chaotic, the final result came out. Of the 3,200 disciples of the Second Grade Academy, the first place was Xiang Nan. Elder Shi Beihong wasted a lot of effort to calm everyone down and announced, "In the next 3 days, there will be the 12 sects joint examination. All the elders of the various sects participating in the joint examination, please lead our disciples to gather here. Don't delay the time. Let's disperse." Xiang Nan found an opportunity to escape from the crowd and was pulled away by Mo Hai and Li Qingchuan. This examination truly allowed the various sects to experience the enormous strength of the Haoran sect. Countless disciples had unprecedented hopes for the Haoran sect, desperately wanting to obtain a good result in the 12 joint examinations. The reason for that was because the Haoran sect had made a promise as the host of the 12 joint examinations. No matter which sect's disciples were, as long as they had the ability to enter the top 100, they would be able to be accepted into the nature sect. Of course, the top 100 didn't include the Haoran sect disciples. They were referring to the comprehensive rankings of the other 11 sects. For example, if Mo Hai obtained the 120th place in the 12 joint examinations, but 21 of them were Haoran sect disciples, then Mo Hai's actual outer sect ranking would be 99. He would also be accepted by the Haoran sect as an exception. The 12 joint examinations had brought unprecedented popularity to the Haoran sect, and at the same time, they had brought enormous benefits to Haoyan City. When the outer sect first arrived at the Haoran sect, what everyone was most interested in was the Haoran sect itself. Almost everyone was running around in the Haoran sect. However, a few days later, more and more people shifted their interest to Haoyan City. This was because they would sell precious spiritual herbs and precious artifact forging materials that they could not normally see or buy. During the 3 days of rest, a large number of outer sect disciples poured into Haoyan City and began to buy large quantities of items. Meanwhile, the outer sect elders entered the Hao Ran Palace and began discussing a long-term plan with the Hao Ran sect elders. After this joint examination, the Haoran sect would send a few elders to teach martial arts to the outer sect as guest lecturers from the other 11 sects. The 11 sects also gave the Haoran sect more convenience. In the future, if the Haoran sect disciples went out on missions, they could directly treat the 11 outer sects as affiliated sects. After entering, they could enjoy the treatment of core disciples. Xiang Nan took advantage of these 3 days to rest. In the blink of an eye, the 12 joint examinations had arrived. All the sect elders participating in the joint examination brought their own disciples to the entrance of the Haoran Palace. The people from the other 50 sects came even earlier, arriving before dawn, all of them spiritedly preparing to watch the spectacular joint exam. The total number of outer sect disciples participating in the 12-sect joint examination this time was 1,300. And the total number of Haoran sect disciples was 1,500. Only today did Elder Shi Beihong announce that the examination hall would be located in the Haoran mountain range outside the Haoran sect. Afterwards, flying demonic beasts rushed into the sky, bringing nearly 100,000 people into the mountains. The entrance exam hall was located at the western end of the Haoran mountain range, next to the Haoran sect, in an open canyon. As for the spectators' seats, they were directly set up on the mountain peaks on both sides. Nearly 100,000 people were seated on both sides of the mountain peak. Looking at the valley from here, they could not see anything clearly, let alone a small martial artist competing inside. This joint exam was similar to the Bluestone City selection. It directly set up a huge barrier of light. This barrier had a visual amplification effect, allowing the audience to clearly see and hear the people they were paying attention to from a distance. Of course, only martial artists could do this. They had to inject their yuan qi into the barrier and aim it at the person they were paying attention to. Only then could they obtain vision and hearing. Apart from that, there was no noise. This caused ordinary people who did not possess yuan qi to lose their way of watching the battle. This was a feast for martial artists. At this moment, all the participating disciples were already standing in the valley inside the barrier. Elder Shi Beihong stepped into the air and stood high up in the air. He poured his yuan qi into his voice and said, Through the joint discussion of the 12 sects elders, it has been decided that the 12 sects joint examination will officially begin today. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience applauded loudly and cheered everywhere. The vast number of merchants from Haotian City had also arrived. They were shuttling back and forth in the spectator stands, selling all kinds of delicacies and drinks. This was also a good opportunity to make a fortune. Afterwards, Elder Shi Beihong announced the reward system in advance. The top 10 disciples of the 12 sects joint examination will receive an Earth-grade intermediate-grade martial skill, an Earth-grade high-grade weapon, and a Grade 5 medicinal pill, with a mysterious reward. Hearing this, countless people became excited. That was an Earth-grade intermediate-grade martial skill. Such a level of martial skill was difficult to obtain even in the Haoran sect. As for weapons and pills, they were treasures that could be encountered but could not be sought. As for what the mysterious reward was, no one could guess for a moment. It should be better than these 3 rewards. Following that was the outer sect reward. Those who entered the 100 outer sect could enter the nature sect and be qualified to participate in the second 12th consecutive examination. Amidst the enthusiastic atmosphere, Shi Beihong announced that the reward system was over, and that was the rules of the competition. The entire 12-sect joint exam was divided into 3 parts. The first segment was the Auditions Elimination Tournament. They were divided into 10 groups, each with 150 people. In the end, 75 people were eliminated from each group. A total of 750 people were eliminated. The second segment was the team competition. It was divided into 10 groups. Each group consisted of 15 teams. Each team consisted of 5 people. 11 teams were eliminated from each group, and the remaining 4 teams consisted of 550 people and 200 people. The third segment was the arena competition, where 200 people fought until the end of the joint examination. After hearing the rules of the competition, all the outer sect disciples who participated in the joint examination heaved a sigh of relief. It could be said that there was no longer any written examination. Next, 10 sect elders will be the judges of the joint examination with me. There were a total of 11 referees in the joint entrance examination. Among them, Shi Beihong was the chief referee. Of the other 10 referees, 8 were elders from second-class sects, 1 was recommended by 3 third-class sects, and the last was an elder from the Haoran sect. Then now, Elder Shi Beihong clapped his hands and said, "I declare that the 12 consecutive examinations have officially begun. Next, let's proceed to the first round, the Auditions Elimination Round. All participants, please draw lots and choose your own group." 12 sects and 12 lines lined up to draw lots. Xianxia stood in the queue of the Haoran sect and took out a number plate from the referee box on his side, with the words, 10, written on it. "How many are you, the 10th group?" Murong Wanqing glanced at the number plate in Xianxia's hand. "Yes." Xianxia nodded and looked at Murong Wanqing's number plate. He found that there was a 1 written on it. The 2 of them were at the 2 ends. At this time, someone in the spectator stands suddenly shouted, "Come on, Xianxia! Come on, Murong Wanqing! Win honor for our first grade academy!" The 2 of them turned around at the same time and couldn't help but laugh. It turned out that it was the students from the previous first grade academy. "All right," as the referee, Elder Shi Beihong announced in the sky, "you have all received your own group numbers. Prepare to enter the arena now." As he spoke, Elder Shi Beihong raised his hands high. Immediately after, the enormous valley suddenly shook. One could see that 10 enormous rings had actually appeared on the vast land. Afterwards, those rings actually rose from the ground. They turned into floating mountains. Countless people cried out in shock. How powerful was Shi Beihong? He was actually able to dig out 10 mountains from the ground with every move he made. Every mountain had a flat top and bottom, and there was still mud and gravel falling from the bottom. The silent mountain peaks floated in the air so steadily that the scene was incomparably spectacular. Heaven's Li Qingchuan was speechless. "Let alone let me build 10 mountains. Even if I were to break one of them, it would probably take a few days and nights. Ordinary people were filled with envy when they saw that martial artists could easily move thousands of kilograms of boulders. Body-tempering realm martial artists saw the weather before them, Xiantian realm martial artists saw Yuan Qi, and Origin realm martial artists would be shocked to see Tian Yuan realm martial artists roaming the nine heavens. In the world of martial arts, every time he saw a stronger expert's ability, his heart would be filled with boundless longing, fantasizing about how powerful he would be after reaching that stage. Elder Shi Beihong moved 10 mountains with every move, proving to everyone that the path of martial arts was long and far-reaching, and it was worthy of everyone's painstaking pursuit. 10 mountains were floating in the air, and all the participating disciples were lined up neatly, ready to set off. Elder Shi Beihong waved his hand again, and countless broken stones flew in 10 directions in an orderly manner. In midair, he quickly listed out 10 wide stone stairs. The 10 stone stairs led to the 10 flat-topped floating mountains, and many disciples stepped onto them. These 10 floating mountains were 100 meters away from the ground, but the height of the mountain itself was 500 meters. Without the stone stairs, ordinary martial artists wouldn't be able to jump that high. At this height, it had undoubtedly become one of the places for many powerful martial artists to display themselves. 99% of the disciples at the scene were obediently walking up the stone stairs, but some of the martial artists had to find a different path. A blazing fire-sect martial artist with the strength of the 4th level of Origin Return clasped his fists and said to his group of disciples, "Everyone, let's go first and show our embarrassment." With that, Yuan Qi burst out from beneath his feet, and he bounced into the sky with a loud boom. Everyone looked over in astonishment. The martial artist leapt to a height of 70 to 80 meters. At this moment, his ascent momentum had already reached its peak. Immediately after, he threw out a strand of Yuan Qi and stuck to the bottom of the floating mountain. With the help of his Yuan Qi, he climbed another 70 to 80 meters, then threw his Yuan Qi to stick to the mountain and continued to rise. After several consecutive times, he successfully reached the top. This should be the first show of the 12 consecutive examinations, and all the spectators applauded warmly. The high jump was not always proportional to strength. Many people had such common sense. For example, an ordinary skinny man could jump more than a meter tall, while another strong man who was 3 times stronger than the skinny man could still jump more than a meter tall, not 3 meters tall. With the help of Yuan Qi, Origin realm martial artists were able to jump up to a vertical height of 50 meters, while jumping horizontally was about 200 to 300 meters away. This was already considered quite good. With this person leading the way, even more powerful martial artists felt that climbing the stone stairs was too shameful, so they all followed suit. A Qingyun sect Guiyuan 3rd layer martial artist also poured Yuan Qi into his legs. He jumped abruptly, but he only jumped more than 50 meters. However, he was still more than 50 meters away from the bottom of the mountain. The martial artist hurriedly threw out a beam of Yuan Qi. However, the length of the Yuan Qi was not enough, and it almost reached the bottom of the mountain. He saw this person helplessly fall down from mid-air again. The spectators on both sides of the mountain immediately laughed and booed. As for the disciple of the Azure Cloud sect, his face was red and his ears were red. He could only obediently follow the crowd up the stone stairs. "I'll do it!" Luo Yuan laughed out loud and jumped up from the ground. He was more than 100 meters tall and was as flat as the bottom of the mountain. Immediately after, he sent out a palm strike with his right hand and borrowed strength to jump again. Then another palm strike and then another jump. 3 jumps and 5 jumps also reached the top of the mountain. All the knowledgeable martial artists applauded Luo Yuan warmly, because he didn't use the mountain as a climbing prop at all. Although Luo Yuan's method and principle were very simple, experts knew that it was even harder to do it. This was because the recoil from releasing Yuan Qi was far from as strong as everyone had imagined. Otherwise, wouldn't a martial artist be bouncing back without a trace when he sliced out a strong blade light that could split a mountain and split a rock? Therefore, at this time, what was being considered was the power of Luo Yuan's palm technique. Obviously, he was extremely outstanding. "Beautiful!" Shen Linhai roared. "It's my turn!" After saying that, Shen Linhai also rose from the ground, but on the ground where he jumped, there was a cloak of Yuan Qi condensing. Immediately after, that Yuan Qi suddenly erupted, resembling a rising sea wave, supporting Xin Linhai all the way up to the top of the mountain. The applause sounded like a tsunami. Xin Linhai was even more outstanding, and he did not pause once. Then there was Murong Wanqing. She only lightly jumped 3 meters high, but a ball of Yuan Qi flames appeared beneath her feet. The flames suddenly exploded, and the terrifying impact turned her body into an illusory image. The illusory image directly soared to the top of the mountain, and its speed was extremely fast. Everyone was filled with envy. This was the power of the heavenly grade fire vein. The explosive power of the fire attribute caused countless people to covet it. Jiang Yu of the Qi sect also jumped up. The Yuan Qi beneath her feet exploded, and she jumped more than 300 meters. Immediately after, he threw out a 100-meter-long beam of Yuan Qi, sticking to the mountain. He borrowed his strength to jump again and jump twice to the top of the mountain. The applause was still warm. As expected of a disciple of the Qi sect, the length of the Yuan Qi rainbow had already reached an unbelievable level. At this moment, everyone looked at Feng Zhaoqi with a consonant mind. Feng Zhaoqi was still holding his sword, but his body was slightly bowed, like a ferocious beast about to pounce on its prey. Then, his legs disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Feng Zhaoqi's body shot into the air with a whoosh. That speed made his body turn into a flickering shadow. When he looked again, he was already standing on the top of the mountain. The audience applauded like thunder. Murong Wanqing and the others did not rely on pure bouncing power to go up. Instead, they used their martial skills opportunistically. However, Feng Zhaoqi's bouncing power was real. Even Xiang Nan was shocked by this terrifying bounce. Quick! Too fast! The instant Feng Zhaoqi's legs bounced, it was so fast that no one could keep up with him. It wasn't hard to understand why every time he drew his sword, no one could see the blade of the sword and a sword light rushed out. That meant that Feng Zhaoqi was a super-speed expert. Fast legs, faster hands. At this moment, the roar of a ferocious tiger came from the canyon. Hong Bin helped him run, and the Yuan Qi in his body condensed into a giant tiger of light. The tiger enveloped him and pounced into the sky. The shocking power also caused him to land directly on the mountain peak. Then came Jiang Cheng, Zhou Xianyong, and the others' performances. These people used their own methods to climb to the top of the mountain. In the end, no matter if it was Murong Wanqing or Hong Bin or Jiang Cheng, they all took the initiative to look at Xiang Nan. As a result, what they saw in front of them almost caused all the spectators to spit out a mouthful of blood. Xiang Nan grabbed a bird's leg in his hand, and the bird was struggling to flap its wings as it flew upwards. Xiang Nan shamelessly let the palm-sized bird bring him up. Under everyone's strange expressions, Xiang Nan pointed at the bird and said, "I have a bird, so I don't have to jump by myself." Luo Yuan shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Hong Bin and Jiang Cheng looked at each other and said in unison, "This bastard seems to be laughing at us." Perhaps the contrast between the front and back was too strong. Instead, the audience gave Xiang Nan the warmest applause, and some even whistled throughout the valley. "Ha ha ha! So shameless. But I like it." The spectators were eating peanuts while eating melon seeds, and were happy to see such a scene to ease the tension. Next, the first round of the 12-sec joint exam, the elimination round of the additions, was about to begin. All the disciples also stepped onto the mountain peak one after another. The grouping this time was very exquisite. Before the competition, the 12 sects had already made a rough assessment of the overall strength of all the participating disciples and focused on separating them all. Therefore, Murong Wanqing, Xin Linhai, Feng Zhaoqi, Luo Yuan, Jiang Yu, and Xiang Nan were all not assigned to the same place. Grouping was to try to separate experts of similar strength, but the same group of members were randomly selected. Xiang Nan observed the flat mountain peak and found that it was about 1,000 meters in diameter, enough for 150 people to move about. Moreover, there were trees and rocks on the mountain peak, and the terrain was not simple. At this moment, Elder Shi Beihong's voice sounded in the sky. He said, "There is no limit to slaughter in this audition elimination match. but I advise everyone in my personal capacity to spare them. Alright, 150 people in each group. 75 people in each group will be eliminated. Whether they are eliminated or not will be determined by death, falling mountains, or surrendering voluntarily. You can't maliciously kill a contestant who has surrendered. The time limit is 1 hour. Now, the audition elimination tournament will begin. As soon as he finished speaking, the cheers from the spectators swept over. The 12-sec joint exam, which attracted the attention of everyone, finally began. It was also at the same time that Elder Shirbehong announced the start of the competition that all the contestants on the 10 mountain peaks quickly moved away from each other and scattered into various corners. Xianxia pulled out his huge saber and carefully observed the situation on his 10th mountain peak. The first thing he needed to do was to identify each other. There were no specific rules for this type of auditions. They could fight in chaos or fight one-on-one. It all depended on the direction of the situation. On this mountain peak in Xianxia, the disciples of 12 sects were disrupted, and there were people from each sect. Xianxia retreated all the way to the edge of the mountain peak, hundreds of meters high behind him. At present, some disciples had already begun to fight, but most of them still maintained their attitude of watching from the sidelines. At this moment, several contestants nearby had already discovered Xianxia, but they had all seen Xianxia pushing the rocks, and no one dared to provoke him. Xianxia fell into a quiet state and quietly observed with his huge saber on his back. Due to time constraints, the other 9 mountain peaks immediately began to fight like wildfire. Hongbin, Jiangcheng, and the others were all piercing figures. They were not willing to let go of this opportunity to perform. They immediately attacked at the beginning of the competition, sending the contestants flying. This was the beginning of a fuse that immediately triggered a chaotic battle. The 9 mountain peaks attracted almost all of their attention, except for the 10th peak, which no one took another glance at. The reason for that was because the overall strength of the 10th peak was the weakest. Even if Xianxia was a top expert in this group, he was only at the 3rd level of origin return. It could be seen that the 10th peak had already been recognized as the weakest among the 12 sections. Time ticked by. 20 minutes later, the 10th peak finally began to engage in battle. After half an hour of competition, the 4th peak, Hongbin's mountain peak, was the first to complete the competition, leaving 75 people behind and eliminating 75 people. Following that was the 1st peak where Murong Wanqing was, the 6th peak where Jiangcheng was, and the 9th peak where Zhou Xianyong was. By the time they reached the 40th minute, the 1st to 9th peaks had all ended, leaving only the 10th peak. Everyone looked towards the 10th peak, their eyes filled with dissatisfaction. We can't delay any longer. Xianxia pulled out his giant saber, and if he continued to waste time, it was very likely that all the disciples of the 10th peak would be eliminated. Just as he was thinking of this, Xianxia suddenly saw a large group of people walking over from the side of the forest. They shouted all the way, as if they were gathering a team and looking for someone. We are Haoran sect disciples. Those who don't want to be eliminated, come over and join the team immediately. Otherwise, they won't be waiting for us. At that time, a large number of contestants rushed over. Those who were strong were left behind to join the team, while those who were weak were eliminated. Seeing this, Xianxia frowned. He thought to himself that this group of people actually didn't forget to form a gang in the competition, but this was indeed a good choice. With the 19 Haoran sect disciples at the core, the team had already reached a total of 75 people. The more the large group walked, the closer they got to Xianxia. Finally, one of the Haoran sect disciples in the front row saw Xianxia at a glance. Over there, the Haoran sect disciple laughed loudly. Xianxia, I found you. What? The outer sect disciples of the team hurriedly said, We're going to fight Xianxia? Isn't that bad? We can attack the other contestants. It'll be easier that way. Hearing this, the Haoran sect disciple kicked the outer sect disciple out and shouted, You're eliminated. Then he pointed at the disciple who was kicked to the ground and shouted, Kill him! Under the apprentice's shocked gaze, more than a dozen contestants rushed forward, and their fists and weapons exploded randomly, forcefully killing the apprentice on the spot. Even the audience was stunned by this scene. This was simply a cruel law of existence for a small world. The minority had to obey the majority, otherwise, there would be no place for them to stand. The disciple who had been beaten to death was unable to shout a single word of surrender. None of the other 9 peaks had ever seen such a scene before. Only the 10th peak had been delayed for too long, forming the current environment that was shocking to watch. The Howren sect disciple's true arm shouted, "Is there anyone else who doubts my words?" No one in the entire team dared to speak again. "That's good." The Howren sect disciple pointed at Xianxia and shouted, "Kill him! Don't be afraid, there are many of us. No matter how powerful he is still alone." "Are you serious?" Xianxia narrowed his eyes and looked down on the Howren sect disciple. He coldly said, "Such an important event. Do you really want to gather so many people to deal with my fellow disciple? Shame, there's no such thing as losing it, is there? There are a total of 12 sects here. Who can't you beat up? You want to beat up your fellow sects." At the beginning of this competition, the Howren sect was about to stage a battle between the 2 sects. Didn't he make everyone in the world laugh at him? Under such circumstances, Xianxia had no choice but to get angry. In the spectator stands, Wuxia frowned repeatedly. Was this how the unity of the Howren sect was manifested? Someone whispered, "Xianxia's strength is obvious. Why did they choose Xianxia as their target? That doesn't make sense." Someone whispered, "Perhaps because Xianxia is too strong. They should try their best to get rid of Xianxia when they can attack in groups, so that they won't meet again in the future. At that time, even if they want to attack Xianxia in groups, they won't be able to do so. However, this is only my speculation. Perhaps there are other reasons. I'm not sure. After all, it's too risky to do so." Others did not know the reason, but all the students of the 2nd grade academy of the nature sect knew the reason. Because in the entire 2nd grade academy, there was no one who didn't hate Xianxia. Back in the martial arts hall, Xianxia had defeated 3 2nd grade students by himself. That large-scale conflict had caused 2nd grade students to lose face, causing all 2nd grade students to hate Xianxia in their bones. In the distance, Hong Bin and Jiang Cheng were both sneering. There was no surprise in their expressions. Obviously, they knew that the 10th peak would definitely reach this point. "You guys have a plan, right?" Xianxia looked at the 74 people and said coldly, "Looks like Luo Yuan was right." When he was in Drunken Dream Pavilion, Luo Yuan had already reminded Xianxia that the 2nd grade students were all rubbing their fists, wanting to do Xianxia in the joint exam. "Xianxia, do you still remember me?" A gloomy voice came from within the group, and then a figure shook out. This person was one of the members of Jiang Cheng's squad, the tall and thin man with a gun. When he was in Drunken Dream Pavilion, he was almost beaten to death by Xianxia. Xianxia looked up and laughed. "Good, good, good. You really have to reveal all our grudges in front of the world, so that outsiders can laugh at you." The tall and thin man raised his arm and shouted, "Little bastard Xiang is very good at melee combat. Everyone, don't get close to him. Bang him with your Yuan Qi together." As soon as he finished speaking, more than 70 people simultaneously raised their weapons and launched a long-range attack on Xianxia. At that moment, a dazzling Yuan Qi attack poured towards Xianxia like a tidal wave. That skinny tall man was actually so smart. No matter how strong Xianxia was, even if he was so strong that he was heaven-defying, it was impossible for him to withstand the collective attacks of 74 Origin Realm martial artists. He was shocked and hastily jumped 3 times before dodging a group attack. The terrifying attack of Yuan Qi instantly created a huge gap at the edge of the mountain. However, although this group of attacks looked like a huge scene, in reality, the 74 people were just throwing out a strand of Yuan Qi. There was no gap between them at all. When Xianxia had just dodged a group attack, a second group attack had arrived. Xianxia poured his Yuan Qi into his legs and dodged another long distance. He narrowly escaped another fatal attack. He's probably going to retaliate. Loose attack. That tall and thin man was very strong and knew Xianxia's situation very well. He knew that Xianxia had no other way out than to counterattack. As a result, the 74 strands of yuan qi that the 74 people launched the third group attack did not condense into a large ball and accurately hit an area. Instead, all of the yuan qi spread out and flew towards Xianxia in a fan-shaped manner. Xianxia really intended to retaliate, but in the current situation, there was no way to charge forward. Yuan qi was everywhere. Hide? Fortunately, the yuan qi was more dispersed. Xianxia simply raised his heavy saber and directly withstood 3 saber rays of sword light. With a loud boom, Xianxia was knocked back 2 to 3 meters by the impact and his feet were already stepping on the edge of the mountain peak. Holy shit! A heaven-shaking shout came from the spectators' seats. This is a battle between 74 people against 1 person? I didn't expect to see such a wonderful performance in the first audition. All the outer sect disciples were extremely excited. They were happy to see the scene go out of control, but most of the Howren sect disciples' faces were ashen, and they felt that their faces were lifeless. Damn it! Li Qingchuan looked at that scene and cursed angrily. With a strong background, would he be bullied like this? I didn't see them deal with Luo Yuan and the others like this. It was strange that Xianxia did not have a strong backer, so when others bullied Xianxia, they naturally did not have any worries about the future. I'll bully you, what can you do? Can you, a wild brat from a remote, small mountain village, take revenge on us? At first, Xianxia was able to dodge the attack with ease, but very quickly, the 74-man team ran into each other better and better, and their ranged attacks became even more proficient. At this moment, Xianxia was already struggling to dodge the group attack. As a result, an even worse scene appeared. The skinny man poured his yuan qi into his voice and shouted, "The other 74 people, if you don't want to be killed, come join our team. Whoever makes the greater contribution to the attack on Xianxia, I will leave whoever remains in the end. Otherwise, we will kill him." The other 74 martial artists on the 10th peak had originally been watching from afar in fear, but now that they heard the threat of the tall and thin man, they were so frightened that they all joined the group attacking Xianxia. Shouts of alarm immediately resounded from the spectators' seats throughout the clouds. The 12 joint examinations had just begun, and the first wave of climax had arrived. 148 martial artists from the 10th peak of the elimination round of the auditions attacked Xianxia alone. Boom! The tall and thin man shook his finger at Xianxia, and the hateful voice tore through his heart and lungs. 148 strands of yuan qi poured towards Xianxia like a violent storm. Didn't you use a saber? Didn't you learn the shield martial skill? Go crazy again! The tall and thin man shouted ferociously. 148 strands of yuan qi. There were practically no dead ends. Xianxia couldn't dodge it at all, so he could only raise his saber horizontally and push the yuan qi above the saber to its peak. The terrifying saber light attached itself to the blade, and it was trembling with a buzzing sound. Immediately after, for sword light struck Xianxia at the same time, shaking Xianxia backwards. Xianxia's left foot had already soared into the air, while his right foot fiercely stomped on the ground, using yuan qi to reinforce the ground, using yuan qi to stick his right foot to the edge of the cliff. This time, he was barely blown out of the range of the mountain peak, so close that he was almost eliminated. Taking advantage of Xianxia's pause, the 148 people's loose attacks immediately turned into precise attacks. 148 strands of yuan qi rolled into a ball and accurately rushed towards Xianxia. It was to take advantage of Xianxia's pause to completely crush him into pieces. This is too outrageous. An elder of the 7th generation of the Howren sect was so angry that his eyes turned red. What the fuck is this? Xianxia is the strongest person in our Howren sect. We still want to wait for him to achieve good results and win honor for our sect. The students of the first grade academy also cursed angrily. How embarrassing! How embarrassing! Before the outer sect experts could defeat Xianxia, they had already been dealt with by their fellow disciples. Murong Wanqing and the others were so angry that their mouths trembled. Looking at the 10th peak, it was already the 45th minute. However, Xianxia was unable to dodge the precise attack of the yuan qi swarm, because the impact of the bombardment on his body had not been completely removed. Under such circumstances, it was almost impossible for him to dodge the range attack flexibly. Xianxia could only be forced to release a flash step on the spot and display his trump card. In the past, only the disciples of the Haoran sect knew about this trump card, but now everyone in the world would probably know about it. However, because the flash steps were too fast, they could only move in a straight line at a short distance. It was impossible for him to bypass the Yuanqi group and charge into the enemy's circle. In this flash, he moved 500 meters horizontally. Once Xianxia stopped, he immediately sprinted around and tried to find a chance to counterattack. Stay in formation and follow him. This mountain peak is only 1,000 meters in diameter, and he can't create any waves no matter what. The tall and thin man commanded calmly, and the large group approached Xianxia in an orderly manner. This scene could be said to be unimaginable. In the audition, 148 people chased after one person, causing the audience to be stunned. Xianxia sprinted around the outer ring of the mountain peak, but no matter how fast he ran, he could not find a suitable opportunity to attack. After all, he was running wildly in the periphery, and the enemy troops were standing at the center of the circle. As long as they turned around, they would be able to face Xianxia again. Ha ha ha! Run! Continue running! The tall and thin man laughed wildly. Continue running! Give me 2 more laps to make me laugh. Xianxia, what the fuck are you doing? You hear me clearly. Fuck, you mother, kiss. That tall and thin man had completely lost control. As a disciple of the Haoran sect, he actually used such dirty language to insult a fellow disciple in front of all the martial artists in the world. Not to mention the elders of the Haoran sect. Even Elder Shi Beihong's face was ashen. Everyone present was in an uproar. No, I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him. Li Qingchuan had never been so angry before. With his sword in hand, his lungs were about to explode with anger. However, just as that tall and thin curse sounded, Xianxia, who was originally running wildly, stopped. Because he ran too fast and stopped too quickly, he stamped his foot and used both of his feet to arch up a pile of dirt. The pile of dirt instantly cracked and crushed rocks and mud flew out randomly. Xianxia held the saber and looked at the tall and thin man from afar, but surprisingly, he said in a very calm voice, "You say it again." This voice faded into the clear water, without the slightest bit of emotion, just like the tranquility on the eve of a storm. The skinny tall man didn't show any signs of weakness as he gritted his teeth and said, Fuck, you are you. Whoosh. Xianxia let out a long breath and suddenly lowered his head. Shit. Luo Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Xiangxia's middle skill. That fellow intentionally angered him. With Xiangxia's temper, he definitely rushed forward without caring about it. In this way, he will be attacked by the Yuanqi swarm to the point that he won't even have any scrap left. But at this moment the wind blew. A howling gale inexplicably appeared, engulfing the trees and bending over. There was a barrier on the outer edge of the arena. The mountain breeze outside couldn't blow in at all, and the sudden gust of wind was even more bizarre. Attack! He's coming! The skinny man shouted in surprise. As he spoke, 148 strands of Yuanqi sprayed towards Xianxia. This was the skinny and tall tactic. First, he used his loose attacks to give Xianxia a huge impact. Taking advantage of the stalemate in Xianxia, he used it to strike with precision. However, what happened next was beyond everyone's expectations. A strong wind blew towards them, supporting Xianxia's body and blowing towards the crowd. Facing the storm of Yuanqi, Xianxia's body suddenly swayed like a withered leaf in the gale. What was shocking was that Xianxia had actually dodged. His body was as light and free as the wind and as smooth as water. In that seemingly impermeable Yuanqi shower, he glided back and forth with a ghostly movement technique. Streams of Yuanqi almost passed by Xianxia's body, but Xianxia was always able to dodge it from the most perfect angle. It was impossible for him to dodge it any later or any longer. What? The tall and thin man was shocked. Seeing Xianxia getting closer and closer, he hurriedly shouted, Hurry up! Hurry up! All of you! Use your full strength for this daddy! Everyone didn't dare not listen and hurriedly threw out their yuan qi like crazy. This time, the yuan qi attacks became even more intense. However, because their footsteps were no longer unified, the yuan qi emitted by the group had already been divided into different ranks, and they were scattered unevenly. Although the group attacks were more intense and faster, Xianxia had more room for maneuver. He drifted back and forth, using an incomprehensible method to bypass strands of yuan qi, avoiding danger again and again. At this moment, Xianxia was only 20 meters away from the crowd. What kind of damn movement technique is this? A look of fear finally appeared in his tall and thin eyes. Hurry up and give it to me. He couldn't say the last word. Xianxia's body suddenly accelerated, using his fastest speed to dodge the latest attack and arrive in front of the crowd. Gale's spear light. The tall and thin man no longer had time to command the troops. He was so scared that he stabbed the spear in his hand at Xianxia. The spear light was so fast that it transformed into a fan-shaped spear shadow. Xianxia circled around once again, forming an enormous arc and sneaking into the crowd. The tall and thin man hurriedly turned to the crowd. In such a short period of time, he was unable to accurately find Xianxia. So he was ruthless and directly shot the gun at the crowd. The three people in the front row were instantly pierced into a beehive by the spear light. The three of them stared at the tall and thin man with incredulous eyes and fell to the ground to die one after another. At the same time that the skinny man's attack stopped, a shadow suddenly flashed through the crowd. The shadow suddenly appeared in front of the tall and thin man, causing his pupils to shrink in fear and his heart to stop beating. It was Xianxia. Xianxia's speed was extremely fast. He quickly brushed past the tall and thin man and stretched out his left arm to wrap his left arm around the tall and thin man's neck. As Xianxia rushed out, the tall and thin man was pulled back by his neck, and his entire body was dragged into the air. Xianxia wrapped his thin and tall neck around him and said coldly, "You? Scold me again for what you just said." The tall and thin man's eyes were wide open, and at this moment, he suddenly felt extremely regretful in his heart. People only start to reflect on their actions when they are in a desperate situation. Whether it is worth it or not, it is usually already too late at this time. Xianxia suddenly bent down while running wildly and used his left arm to smash the tall and thin back shoulder heavily onto the ground. The tall and thin man raised his limbs so high that his eyeballs almost flew out of his body. Immediately after, Xianxia raised his saber and landed. The skinny and tall man's head spat out blood and snapped. He raised his head on the spot and was grabbed by Xianxia again. Xianxia grabbed the skinny and tall man's sparkling head and stood there with his head lowered, allowing the blood on his head to drip onto the ground. At this moment, it was as if time had stopped, and none of the spectators in the audience were boisterous. On the contrary, everyone felt an indescribable sense of refreshment from the bottom of their hearts. Fighting was a battle, but insulting someone's closest relatives was something that anyone with a bit of courage would not be able to endure. Not only was Xianxia unable to bear it, even the audience hated the skinny man to the extreme. "Good kill!" Someone suddenly stood up and shouted. Luo Yuan and the others waved their arms happily. Killing someone wasn't worth it to feel refreshed, but this time, it was an exception. The shouts of the audience alarmed the 10th Peaks team. There were still 18 Nature's sect disciples inside. At this time, it was already the 54th minute of the audition elimination round. They had already collectively offended Xianxia and knew that it was too late for them to apologize. They simply gritted their teeth and fought again. 147 people launched an indiscriminate bombardment on Xianxia. But Xianxia was too close to them. In a flash, he rushed into the crowd. There were many people and they had an advantage. They had already shown it earlier, but it was also a huge disadvantage. Once Xianxia entered their ranks, it would be difficult for them to use it. 147 people squeezed together, completely unable to do anything to Xianxia. Many people even accidentally injured their teammates. Xianxia quickly traveled through the crowd, looking for only the disciples of the Howren sect. As a fellow Grandmaster brother, you should be killed for being so cold-blooded. Xianxia grabbed the neck of a disciple of the Haoran sect and stabbed his saber in, pierced through the disciple's back. To put a personal grudge in front of the world and lose all face of the sect, you should be killed. Xianxia circled behind another Haoran sect disciple and kicked him on the back. The disciple was kicked flying and was pierced through the space between his eyebrows by a long sword, died at the hands of his teammates. The other Haoran sect disciples were scared out of their wits, so how could they care about looking for Xianxia and flee in all directions? But wherever Xianxia went, the gale would follow. The crowd was getting more and more chaotic, causing the Haoran sect disciples to keep waving their hands in the crowd and hiding from their teammates' weapons. They simply couldn't find a suitable opportunity. As for Xianxia, he was like a ghost, like a maggot of a tarsal bone following behind him. He walked all the way, killing all the way. One of the Haoran sect disciples had a mental breakdown. He shouted loudly, wanting to surrender. However, before Xianxia could utter the word, he was sliced by Xianxia's blade and his throat was sliced open. The Haoran sect disciple clutched his neck and spat out blood in vain. He slowly knelt down and fell to the ground with a thud. I'm not a descendant of a great aristocratic family. Xianxia kicked over a disciple and threw out a huge saber, killing that disciple through his heart. But if that's the case, you think you can humiliate me at will? Xianxia waved his hand and pulled the giant saber back with his yuan qi. He grabbed it and slashed it horizontally, cutting off the other disciple's head. Just give it a try. Xianxia soared into the air and slashed down from top to bottom. This saber slashed a disciple from head to toe in half. If you have any ability, just try it out. I, Xianxia, will take it all. Xianxia roared. He shook his arm crazily. The giant saber had already emitted an ear-piercing buzzing sound. With the trembling of the giant saber, a tornado suddenly appeared in the horizon, hitting the dozen or so contestants mixed with Haoran sect disciples in midair. The bodies of these disciples were sliced apart by the strong wind, and countless cracks were instantly cut through their bodies. As Xianxia's arm abruptly stopped, the blade of the saber exploded. The gale suddenly exploded, and more than a dozen disciples were immediately shocked into a mist of blood mixed with pieces of meat. Xianxia's roar was directed at these contestants, as well as Jiang Cheng, Hong Bin and the others. It was already the 59th minute, but there were still more than 100 surviving disciples on the scene. All of you scram! A fierce beam of sunlight landed on Xianxia's body with a loud boom, and then Xianxia stomped down on the crowd. All the remaining contestants hurriedly used their yuan qi shields, but Xianxia's kick was aimed at the mountain. The edge of the mountain was originally inclined, and the further it went, the thinner it became. As for Xianxia's kick with the sun god technique, it directly crushed the edge of the mountain. With this step, a huge fan-shaped incision was made at the edge of the mountain peak. The sun's power and countless debris shot out, sending the 100-plus people flying. It was impossible to kill everyone with just one kick, but it was enough to send them out of the mountain. Time's up. At this moment, Elder Shi Beihong in the sky made the final judgment. There was only one person standing on the 10th peak. More than 100 other disciples fell from the sky, mixed with gravel. The scene was completely silent. At this moment, Xianxia's entire body was bathed in blood. He held his head high and tightly gripped the huge saber. He shouted, "Man, I'll kill him. I've broken the rules. If you want to disqualify me or expel me from the sect, I, Xianxia, will accept it. But I will not regret it." At that moment, Xianxia had a bloody demeanor in everyone's eyes. However, the hot blood in everyone's bones started to boil at this moment. Applause! That's how it should be. Mo Hai fiercely waved his fist and said in a deep voice, "This is the Xianxia I know." Even Mo Hai, who had always been calm, cursed. It could be seen how relieved his hatred was. However, the truth was that the rules clearly stated that only 75 people could be eliminated. However, Xianxia had killed dozens of people in a row and drove the remaining 100 or so people out of the 10th peak. The only winner of the 10th peak was Xianxia himself. Was this a violation of the rules? Everyone had no confidence in their hearts, but they didn't care about this. All they knew was that their hearts were incomparably straightforward. Please come and discuss with the other 10 auxiliary judges. Elder Shi Beihong called in 10 other auxiliary judges. 11 people held a discussion there. The outcome of this discussion would directly determine whether Xianxia could continue to play. Xianxia, on the other hand, held his saber and closed his eyes. He did not care about the results anymore. Even if he was kicked out of the 12 joint examinations, he would have no regrets. Those who should be killed would not be soft-hearted, even if they tried to violate the rules. Even if he had to do it again, he would still have to kill them. Let him fight, someone in the spectator stands shouted. Immediately after, tens of thousands of people shouted in unison. Let him fight! Let him fight! We want to see Xianxia continue fighting. Finally, the results of the discussion came out. Elder Shi Beihong pressed his hands down, signaling for everyone to calm down. The jury has ruled that Xianxia did not violate the rules, he announced on the spot. As for the disciples who were chased out of the 10th peak, they decided on the elimination results in order. The 74 disciples who landed on the peak at the latest won together with Xianxia. Hearing this announcement, the entire arena was in an uproar. Xianxia! 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 Everyone shouted Xianxia's name at the same time. This was the first time since the 12 joint examinations began. Xianxia used his own actions to prove what a man should do when facing many powerful enemies, and what a man should do when defending the honor of his family. A martial artist's anger was originally more intense than a mortal's. The blood in their bones could easily be ignited. Could be said that on this day at least, everyone's hearts were directed towards Xianxia. In particular, Xianxia had personally created a mission that was almost impossible to accomplish, and that was to fight 148 people alone and win alone in the end. If it weren't for the restrictions of the rules, the winner of the 10th peak would only be Xianxia himself. I'm afraid that no one will be able to break this terrifying result in the 2nd, 3rd, or even more joint examinations in the future. Xianxia's treatment was obviously unfair, but it also confirmed the old saying that current affairs make heroes. After the first round of the auditions ended, Shi Beihong announced the rules for the second round on the spot. The second segment was a team competition. Before Elder Shi Beihong announced the rules, almost everyone would think that the team competition was to plan the majority of the teams into a single competition area and then fight against each other, winning by relying on the overall strength of the team. But in the end, everyone was mistaken. The so-called team competition was not a team of 5, but a one-on-one duel. The specific rules are as follows. 750 people divided into 10 competition areas, each with 75 people, and each team consisted of 5 people, which meant that there were a total of 15 teams in each competition area. Afterwards, the 15 teams in each competition area were divided into 3 groups, 5 teams in each group. The 3 groups took out the top 3 of the competition area in total. In the end, the 12 eliminated teams fought the resurrection battle. This resurrection battle changed the rules and became a chaotic battle. 12 teams fought together, and in the end, 1 team won. They met up with the top 3 teams in the competition area and advanced together. All right, let's draw lots now to complete the team composition. Elder Shi Beihong waved his hand, and an auxiliary referee immediately lifted up a huge stone slab. There were a total of 150 names written on the stone slab. Among them, Xianxia was on the list, and behind Xianxia's name was a number of 32. Apart from Xianxia, Hongbin, Jiangchang, Murong Wanqing, and the others were all on the list. Could it be Mo Hai and Li Qingchuan exchanged a glance? There were a total of 150 teams in the 10 regions, but there were 150 names on the stone slab. Elder Shi Beihong announced loudly, "The name on this stone slab is a provisional list of the top 150 judges after the first round of auditions. These 150 people will not participate in the drawing of lots, but each of their names will be followed by a corresponding number plate. When the other contestants draw the corresponding number plate, they can join the team of their counterparts." Xianxia and the others were asked to step out, and then the remaining 600 people lined up to draw the number plates. "I'm number 23. The first person to draw the number plate hurriedly raised the number plate and shouted loudly, and went to see the corresponding person on the stone slab. On the stone slab, number 23 corresponded to Murong Wanqing. The contestant immediately shouted in ecstasy, "Ha ha ha! Sunset and I are on the same team. Now we're rich." Murong Wanqing was expressionless. She did not care if her team members were strong or not, because she was already stimulated by Xiangnan. She was prepared to rely on her own strength to enter the top 3. "Aha! I drew number 1. Senior brother Hong Bin and I are on the same team," another person shouted happily. This time, it immediately attracted the envy of the other students. Being able to be assigned to the same team as Hong Bin was basically considered certain that they would be able to advance. That's right. The order of the number plates this time is the ranking of the judges based on their overall strength. Currently, Hong Bin is still the number 1 expert, and the second strongest is Zhou Xianyong. The audience couldn't understand why Xiang Nanhai had performed so well in the knockout round, but he was rated as the 32nd strongest person in the tournament. If the audience were to choose for themselves, they would most likely choose Xiang Nan as number 1. Stop shouting. In the spectator stands, a sect disciple was extremely annoyed. He roared, "Just watch the match carefully. The referee panel is chosen by 11 referees. They naturally have their own reasons. Wow, I'm number 3. I'm on the same team as senior brother Zhou Xianyong. Ha ha ha, this is number 2. Senior brother Jiang Chang and I are on the same team." Every contestant participating in the drawing of lots was extremely nervous. They all hoped that they could draw the number plate at the front of the sequence number. "Damn it, I drew number 136. This time, it's over." Some people were happy, while others were naturally worried. Those who drew the number plate number 100 were incomparably depressed. I drew number 32. A disciple dressed in the clothes of the Guihai sect looked at Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan and the disciple exchanged glances and nodded politely. Following that, the team drawing lots got closer and closer, and Xiang Nan's 4 teammates were also confirmed. They were Lu Chong of Guihai sect, Ge Yuan 3rd layer, Huang Tian and Gue Yuan of the Quicksand sect, Hong Qingji and Gue Yuan 2nd layer of the Jingmen sect, as well as Yu Shaoyi of the White Clothed sect and Gue Yuan 4th layer. After drawing lots, the contestants went to search for their own team's location. "Hello, Xiang Nan. My name is Yu Shaoyi. I'm from the White Clothed sect." A beautiful woman stretched out her right hand towards Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan clenched her hands and smiled. "Nice to meet you." Yu Shaoyi was at the 4th level of Origin Return, but she was already 27 years old. It could be seen that this woman's talent was not very good. "Hello, Xiang Nan." The man from the Guihai sect walked up and shook hands with Xiang Nan, saying, "Lu Chang, outer sect disciple of the Guihai sect, 25 years old, Guiyuan 3rd layer." Xiang Nan then shook hands with the other 3 and introduced them to each other. Although the strength of these people weren't too outstanding, Xiang Nan felt relieved. At the very least, he didn't share them with the people of the Haoran sect anymore. This thought was actually a little ironic. "I watched your match. It was really impressive." Lu Chang patted Xiang Nan on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry. The 4 of us are your trusted teammates." "Yes, Xiang Nan. I admire your character." Yu Shaoyi also smiled like a flower and said, "Even if we risk our lives, we will fight alongside you to the end. Thank you, everyone. I hope that we can help each other and strive for a good ranking." Xiang Nan said gratefully, "All right, everyone has found their own team. Then disband. The team competition will be held tomorrow morning. I hope that everyone will arrive on time." Elder Shi Beihong clapped his hands and the audition elimination tournament officially ended. However, it was worth noting that today, the contestants had only found their own teams, but they had not been assigned to the competition area on the spot. In other words, until now, no one knew who their enemies were. After the soul-stirring additions and elimination rounds, the Haoran sect set up a feast for all the contestants, allowing them to eat and drink well. They should rest early and prepare for the new battle tomorrow. In order to allow the contestants to rest well, No one else was allowed to enter the Howran sect to disturb the contestants except the 750 contestants. Instead, they stayed behind and spent the night in the Howran mountain range. Otherwise, Xiangnan, who was in the limelight, would probably be surrounded wherever he went. Congratulations, Xiangnan. Luo Yuan was the first to come to Xiangnan's table. He used his elbow to push against Xiangnan and smiled. Good performance. Damn it, I didn't expect you to be so strong. You actually defeated all the opponents of the 10th peak. Luo Yuan, don't laugh at me. I'm unlucky today. Xiangnan shook his head. His mood was still a little low. No matter what, he had fallen out with his fellow disciples. Wow, it's Luo Yuan. I saw his audition elimination match. His strength is frightening. Xiangnan's teammate, Huang Tian from the Quicksand sect, whispered. That's right. I heard that he is also the young master of the Luo clan in East China Sea province. I didn't expect Xiangnan to know such an awesome person. Hong Qingji of the Spirit sect said enviously. At this time, Shin Linhai also walked over. He simply sat beside Xiangnan and said, Xiangnan, I know what you care about, but I want to advise you not to take it to heart. Those people who are cursed will be killed. It's not a pity. They are not worthy of being Howran sect disciples. Even if they die, they will comply with the will of the people. Lin Hai's words are correct. Murong Wanqing came over with a glass of wine from the other end and echoed. My God! It's Shin Lin Hai and Murong Wanqing. Xiangnan's 4 teammates were all stunned. The reputation of the 5 aristocratic families in the East China Sea was very loud. Afterwards, Feng Zhaoqi and Jiang Yu also came back and forth, comforting Xiangnan without exception. Thank you for your advice. Xiangnan is very grateful. Xiangnan raised his glass and drank with the 5. At this moment, Xiangnan's heart was very warm. After being rejected and hostile by so many people, the 5 of them were willing to come and sit with him immediately. This was a great support in itself. Ha. Shin Linhai hugged Xiangnan's shoulder and said affectionately, Earlier, I only thought that your character was good, but I didn't have any other thoughts. However, after watching your battle today, to be honest, I have begun to admire you a little. By the way, are these your teammates? Murong Wanqing looked at Lu Cheng, Huang Tian and the others and asked. The 4 of them stared at Murong Wanqing's beautiful appearance, but they were stunned and forgot to answer. Murong Wanqing raised her glass to the 4 of them and said, The 5 of us know best how difficult Xiangnan's journey has been. Please cooperate with Xiangnan and live up to his abilities. Xiangnan looked at Murong Wanqing in astonishment. This was the first time she had said such warm words. Murong Wanqing glared at Xiangnan and shouted, What, are you unhappy with me? Do you feel better if I scold you? Xiangnan burst into laughter, but a warm current flowed through his heart. Sunset, we can all tell that you're interested in Xiangnan. Luo Yuan laughed and coaxed. Why don't you and Xiangnan form a pair? Yeah, I think so too. Jiang Yu nodded seriously, but one could tell that she was suppressing her laughter. You guys, what nonsense are you talking about? Murong Wanqing's eyes widened and her face immediately turned red. She said angrily, How can I like a wild boy like him? I hate him too late. Feng Zhaoqi nodded after a long moment of silence while holding the wine glass in his hand. Zhaoqi, even you are joking with me. Murong Wanqing's expression became uglier and uglier, and she was about to lose her temper. All right. Xiangnan hurriedly came out to make things right and said, Don't joke around like this. Sunset Sun is still a girl, so it's not good to say that. Xiangnan did not take their jokes to heart. Whoever liked her, Murong Wanqing would not like them, right? It was already heaven's blessing that she did not hate him. After 3 rounds of drinking, Xiangnan forgot about his unhappiness during the day and chatted with everyone. Pa! Suddenly, a large hand slammed onto the table, causing all the dishes on the table to jump up. Everyone raised their heads and saw that it was Hong Bin, Jiang Cheng, Zhou Xianyong, and the others who were drinking so much that their faces turned red. Seek trouble. Murong Wanqing's temper was so hot that she suddenly stood up. Hong Bin chuckled and said, Don't worry, we're here to toast. Jiang Chang was afraid of Murong Wanqing's background, but Hong Bin, Zhou Xianyong, Chu Yan, and the others were not afraid. Those few people actually sat down without consent. Ha ha ha. Shun Linhai rubbed his wrist and said, I advise you to be sensible and leave honestly. Otherwise, Hong Bin looked at Shun Linhai. At the side, Feng Zhaoqi had already grasped his sword hilt. Xiang Nan immediately put his hand on Feng Zhaoqi's wrist, signaling him not to make a move on this occasion, lest he be disqualified from the competition. What do you want? Xiang Nan looked at Hong Bin and asked. He also knew that Hong Bin and the others were coming for him. Hong Bin poured himself a glass of wine. He raised his glass to Xiang Nan and said, You did well today. Xiang Nan narrowed his eyes and did not answer. Hong Bin's face was filled with drunkenness as he said, You know what? Because of your performance during the day, all the other sects have criticized our second-grade academy. At this moment, the mentors of our second-grade academy are reprimanding our senior brothers of the second-grade academy in the Howran Mountain Range. Xiang Nan, this is all thanks to you. On behalf of all the students of the second-grade academy, thank you. Thank you. You. Hong Bin gritted the words, thank you, very hard and squeezed it out from between his teeth. Xiang Nan knew that the relationship between him and the students of the second-grade academy had completely fallen to the freezing point, and there was no possibility of dissolving it anymore. The last time he defeated Li Hai, he made the second-grade students hate him. Today's battle had killed more than a dozen second-grade students and even made the world's martial artists laugh at the second-grade academy. This grudge had already reached a point where fire and water could not be tolerated.